Good morning, Matt Kallmeyer. Can you give us a sound check, please? Good morning, Miss Kimberly Dove. Can you give us a sound check, please?
Wonderful Wednesday. This is Kimberly Dove.
Thank you very much. We hear you loud and clear. We should be getting started shortly. All right.
Good.
Good morning, Judge Kirk. Can you give us a sound check, please?
Good morning.
I heard you just had a birthday, so happy belated birthday.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Thanks. It's a good thing I'm not getting older though, but yes, I keep having birthdays.
He'll start off with a happy birthday later on.
Thank you.
Ready? 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Good morning and welcome to the regular meeting of the Fulton County Board of Commissioners. Today is Wednesday, April 14th, 2021. It is approximately 10:03 or 4 a.m. Madam Clerk, please call the roll for purposes of quorum.
Chairman Rob Pitts.
Present.
Commissioner Liz Hausman. Commissioner Bob Ellis.
Present.
Commissioner Lee Morris.
Present.
Vice Chair Natalie Hall.
Present.
Commissioner Marvin Arrington Jr. Commissioner Khadijah Abdul Rahman.
Present.
Mr. Chairman, you have a quorum.
Thank you very much. Please rise wherever you are for the invocation, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance.
Let us pray. Almighty God, we give thanks for this day, for your continued grace and mercy upon our lives. We pray now your blessing upon this community, this county, state, and nation. Bless now our leaders, give them your wisdom, your courage, and your strength. It is in your name we humbly pray. Amen.
Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic
for which it stands,
one
one
nation,
nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Madam Clerk.
On page 2, consent agenda. 21-0234, adoption of the consent agenda. All matters listed on the consent agenda are considered routine by the County Commission and will be enacted by one motion. No separate discussion will take place on these items. If discussion of any consent agenda item is desired, the item will be moved to the regular meeting agenda for separate consideration.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, Commissioner Ellis?
I'd like to remove item 21-0246, which is on page 4.
Page 4. Repeat the number again, Commissioner.
It's 21-0246.
Okay,
Yeah, I'd like to remove that. So ideally, I'd like to remove it for, I guess ideally, I'd like to remove it from the agenda altogether so we can have some more information or hold it until the next meeting. But for purposes of this, I just ask it to be removed from the consent agenda.
okay. Any other items on the consent agenda? Any other questions? If not, I'll entertain a motion to approve the consent agenda as amended.
Move approval.
All right, I'll second. Cast your votes, please. Houseman,
yes,
Ellis,
Yes.
Morris, Hall.
Yes.
I'm a yes. I could
Yes.
anytime.
Abdul Rahman,
yes,
and I vote yes.
And the motion passes unanimously. Mr. Chairman and members of the board, we have one item to be added to today's regular meeting agenda. 21-0285, purchasing and contract compliance, request ratification of emergency procurement countywide.
So what's the emergency?
I think as it went through the new system, it didn't get properly put on the agenda, so the memo's been delivered to the board. These are emergency purchases that have already been made. So from that perspective, it could just be slipped to the next agenda, or as matter of form, you could do it on this agenda.
But it's not a true emergency.
No, sir.
All right, so if it's not a true emergency, if we're gonna have this rule, I think we need to obey it, abide by it. So if it's not a true emergency, I'd recommend that we not add it. Any objections?
No objection.
All right, thank you, Vice Chair. Continue, Madam Clerk.
Okay, on the bottom of page 7, regular meeting agenda, 21-0258, adoption of the regular meeting agenda. Mr. Chairman and members of the board, we have amendments to today's regular meeting agenda. Items to be removed on page 10, 21-0270, real estate and asset management, request approval of statewide contracts for the purchase of 71 vehicles and equipment. On page 11, item to be removed, 21-0276, Public Works. Request approval to increase spending authority to provide resurfacing of roads within the Fulton Industrial District. Item 2, Commissioner Arrington has also requested to hold an item on page 12. 21-0278. Request approval of a resolution amending Fulton County Code of Resolutions regarding membership and qualifications of the Board of Directors of the Development Authority of Fulton County and for other purposes. That item is to be held. And we have an item to be revised as requested by Commissioner Abdul Rahman on page 12. 21-0222, request approval of a resolution in support of the voters' right equal access to the ballot and stopping Jim Crow voter suppression. This item was revised to include an amended resolution. And that's all.
excuse me, Chair, that's not the correct title.
210222. That's, what are you saying, Commissioner Abdul Rahman? It's not the correct time.
That is not the correct title. The title was corrected and sent over.
Okay, so,
Yes, that's what we had on the agenda.
okay, so we will have the corrected title will be before us. Okay,
Thank you, Chair.
thank you.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes,
this is Sharon. Felicia Strong Whitaker, the purchasing agent, has advised that we have received a protest for one of the procurement items that's on today's agenda, and we would like to remove that item as well. It's item number 210269. page? On page 10 of 13 of the agenda. It's the building, juvenile justice facility building automation system upgrades, air handling unit repairs, and chiller replacements. It's that item. If we could remove that for the purpose of processing the protest.
Which one is it?
It's on page 10, item, first item, 21-0269.
Yes, sir.
Okay, any others? All right, on the regular agenda as amended, I'll entertain a motion.
Move approval.
I'll second. Cast your votes, please. Commissioner Houseman,
Yes.
Commissioner Ellis,
Yes.
Mr. Morris,
Yes.
Vice Chair Hall,
Yes.
Mr. Arrington, Commissioner Abdul Rahman.
Yes.
Oh, yes.
And the motion passes 6 yeas, 0 nays. 210259, ratification of minutes, regular meeting minutes, March 3rd, recess meeting post-agenda minutes, March 17th, special call meeting post-agenda minutes, March 30th and April 2nd, 2021.
Right.
Second.
All right, properly moved and seconded. Let's vote, please. Houseman,
Yes.
Ellis,
Yes.
Morris,
Yes.
Hall,
Yes.
Arrington, Abdul Rahman.
Yes.
I vote yes.
And the motion passes 6 yeas, 0 nays. On page 8, 21-0260, presentation of proclamations and certificates. First proclamation is recognizing County of Champions Day, sponsored by Chairman Pitts and Commissioner Ellis.
Who has a proclamation?
Mr. Carver.
Mr. Carver?
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. Yes, this one's for County of Champions Day, and it starts with whereas the Westlake Lady Lions continue the championship dynasty, winning a 4th consecutive GHSA Girls Championship by capturing a 6A basketball state title, dominating Carrollton 64-46 before winning a Geico National Championship earlier this month. And whereas the Woodward Academy War Eagles completed their championship run by winning the GHSA 5A girls basketball title after beating Forest Park 62-59, winning their first championship since 1999. And whereas the Milton Eagles boys basketball team completed their run to the GH7A title, outlasting Berkmar by a score of 52-47, earning the program its 3rd state championship in the school's history and its first since 2012. And whereas the Pace Academy Knights repeated as state champs, claiming a 2A boys championship, dominating Columbia 73-42 in the GHSA championship game in a season where the team lost only 1 game. And whereas the Mount Pisgah Patriots boys basketball team capped a title-winning season by beating Holy Innocents 43-41 to seize the Class A private boys state championship. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Board of Commissioners of Fulton County honors a season that saw Fulton County schools dominate their opponents statewide and earn the title of state champions, and does hereby proclaim Wednesday, April 14, 2021 as 2021 County of Champions Day in Fulton County, Georgia.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to see if we can make that a full board proclamation.
Absolutely.
Okay, any representatives present? I thought there were going to be.
I think so.
Yes, there's a coach on that.
Which?
I know that Coach Hankerson from Westlake is on here, and Coach Whiteheart and Coach Sherman White, they're all on the call as well.
Okay, coaches, we're very proud of our student athletes, and we'd love to hear from you for a moment or two if you so choose to do so. Who's first?
I believe, yes, if Coach Hankerson may start, I know she is on the call.
All right, Coach?
Yes. How you doing, sir?
Fine, like to hear from you. Thank you again for number 4. I'm ready for number 5.
Well, I just want to say thank you to you, sir, and to the other commissioners for this honor. We're so proud to receive it once again. It is unbelievable what the girls have done in these past few years. You know, we dreamed of the first championship, but to do it 4 times in a row, we don't even dream about that. It just happens with great athletes and great support by the community, great parents, and the administration of Westlake High School. And we're just thankful. And to be given the opportunity to play at the Geico Nationals. We played the first year in 2018 and we did not win. But to go back within 4 years with 2 of those girls that played on that original game is an unbelievable accomplishment. And we're just truly blessed and honored that you all have taken the time to recognize the accomplishments of the girls at Westlake High School. And we just want to say thank you.
Thank you so much, Coach.
You're welcome.
I believe Coach White from Pace is on as well.
Coach, good morning.
Good morning. How you doing, sir?
Fine, sir.
First of all, on behalf of Pace Academy, we want to thank you and your staff for all the support you all have given us throughout this season, throughout, just our whole season, with this being a COVID season and all the different trials and challenges that each one of us as coaches had to endure. But to have that support of our community and our county is truly, truly big for us. And thank you for coming out to practice. It really meant a lot to the guys. We still have that picture. We have it framed because we thought that was a very special moment. And we like the way you proclaimed this county as the county of champions, and us to be a part of it was truly great. And for our kids, for 3 of these coaches to be able to go on to the national tournament, I think it says a lot about Fulton County and about the kind of talent and the kind of moxie that this county has when it comes to athletics. So again, thank you so much for your support, and we look forward for your continued support.
Thank you, Coach.
We had also heard earlier from Coach Whiteheart from Milton, seeing if he was still on the call.
Yes, I'm on the call. Good morning, everyone. First, congratulate the other championship coaches on this platform. Unbelievable coaches in Fulton County. I'm personally know quite a few of them. Coach Hankerson and Coach White had the opportunity, like myself and my program, to be able to go to Geico, which was an unbelievable experience. And, like Coach Hankerson said, she was able to win it, which is an unbelievable feat considering the competition that she was up against at the national level. And, Coach White being down there as well, his team represented the state of Georgia all year at a national level, which I think can't go unnoticed. And we are very thankful for everything Fulton County does for us in the support, all the help they give us to be able to run the kind of program that we have. And we at Milton are just blessed to be able to have this opportunity to win another state championship. It had been quite a few years. And like Coach White said, we had to navigate through COVID. We didn't know at times if we were going to be able to even play for a state championship or even have a playoffs. So for Fulton County and the other coaches to be able to navigate through that's really big for our program. And we're very thankful for all the support that each of you give us and the platform that you allow us and our students to perform on. So thank you for everything you've given us.
Thank you very much, Coach.
The 2 more, where I'm not sure if they're on the call. I'll start with Coach Hicksonbaugh from Mount Pisgah.
Yes, I am here. And again, thank you so much for, providing this opportunity. And our community is obviously our program and our school, and our community is very proud of our team. But we're really appreciative of the county and the commissioners to, take the time out when you have so many other things to worry about, and especially in the chaos of our modern world, to recognize young athletes, student athletes who are doing things the right way, which I think it says a lot about you all, and we really appreciate it. And I think it kind of provides wind in their sails that will really pay off down the future to get the recognition in a positive way when they're young. So thanks so much for all you do. We really appreciate it.
Thank you, Coach.
And the last of our coaches was Coach Lawrence from Woodward.
Chair, we're doing a proclamation. The coach is here with us and the entire team. And so if we could have the actual coach to speak at that time, I would appreciate it.
From Woodward?
Yes, Woodward is here. The entire team is here with me now.
Oh,
Would you like
okay.
for me to do a presentation now for them?
Yes, that's fine. Go
Okay.
ahead.
All right. Can I get some assistance with you all so lining the legs up so we will make sure they get seen? And the coach. We got everybody? Great, great, great. This is a proclamation for the Woodward Academy Lady War Eagles. Whereas the Woodward Academy Lady War Eagles girls basketball team led by Atlanta Journal-Constitution Girls Coach of the Year, Kim Lawrence, performed at a high level throughout their 2020-21 campaign, ending their season with only one loss all year. And whereas the Lady War Eagles completed a perfect 14-0 region schedule and capturing the Region 3-5A championship as the top seed in their class. And whereas the Woodward Academy girls basketball squad featuring Atlanta Journal-Constitution All Metro guard Sydney Boyles took on several of the toughest teams in the state, including Harris County, Coffee County, Southwest DeKalb, and Griffin on their way to the 2021 Girls 5A GHSA State Championship in dramatic fashion, with a steal on the Forest Park's final possession to hold on to a 62-59 victory. And whereas the 2021 GHSA Class 5A title was the 4th state championship. Now I'm going to repeat that again, was the 4th state championship in the program's history and its first since 1999, marking a return to the Lady War Eagles' legacy of excellence. Now, therefore, be it resolved, basketball team at Woodward Academy for a season that saw the squad emerge as state champion, and does hereby proclaim Friday, April 16, 2021, as Woodward Academy Lady War Eagles Varsity Girls Basketball Appreciation Day in Fulton County, Georgia. And so on behalf of Fulton County and all the commissioners, we would like to present this to you and coach and give you an opportunity to say a few words.
Thank you very much for this proclamation. This is truly a special honor. I already alluded to, COVID was a challenge for everyone. And not sure that, and thank you to the Woodward family and the community for all their support throughout the years.
And we also want to give you and the other coach and all your players a Mighty Six bag from Fulton County Commission. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner. This is truly becoming a tradition for us because I really believe we are a county of champions. These are student athletes. I continue, Madam Clerk.
And the next proclamation is recognizing National Child Abuse Prevention Month, sponsored by Chairman Pitts.
As follows: whereas children are Fulton County's most valuable resource and are most vulnerable, they have the right to be safe and an opportunity to thrive, learn, and grow in an environment that fosters healthy development for their future success, prosperity, and quality of life. And whereas Fulton County Juvenile Court, along with our many partners, is dedicated to coordinating and providing services that are trauma-informed to better serve children who've experienced adversity. And whereas effective child abuse prevention strategies succeed because of partnerships created among citizens, human service agencies, schools, faith communities, healthcare providers, civic organizations, law enforcement agencies, and the business community. And whereas child abuse and neglect can be prevented by supporting and strengthening Fulton County's families, thus preventing the far-reaching effects of maltreatment and providing the opportunity for children to develop healthy trust. And whereas by providing a safe and nurturing environment for our children, free of violence, abuse, and neglect, we can ensure that Fulton County's children will grow to their future. And whereas effectively intervening in the lives of children threatened by abuse is a shared responsibility, and Georgia's citizens must come together so that the voices of our children will be heard by all, and we all must ensure that our communities are extending helpful hands to children and families in need. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Fulton County Board of Commissioners commends the dedication exhibited by the juvenile court system in Child Abuse Prevention Month in Fulton County, Georgia.
Thank you, Mr.
Citizens wishing to participate in public comment registered online to join the public comment portion of the Zoom call or can submit public comment in by email or by filling out the form located on the county website, www.fultoncountyga.gov. Speakers will be granted up to 2 minutes each. The public will not be allowed to yield or donate time to other speakers. The public comment portion of the meeting will not exceed 30 minutes.
Okay, how many do we have?
Chairman, we have 26 that have logged on and emailed comments to it.
All right, there are 26. There's 15 seconds remaining. I'll simply say 15 seconds. Also,
These are all emailed comments, sir. I apologize. Those are 12. Those are 26 emails. That's correct.
26 emails. Okay, all right, but still.
And we also have Judge Scales on the line to accept the previous proclamation.
Judge Scales.
Morning, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, everyone, that you've given us in recognition of National Child Abuse Prevention Month. It's with great honor that I accept this proclamation on behalf of the Fulton County Juvenile Court and our partners, Atlanta Court Appointed Special Advocates and USPARC. The National Child Abuse Prevention Month observation began in April of 1983 and with sole focus on raising awareness and preventing child abuse. Juvenile Court and its partners remain committed to rehabilitating families and dedicated to the prevention of child abuse. We firmly believe that we all play a role in cultivating positive relationships and environments for children throughout our community. We work tirelessly as we realize the future success and well-being of children is at stake. So I thank you, Chairman Pitts, and the Fulton County Board of Commissioners for this declaration and recognition today.
Say one more time. I have you on mute, sorry.
What? I said thank you and congratulations.
Thank you, sir.
Public comment.
All right, now this public.
Okay, Chairman, I'm going to start with Amy Hughes of Alpharetta. I support Bob Ellis's resolution that the partisan Board of Commissioners does not have the right to usurp authority over the BRE authority to fire Richard Barron. The running of our elections should be bipartisan. Your actions will give the voters of Fulton County no faith in the integrity of our elections process. If you support Mr. Arrington's resolution, you're making our election process partisan and corrupt. The running of our elections will have a board with no powers and thus useless in overseeing our election process. The election integrity bill is not Jim Crow. Voter suppression is an effort to ensure that legal voters vote and that there's only one vote per person. By voting no to Commissioner Abdur Rahman's resolution, you will give the citizens of Fulton County assurance that you're seeking fairness and integrity in our election system. By voting yes, you are saying that you want opportunities available for fraud to seep into our election system. There is no voter suppression in the bill. As a board, you require that citizens provide IDs for the COVID vaccine. Are you vaccination suppressionists? The false narrative about the bill is hurting our state and hurting our economy. If you vote yes to this resolution, you're responsible if companies boycott our state. We do not want our tax dollars to be spent on reparations task force. It is preposterous to Fulton citizens in the 21st century should be responsible for actions taken by a small subset of people hundreds of years ago. Please vote no. It is a waste of time and resources. These resources would be better served to help people fight human trafficking and the growing homeless population. The second of these public comments is from Thomas Bose in Alpharetta. Good morning, Board of Commissioners. My name is Thomas Bose. I'm a Fulton County resident. Thank you for hearing my comments today. I support Commissioner Ellis's resolution to follow the Fulton County Registration and Elections Board to hire and fire its own director. It is their responsibility, no one else's. The elections board reviewed the job done by its director and rightfully determined that his performance was sorely lacking. They were correct to fire him, and the Board of Commissioners was wrong to interfere. No other county in Georgia allows its Board of Commissioners to override its Board of Registration and Elections. Why does Fulton County? This is absurd and only further perpetuates the image of Fulton County as corrupt. Pass Commissioner Ellis's resolution and stop this political nonsense. I also implore you to reject Commissioner Abdur-Rahman's resolution that calls SB 202 voter suppression. This too is absurd. SB 202 was passed by the Georgia legislature and signed into law by Georgia's governor. That's how a representative republic works. The Board of Commissioners has no right to object or malign laws properly and legally passed by our elected representatives. There exists absolutely no reasonable objection to requiring personal identification in order to vote. To claim that requiring ID to vote is somehow suppressive is an insult to 97% of Georgia's registered voters who already have and use an ID to vote. Thank you for allowing me to comment. Next comment is from Melissa Dale of Milton. Thank you for the opportunity to give my thoughts today as a 13-year Fulton County resident. I would like to give my thoughts on several items being discussed today. First, I support Commissioner Ellis's resolution to allow the Fulton County Registration and Elections Board power to appoint and terminate the director of the corresponding board. Second, I support SB 202. I don't believe that requiring all voters to show an identification in order to be allowed to vote is voter suppression. In fact, I think it's insulting to single out African Americans and claim that only people of color aren't able to get a legal voter ID. I believe that African Americans are amazingly smart and strong people, and to spin such a tale is incredulous and harmful to the Black community. Third, I've recently been made aware that there's been talk of a reparations for African Americans in Fulton County. What does this look like? How do you decide who receives these reparations? I wasn't aware that all white people in the United States were descendants of slave owners or that all Black people in America were descendants of slaves. My great-grandparents immigrated here from Poland, Italy, and Holland in the early 1900s. Does that make me responsible for slavery? I don't believe this is a solution to current problems. I'm a huge supporter of Martin Luther King's ways of approaching a problem. Dr. King looked at the situation, figured out what the root cause was, then came up with a solution and create a roadmap to get to that solution. What is the root of the problem? How do you expect to solve it with reparations? I leave you with this question to ponder in the words of the great Dr. King: an eye for an eye leaves everybody blind. Public comment by Julie Allen of Atlanta. As a resident of District 3, I support Commissioner Ellis's resolution to allow the Fulton County Registration and Elections Board's power to appoint and terminate the director of the corresponding board. I do not agree with Commissioner Abdur-Rahman's resolution that SB 202 makes it harder to vote. I stood with Governor Kemp at his April Capitol press conference where he outlined why this bill makes it easier to vote and hard to cheat. The bill was an answer to the record number of calls to the Georgia state legislators and the Georgia Secretary of State for witnesses to corruption and errors at the polls on election day. The pandemic of 2020 allowed for many to support the conveniences of mail-in voting, mobile voting, numerous drop boxes, and extended time past election day to accept votes. These emergency measures don't need to be permanent as they contributed to the chaos and corruption of the election. If requiring voter ID is considered voter suppression, why not make an effort to help the community obtain voter ID? SB 202 does not restrict for any registered voter of Georgia. We are required to show ID to get on an airplane or drive a car. If voter ID is suppression, why are those not suppression as well? I do not agree with the resolution to allow for reparations for Blacks who live in Fulton County. Everyone in America can live the American dream. We are each responsible for our own choices and actions. We, as all Americans, live in a democracy where we can earn a living and get an education. We have witnessed 150 years of legal, social, and economic progress attained by millions of American minorities. Why shouldn't the Black community of Fulton County prefer to have a job than a handout, a business than an unemployment check, an expense account rather than a free phone, school choice for a good education, Black Wall Street 2.0, then Section 8 expanded? The next comment is from Greg Fan of East Point. Good morning, commissioners. My name is Greg Fan. I am the president of the South Fulton Ministerial Alliance. I write to you on behalf of our parishioners in South Fulton. We are concerned about the law that is passed by the legislators on voting. We believe that this law is suppressive and it will cause hardship on many people and make it difficult for them to vote. Fulton County exemplified it in its efforts in the last elections to ensure that everyone who wanted to vote could vote, investing thousands of dollars to purchase 2 mobile units where people could vote. And we applaud you for that. We also ask you today to support the legislation that's been presented to protect our right to vote, introduced by Commissioner Khadija Abdul-Rahman. We know that you represent people in Fulton County and all eyes on you, and you also know God's eye is on you too. Public comment by Hillary Harris of Milton. Fulton County Board of Commissioners, thank you for consideration of my comments regarding 2 of the resolutions you're considering today. First, I do not agree with Commissioner Abdul-Rahman's resolution that SB 202 makes it harder to vote, saying that SB 202 is a requirement for SB 202's requirement for a voter ID is considered voter suppression is absurd and insulting the intelligence of all of your constituents. An ID is required for many activities, regardless of race or gender. So the next time a citizen checks into a hotel in Atlanta, boards a flight at Hartsfield-Jackson International, picks up Braves or Falcons tickets at will call, opens a bank account, I assume no ID will be required moving forward. The question for you is, are you trying to make it easier to cheat or actually protect the integrity of the vote for those who vote in person versus mail-in/absentee ballots? Please vote against this resolution. Secondly, I do not agree with creating a reparations task force. Let's focus on how to offer a hand up instead of a handout. Deconstruct what reparations really means and ask the question, what problem does this solve besides building divisiveness and creating an exemption from personal responsibility? Reparations overlooks the many successes achieved by African Americans in Fulton County all the way to the office of the U.S. President. But reparations does not solve the Fulton County social dilemmas related to crime, drugs, or lack of choice in education. This also does nothing to stop slavery that is taking place in the world currently. Please vote against this resolution. I appreciate your time. Public comment by Bridget Thorne of Alpharetta. Dear commissioners, can you please stop dividing our county by race? Please look for unity and what is best for all citizens. A task force for reparations is divisive and a waste of county time and resources. No one today has owned or been a slave. False rhetoric creates a victim mentality that's harmful to the Black community and therefore our entire nations. Reparations is a socialist idea that only de-incentivizes work. Is socialism what you want for Fulton County? What message are you sending to potential investors in our county? SB 202 integrity bill is not Jim Crow 2.0. That is a lie that's perpetrated by Abrams, LeBron, and Sharpton. That lie is hurting our county's economy and people. Requiring ID is not racist. You're requiring ID for the COVID vaccine. Are you vaccine suppressionists? Early voting days are expanded. Water can be given 100 feet away. This bill seeks to correct lines that Rick Barron is notorious for creating with his poorly trained workers. I therefore urge you to support the Board of Registration and Elections decision to fire Barron. By overriding their decision, you render the board useless. The board will have no authority over him. Chairman Rob Pitt, Whitmore, and everyone else in the county will have to help Barron run our elections. Currently, there is no confidence in our election process. Without integrity, we lose democracy. Do you want Fulton to be a socialist country? Let's use our resources to support homelessness, mental illness, small business, sex trafficking, opioid addiction, etc. Let's not divide Fulton. Let's unite. We're stronger together. Public comment by B. Rohr of Alpharetta. We support Commissioner Ellis's resolution to allow the Fulton County Registration and Elections Board power to appoint and terminate the director of the corresponding board. We do not agree with Commissioner Abdul-Rahman's resolution that SB 202 makes it hard to vote. There was too much corruption and errors witnessed at the polls on election day, and this bill addresses some of these concerns. If requiring voter ID is considered voter suppression, why is having an ID in other instances, such as opening a bank account, boarding a plane, or attending a corporate building, or entering corporate buildings such as Coca-Cola, Delta, or UPS, not considered banking oppression, transportation suppression, or access suppression? To use the label of Jim Crow is offensive to Americans of all colors and ethnicities. We do not agree with the resolution to allow for reparations for Blacks who live in Fulton County. Why are our leaders seeking to implement narratives that contribute to the racial division and animosity? Why do our leaders assume that we do not know that slavery/human trafficking is still a very real reality? Why do our leaders not address that very real tragedy of humanity in our own community? Public comment by Hannah Sheik of Roswell. Hello, Commissioners. I'm Hannah Sheik of Roswell, Georgia, in District 2. I really wish I could be there face to face to look you all in the eyes and tell you do not, with a capital NOT, agree with Commissioner Abdur Rahman's resolution that SB 202 makes it harder to vote. It actually makes it harder to cheat. A large multitude of people who witnessed cheating and errors firsthand called our Georgia Secretary of State and state legislators. I was there that day at the Capitol, that those people patiently waited all day to tell the dastardly story of what they had witnessed on Election Day. I believe that the quote, unquote, pandemic, spelled PLANDEMIC, of 2020 allowed many people to get comfortable with the conveniences of mail-in voting, mobile voting, numerous drop boxes, and extended time past Election Day to accept votes. It's absolutely not necessary to have these extreme measures be permanent, as it would only allow for further corruption. Thousands of us here in Georgia are furious that the absurd idea of requiring voter ID is voter suppression. It absolutely does not. SB 202.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
The next speaker listed is Kevin Muldowney of Alpharetta. We need to get rid of the Dominion voting machines and start using old-fashioned paper like they do in Canada. The Dominion machines can easily be connected to the internet, which is highly illegal, and manipulated, as we've seen in the 2020 election. Next public comment is Lori Owen Carbone of Johns Creek. I do not approve of Commissioner Ellis's resolution that we should allow the Fulton County Elections Board to the power to appoint / terminate the director of the board. I also do not agree with the position of with opposition to SB 202 by Commissioner Abdur Rahman. SB 202 does not make it harder to vote. It does the opposite, makes it easier to vote. And finally, all men are created equal in our country, and it would be a crime to favor one group over another to pay reparations, and it is in and of itself racist. To believe that one group is inferior to another is a horrible form of racism. Next is John Nance of Sandy Springs. We support Commissioner Ellis's resolution to allow the Fulton County Registration and Elections Board power to appoint and terminate the director of the corresponding board. Next is Robin Auerbach of Roswell. I do not agree with Commissioner Abdur Rahman's resolution that SB 202 makes it harder to vote. Georgia voter integrity laws are more lenient than other states. Colorado, for example, does Ms. Rahman know that we are allowed top boxes to stay? Without the new law, all drop boxes would have been done away with when the governor's emergency order expires. ID is required for everything, given even the COVID vaccine. Is this vaccine suppression? I believe it's racist to assume that any group of people are not smart enough to get an ID, which is free. I do not agree with reparations for anyone. I do not want my tax dollars to be spent studying this ridiculous idea. We are all Americans, and I'm tired of the racist rhetoric. Next is Christy McCrane of Roswell. I support Commissioner Ellis's resolution to allow the Fulton County Registration and Elections Board the power to terminate and appoint the director of the Elections Board. I also do not agree with Commissioner Abdur Rahman's resolution stating that SB 202 makes it hard to vote, or that requiring an ID is a form of voter suppression. I'm sure the commissioner has an issue with showing ID. I'm sure the commissioner has no issue with showing an ID to get on an airplane, buy alcohol, or get his COVID vaccine. This is a selective implementation of the idea of suppression that's easily seen through and completely illogical. Finally, I oppose any resolutions offering reparations to the people of Fulton County. Public comment by Zach Hines of Roswell. Good morning. I do not agree with Commissioner Abdur Rahman's resolution that SB 202 makes it harder to vote. Actually, clearly makes it easier to vote and harder to cheat. I'm very frustrated with the false narrative being spread by lawmakers, CEOs of large corporations, and the media. This bill was an answer to the enormous number of calls to the Georgia state legislators and to the Secretary of State for multiple witnesses to the fraud, corruption, and errors at the polls on or before Election Day. The pandemic helped many to get comfortable with the conveniences of mail-in voting, mobile voting, numerous drop boxes, and extended time past Election Day to accept votes. I feel that it's important that emergency measures are not made permanent, as they contributed to chaos and corruption during the election. There's no need to continue to scare the public as the polls are perfectly safe. As you may know, there weren't any reports of an outbreak stemming at a polling place. And if requiring an ID to vote is considered voter suppression. Perhaps there should be an initiative to further educate the community on how to obtain an ID. SB 202 does not restrict access to vote for any registered voter of Georgia. There are numerous things that we are required to show an identification for: to rent a home, to open a bank account, to get on an airplane, to buy alcohol, to receive the COVID-19 vaccine, etc. If requiring an ID to voter suppression, the aforementioned examples are suppression too? Clearly not. Public comment by Melissa Brown of Roswell. I don't agree with Commissioner Abdul Rahman's resolution that SB 202 makes it harder to vote. In fact, it makes it easier to vote and harder to cheat. There's so many calls to Georgia state legislators and the Secretary of State from witnesses to corruption and errors at the polls on election day. The pandemic allowed for many of us to get used to the conveniences of mail-in voting, mobile voting, numerous drop boxes, and extended time past election day to accept votes. These emergency measures don't need to be made permanent, as they contributed to chaos and corruption of the election. People should vote in person and have an ID. It's an honor and privilege. If requiring a voter ID is voter suppression, then why not make an effort to help the community obtain a voter ID? The next one is Kerry Hines of Roswell. I do not agree with Commissioner Abdul Rahman's resolution that SB 202 makes it harder to vote. It makes it harder. It makes it more secure. Which should be the goal. Instead of trying to loosen restrictions on how we vote, we should be finding ways to make it easier to get voters to the ballot securely. We must have integrity in our election process, and SB 202 helps to guarantee that. Thank you. Public comment by Rachel Mormon of Fairburn. Good morning, commissioners. I'm Rachel Mormon, a resident of Fulton County. I'm here to say two things. One, I support the Stop Voter Suppression resolution before you today, because we need to fight SB 202 with everything we have legally and politically, and today's resolution does just that. It gives us a starting point. Second, you are our voice, and we also need you to speak loudly that we want two federal voting rights bills in Congress, H.R. 1 and H.R. 4, to pass and have President Biden sign them into law to protect our right to vote. Please adopt today's resolution. It's the moral thing to do. Thank you. Public comment by Jill Wright of Milton. Good morning, commissioners. I would like to support Commissioner Ellis's resolution to allow the Fulton County Registration and Election Board to have ultimate authority to appoint and terminate the director of its corresponding board, as this board works hand in hand with the director. I would also like to oppose Commissioner Abdul Rahman's resolution to fight the election reform bill, SB 202, which was signed into law by Governor Kemp. This bill makes it easier to vote and harder to cheat. The bill was an answer to the record number of calls to the Georgia state legislators and the Georgia Secretary of State by Georgia voters who felt their vote was suppressed. The next one is from Sarah Pedro of Milton. Good morning. Thank you in advance for considering my comments. First, as relates to the resolution regarding a reparations task force, this sounds like a big waste of taxpayer money. Task forces are not assigned to solve problems, but more to create the appearance of solving a problem. If you really believe in the disenfranchisement of people impacted by slavery, perhaps you should look to those who originally sold the slaves, i.e. African warlords. Please do not insult the intelligence of Black Americans with false appearance of caring for them. This is just another way to spend off taxpayer money to programs that don't ever see the light of day. Instead, why don't you take all the money you'd be wasting and put into the inner city infrastructure to entice businesses to come back to these areas, which would bring jobs and prosperity and a much better life than a small cash payout. Keep in mind, only 2% of the current US population owns slaves. So very little will come of this proposed task force. And regarding the resolution in support of voter rights, equal access to the ballot, and stopping Jim Crow voter suppression, this again is another attempt to create a false impression of what SB 202 actually did. This bill actually increased to early voting days, secured absentee ballots with ID requirements, giving everybody a better comfort level of voter security, and secured ballot boxes so they weren't just sitting out for anyone to access, in addition to other security members. Yes, it will most likely reduce voter fraud, such as illegal immigrants voting, out-of-state voters, underage voters, which is actually a good thing because it protects everyone's right to vote. It is again insulting to the Black community to imply they can't get an ID or access to the internet, or even more ridiculous, a copier. 73% of Black voters support voter ID. It also implies that they are not protected by these measures. Their votes are secured as well The only reason to fight against enhanced security at the vote would be if you want to make it easier to cheat. Next public comment is Jeffrey Mulvaney of Atlanta. As a resident of District 4, I want to voice my support of SB 202. I believe it is the people's right to ensure our elections are secure and representative of the collective opinion. The changes to the system can only present a very minor inconvenience to myself and my neighbors, but can maximize our peace of mind by knowing our votes matter. Voting is an honor and a privilege. Anyone who is not willing to provide the necessary legal documentation or extend a few minutes of their time to exercise their right must look internally as to whether they're deserving rather than looking for loopholes in the system. Public comment by Cynthia Qualtrier of Alpharetta. Good morning, commissioners. As resident of Fulton County, I would like to comment on 3 items on the agenda. Item 21-0219, please support the resolution presented by Commissioner Ellis on appointment, hiring, and termination powers for the Fulton County Board of Elections. The resolution is critical to voter integrity and not suppressing my personal vote. As I stated in the previous meeting, my vote was taken from me, and I hold Richard Barron accountable and responsible for that fact. 2, item 21-0222. The recently passed SB 202 for voter integrity provides more equal access to the ballot than many states, especially New York and Delaware. This is not voter suppression. Allowing fraud to continue so my vote does not count is voter suppression. The list of businesses, government agencies, and even getting the COVID vaccine all require a valid form of identification. Would that be considered voter suppression? Number 3, item 21-0277, please vote no on a resolution to establish a reparations task force. This resolution is yet another vehicle to divide the community and disallow unity. This will cause deep polarization. Even discussion of reparations is harmful to national cohesion, solidarity, and a common good rooted in citizens' mutual rights and obligations to one another. We don't need more ideological explosions to bring about friction in our communities. Public comment by Elizabeth Verdeber from Milton. I support Commissioner Ellis's resolution to allow the Fulton County Registration and Elections Board to appoint and terminate the director of the corresponding board. I do not agree with Commissioner Abdur-Rahman's resolution that SB 202 makes it harder to vote. Next is public comment by Donna Lawson. Good morning, God morning, elected, selected, and rejected engaged community. A measure of success has been experienced through the interpretation of a certain reply from Fulton County Library System representatives. However, there are outstanding inquiries that still need to be addressed. Kimberly Snoddy George, a branch group administrator, successfully answered my question in regards to being pinpointed as the sole library employee that I could contact. Her designation of a legal department directive. Her response was that the job duty for open records request did not belong to her, but to Deputy Attorney Stephen Rosenberg of the legal department. This is a library management issue. Next, Ms. George did not provide an answer to who should be directed for discussion about my library records. Mr. Rosenberg is not responsible for explaining record content, so the library management issue is binding. It is a serious mistake to have library staff ill-informed. It's costly, it's frustrating to the worker, as well as the seeker of the information. Who knows what's going on with library employees and their job responsibilities. It was very surprisingly disclosed to the citizens, inclusive of your board of trustees, in the March 24th meeting that the Fulton County Board of Commissioners are solely responsible for the hiring, firing, pay, etc. of library employees. This notice causes conflict and organizational implications and understanding. Which one of you can designate someone to explain my library records to me per this request? Dr. Pamela Rochelle has not responded. Commissioner Marvin Arrington is the District 5 representative who should be very aware of how library management has chosen me to expose petty internal library management concerns, that they are devastating to the mission of assisting our engaged patrons, and that their needs for professional library services. Will you please help us and before the scheduled reopening of our much needed and heavily funded branches, return to an updated traditional service model? Responses are awaited. Thank you for your coordinated efforts. Public comment by LaRoyce Morgan of Atlanta. Good morning, commissioners. I am LaRoyce Morgan, an Atlantan and longtime resident of Fulton County. I support the Stop Voter Suppression resolution before you today. We need to stand against SB 202 legally and politically, and today's resolution provides us hope. You are our voice, and we also need you to speak loudly that we want the 2 federal voting rights bills in Congress, H.R. 1 and H.R. 4, to be signed into law to protect our rights as voters. Please adopt today's resolution as the moral and just thing to do. The last of our public comments via email was from Sheila Hamilton of College Park. Greetings, commissioners. As a Black woman in America and a resident of Fulton County, District 6 is troubling when in 2021, I see the same Jim Crow tactics that my great-grandparents and grandparents had to endure as it relates to voting rights. The difference is it is Jim Crow in a suit and tie and is still trying to suppress Black and brown voters after more than 100 years. But as Maya Angelou states in her poem, Still I Rise, Black and brown people will overcome anything evil men and women throw at us. This is your notice that nothing will keep us down. The more you put your foot on the necks, the more we will come together and fight. Commissioners, you have a charge from your constituents to challenge SB 202. As Black people, we all knew once Donald Trump saw on TV all the Black voters and poll workers and counters in Fulton County, all heck was going to break loose, especially when the tally came and Fulton County voted for Biden. As relates to Park Cannon, the 29-year-old young Black woman Georgia representative who was cuffed and arrested in Fulton County for performing her job, please know Black women are organizing and educating Black girls and women ages 10 to 100 to understand Jim Crow, but more importantly, to understand how to use the ballot box to fight voter suppression back. When men and women on January 6th could storm the Capitol in a violent attack against the U.S. Congress, it's unbelievable that 90% of them are still running loose. It is a single defenseless Black woman, but a single defenseless Black woman is cuffed and removed from the Georgia Capitol, but that's how the game is to be played. Bring it on. Again, I ask the county to oppose SB 202. That's the last of the comments, sir.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, we do have one public comment attendee, Maggie Goldman.
Ms. Goldman?
Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
All right. My name is Maggie Goldman. I'm a resident in Johns Creek, District 1. I'd like to voice my disapproval of the resolution regarding the appointment, hiring, and termination powers of the Fulton Board of Registration and Elections. The Fulton Commission is ultimately responsible for everything in its budgetary control and therefore should retain the ability to approve or disapprove the Board of Elections hiring decisions. The Commission retains the approval authority over all other comparable positions across Fulton departments. This department should be no different. I'd like to voice my support for the resolution in support of voters' rights, equal access to the ballot, and stopping voter suppression. Based on the motivations of SB 202, claiming election fraud when after various audits and recounts there were none, I'm very concerned about the partisan actors in the state legislature appointing the chair of the state elections board, which could then decide to push aside all 5 members of our Fulton elections board and replace it with one election superintendent, which would likely be a partisan individual who would force their agenda on the staff and the director of the Fulton Elections Department. If this were to happen, it would be the very opposite of a free and fair elections process. There is absolutely no good reason to reduce Fulton County's drop boxes down from 38 to 8, greatly reducing access. It is disingenuous that the Republicans claim that they made it a requirement that all counties have drop boxes, which technically speaking may have added drop boxes to the state, but they eliminated drop boxes from the voters that made the greatest use of them. There is also no good reason to forbid county elections offices from accepting grants to help run elections, while at the same time creating unfunded mandates for elections departments. We should do everything we can that saves taxpayer dollars. I look forward to the report detailing how the Fulton Commission can take action to protect Fulton voters in the face of SB 202. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman,
Any others?
That's it.
No other. Okay, that will conclude the public comments section of the agenda. Continue, Madam Clerk.
Bottom of page 8, top of page 9, zoning use permits and zoning modification applications. 2 related cases, 21-0262 Public Works and 20263. Wendell Drive, Fulton Industrial Boulevard.
Okay, let's take both of these together. They're two related cases. Who will be here?
Mr. Chairman, Pete Hendricks, representing the applicant.
Go ahead, Mr. Hendricks.
Can you all hear me?
Yes.
This matter comes to you all with the approval of your staff, together with the unanimous approval of the Community Zoning Board. I would like to reference the staff report at the bottom of page 4. It states the applicant's request to develop a 4,200 square foot convenience store with gas pumps to better serve the retail needs of the area is consistent with the intent of the comprehensive plan and the Fulton Industrial Boulevard redevelopment plan. The new building will also complement the recent pedestrian and streetscape improvements funded and installed by the Boulevard Community Improvement District. Furthermore, the applicant's proposed density is consistent with existing development in the surrounding area. Given all the above considerations, staff is of the opinion to recommend approval of the applications. The applicant has agreed to all of the proposed conditions. I would specifically point out on page 1.8 of conditions F, it is stated that to allow the existing non-conforming billboard to remain as long as it abides by Article 4.3.1, Section D of the Fulton County Zoning Resolution for non-conforming structures. I also would reference the memorandum that was submitted by the applicant in response to dialogue and communication with Gil Prado of the CID as to a litany of attachments that are attached to that memorandum that give some further amplification to concerns that the community had as to the application. Specifically, that the applicant will agree to coordinate with Frank Mazzelli of the CID to come up with a security plan for the purpose of controlling crime in the area. The applicant does not agree not to sell or pursue beer and wine licenses for the property. So with that, I would also like to comment that the owners of the property are Penn Hodge and John Varner, and they have been very proactive with the property investments that they have in that corridor, as evidenced by the fact of the sale of the Mosley Hotel and redevelopment of that into an upscale U-Haul location. And the applicant is proposing a Circle K with associated Shell gas pumps for the proposed redevelopment of this property. So I do think that the sellers of the property have been very, very proactive in securing the upscale development needs that is so sorely needed in that particular area of Fulton Industrial Boulevard. With that, I would like to reserve any time that I would have for any rebuttal.
All right, thank you, Mr. Hendricks. Now, let's see what staff has to say. Mr. Beck is no longer with us, is that correct?
Yes, sir. We'll call on Anna Roach and David Clark.
All right, Madam COO and or Mr. David Clark.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. For this item, Mr. Chairman, the staff is recommending approval with the conditions. Angela Parker, our consultant, is here and can provide additional details on the staff recommendation. Ms. Parker?
Essentially, this is a request for a 4,200 square foot convenience store with gas pumps, and the application includes a concurrent variance to allow proposed pavement along Fulton Industrial Boulevard to encroach into the landscape strip as shown on the site plan. The staff and the community zoning board both recommend approval. In our opinion, they've met the test of the variance, the hardship in that the configuration of the site is quite small. The right of way along Fulton Industrial is somewhat irregular, and the turning radius required to get vehicles into that site do call for somewhat of an encroachment into that landscape strip. And as a result, we also recommend approval of the concurrent variance.
Thank you very much. Now, let's open the public hearing to hear from the public. Anyone from the public available to comment would like to comment one way or the other? Anyone from the public? Thought there were a couple of people who.
Who spoke.
What?
No.
Just Mr. Hendrickson? Okay.
And Ms. Parker.
All right, anyone from the public care to speak for or against? All right, hearing none, then we'll close the public hearing. So let's take both of these together. I'll entertain a motion.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
May I ask Mr. Hendricks a question? Did I understand, Pete, that you are not, the applicant is not totally in agreement with all of the proposed conditions?
That's correct, Ms. Morris. There was a proposal that this particular piece of property have an independent security guard service assigned to it. And we took exception to that, and we stated that we would work in a very outreach fashion with Mr. Frank Maselli, that we understand to be the governing force for security in that area, to help coordinate, not singularly for this piece of property, but for the entire corridor, a more secure and safe working environment. And in addition to that, we do not agree not to be able to pursue beer and wine licenses for the property.
Those two conditions that is currently in the proposed legislation before us.
As a point of clarification, the conditions that you're referring to and that Mr. Hendricks highlighted are conditions that the Fulton Industrial CID had sent to Mr. Hendricks. The two conditions that he was not willing to agree to are not in our zoning conditions. However, all of the others are incorporated in our zoning conditions.
Okay, so are we then in agreement, Mr. Hendricks, that we can approve the paper as it's presented to us, since those conditions are not in it, according to Mr.
Yes, that's correct, Ms. Morris.
And Mr. Chairman, I'll make a motion that we approve both of these items.
Is there a second?
Second.
I have a question. I'll second for purposes of discussion.
Okay, Commissioner Arrington.
Mr. Hendricks, I assume you all have GDOT approval for the encroachment onto Fulton Industrial Boulevard?
That application has gone through the process with the procedure necessary to be able to secure the curb cuts along Fulton Industrial, as also along Wendell Drive.
So then any approval, if given, your client would be fine with it being subject to GDOT approval?
Absolutely.
I'm fine with that, but if the CID is asking for these additional requirements, they're on the ground out there more than I am, and so I would, me personally, I would want to see the two additional requirements by the CID. I guess, Madam County Attorney, are we allowed to include those or not?
Hold on, Commissioner Harrington. Yeah, I mean, we can.
Board can agree with the staff recommendation, but to the extent that the board wanted to make some sort of amendment, that would be appropriate.
Well, I guess I would offer a friendly amendment to include the additional 2 recommendations by the CID. I don't know how you can work with them. I don't know how the applicant can work with them or propose to work with them and at the same time not accept their recommendations. To me, the 2 go one in hand. And so I don't know, Commissioner Morris, I don't know if you will accept that friendly amendment or not.
Well, you know, I dealt with so many zoning things and when I was on the city council, and when our staff and the applicant agree on conditions, I was always loath to add any additional ones. The staff seems to be okay with not including these things. So I don't think it's appropriate for a friendly amendment.
So Commissioner Harrington, Commissioner Morris does not accept the friendly amendment.
Okay, well, I'll make a substitute motion to add the 2 conditions by the CID.
Is there a second? Is there a second? All right, hearing no second, the motion fails. Now back to the main motion, which was to approve. Any further comment?
I'm sorry, I missed the motion. I didn't hear the motion.
The motion is to approve the 2 papers before us.
It was to do what? You're choppy.
Just a minute. The motion before us now is to approve both applications.
She's saying she didn't hear the substitute motion.
Other motion because it's choppy.
You didn't hear the substitute? All right. Commissioner Arrington asked Mr. Morris if he would accept a friendly amendment to add the 2 conditions that were recommended by the CID. Commissioner Morris said no. Then Commissioner Arrington offered an amendment. There was no second to his motion to amend, to add the 2, and therefore the motion failed. So now we're back to the main motion, which is to approve.
So the motion that Commissioner Arrington put forward was to amend to accept the CID's recommendations.
The motion that Commissioner Arrington.
Somebody please mute because I can hear, it's a lot of background noise because somebody's not muted. Okay, thanks. Go ahead, Chairman, I'm sorry.
The motion that Commissioner Arrington offered was to amend the staff recommendation, which was for approval. But Commissioner Arrington's motion was to add 2 conditions that the CID had wanted. One was that they would not pursue an application for beer and alcohol. And the second dealt with security.
And somebody said no to those 2 recommendations for security and no alcohol?
Yeah, and point of order, Mr. Chair, if she didn't hear the motion because it came through choppy, then we need to have an opportunity to have it heard. It's not her fault nor our fault that the technology was not properly working.
All right, let's do this, everybody. Now, I thought we had Vice Chair Hall's computer straightened out. We've not done that?
This is my 3rd computer that they've given me.
I don't understand.
I've had like 3 probably in just the past month and a half or 2 months.
Okay, Mr. Melendez and guys, y'all got to get her. I'm not sure what the answer is. We need to get it worked out.
My
Okay.
team, most of my team's computers are slow and choppy as well. I just think it's not the CIO's fault. It's just the computers.
Okay, we need to solve it somehow. Okay, Mr. Arrington,
Mr. Chairman, I think it would help to be very specific about the two requests that were made.
Hear me out.
Applicant will provide a minimum of 40 hours per week of private uniform security and night hours. And also, applicant will not sell or pursue alcohol, beer, and wine licenses. The applicant has agreed not to pursue alcohol licenses, but to be allowed to pursue beer and wine.
So those are the two amendments that Commissioner Arrington would like to make to the staff recommendation.
And
Yes.
those come from the CID?
The CID had a laundry list of conditions. The applicant accepted all of them except those two.
Why? Because this is in the Fulton Industrial Boulevard area? Is that correct?
Yes.
Is it somebody said yes?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And so why would security be something that would be rejected, especially in an area that we know has some serious issues?
Well, the security is not being rejected totally. They have a way to provide security. It's just different from what the CID wanted. Would you repeat the security, what you're proposing, Mr. Hendricks, one more time?
Yes, the commitment was made by the applicant to work with Frank Mazzelli of your CID to come up with a security plan for the purpose of controlling crime in the area. And that is important to note, in the area and not specific just to this piece of property.
Yeah, but how can you work with someone and deny their request at the same time?
Yeah, I don't understand that, especially because usually these recommendations are made because these people know the area and they know the needs of the area.
All right, let's do this. I'm going to go back to Commissioner Arrington's motion. Commissioner Arrington's motion was to amend the staff recommendation to add those two conditions back. Now, is there a second to that motion?
I'll second it.
Properly moved and seconded. On the Arrington amendment, let's vote.
Can I
I have a question.
Yeah, all right, Commissioner Morris, followed by, I believe that was Commissioner Hausman.
Yeah, I think you said the motion was to put those back. My understanding is they weren't in there. They came from the CID, but our staff did not include them in their recommendations. So I want to make that clear.
Correct.
And, usually I always relied on our staff and the applicant working things out, and apparently they did without these two items being in it. So to say they're being put back, I think probably mistakes it.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Hausman?
Yes, thank you. Mr. Hendricks, good to see you. I believe you have said that in your security matter that you had agreed to 40 hours a week of private security. Is that not correct?
No, that we took exception to that. The request was 40 hours of private security per week of uniform security in the night hours. That was the request of the CID. Just as the request was made not to sell or pursue alcohol, beer, and wine licenses, and we have agreed not to pursue alcohol licenses. but be allowed to pursue beer and wine. And we agreed to work with Frank Maselli, whom we understand to be the point person for the CID for the purpose of coming up with a security plan for the purpose of controlling crime in the area. And it's very important to note that we said in the area and not singularly just for this piece of property.
All right, thank you for that clarification. And then on the area of the alcohol permit, who would provide that permit for this location? Would it be the county, or would be in the city of South Fulton if the new law takes effect?
Well, whomever the issuing authority would be for beer and wine. I don't know who that entity would be.
You know, will it remain unincorporated or not?
Commissioner Houseman, this location is north of I-20, so it's in the portion that would remain unincorporated at least till the next legislative session, again, assuming the governor signs the existing legislation that has passed.
Okay, so regardless, this would stay unincorporated at this point. And
That's correct.
We would have the final authority on granting that liquor license or that beer and wine permit, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and is this customary, back to staff, is this customary to have in a zoning matter a restriction that touches on the sale of alcohol in the zoning application? Or is that generally a separate item when they apply for a permit?
I mean, it's, let Angela do it.
We'll let Angela answer that in terms of what's customary. I think the chairman made this point previously, but it may be worth repeating that this was a consequence of several months of negotiation, I guess if you can use that term, including the CID staff as well as the applicant. There were many conditions that were agreed to by the applicant, and ultimately the CID was okay with where we landed based on my conversations with Gil in terms of the conditions that were ultimately agreed to. Of course, I'm sure that they would like for every condition to be agreed to, but they did appear to be satisfied with where we ended up.
Which
I have a question. I'm sorry.
did not include either one of these items. Is that clear? Is that correct?
That's correct.
That is correct, Commissioner Houseman.
Okay, so the alcohol permit issue, again, is that generally included in a zoning matter, or is that generally a separate item from a zoning?
Angela?
I don't recall any instance where the zoning conditions have actually prohibited the sale of alcohol. There is a alcohol license or permit that is required that would be reviewed and issued by the county, assuming the county approved it. And there are standards to that permit, but customarily, there's not been a condition of zoning related to alcohol sale.
All right, thank you very much.
Ms. Parker, how long have you been in this role?
I have been working with Fulton County since 2016 in the planning services role, but I was with the county before that.
Okay, so your current role, you've been in the same current role since 2016?
No, we've taken on, since Randy Beck retired, the planning services function. We've been assisting with that.
Okay, so again, how long have you been in your current role?
Since Randy Beck's retirement in early this year.
Okay, so it's safe to say that then you're not familiar with what goes on since you've only been in the role since earlier this year.
I was involved in planning commissioner prior to this for many years, approximately 28 years with the county.
Okay, and if approved as is now, it would allow them to sell alcohol.
Allows them to apply for license.
The conditions of zoning do not prohibit, as currently written, do not prohibit the sale of alcohol. The applicant would have to obtain a permit and meet the standards of that permit in order to sell alcohol.
Yes, but the applicant has agreed that they're willing not to sell alcohol, haven't they?
We've agreed to pursue beer and wine singularly, but not alcohol.
Understand that. I want to confirm that with Ms. Parker.
I'm sorry, I was considering beer and wine also to be a type of alcohol, but yes, as Mr. Hendricks stated, that is their agreement.
Well, but that agreement is not part of the existing resolution as it is currently worded and proposed, is it?
That's correct. It is not a part of the conditions.
Right, and so the only way to get that in there is to make it an additional condition. Isn't that correct?
That's correct.
Anything else, Commissioner? All right, let's vote on the Arrington Amendment. Commissioner Houseman,
No.
Commissioner Ellis,
No.
Commissioner Morris,
No.
Vice Chair Hall,
Yes.
Commissioner Arrington,
Yes.
Commissioner Abdul Rahman,
Yes.
and I vote no. Now back to the main motion, which is to approve. Let's vote. Commissioner Houseman,
Yes.
Commissioner Ellis,
Yes.
Mr. Morris,
Yes.
Vice Chair Hall,
No.
Commissioner Arrington, Commissioner Abdul Rahman,
My vote is no, but for a point for the record, he also said that they were willing to have this subject to DOT approval. And I don't know if that was part of this or not. And I think that has to be subject to this. We have no control over them doing anything on Fulton Industrial Boulevard, which is a state road.
I don't think there'd be any objection to that. Is that correct, Mr. Hendrick?
Yes.
All right, no objections to that. We'll add that. All right, Commissioner Abdul Rahman, you voted no, and I vote yes.
And the motion passes.
Thank you.
4 yeas, 3 nays.
Both are approved. Continue, Madam Clerk.
On page 9, presentations to the Board of Commissioners 21-0264.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, commissioners.
Continue, Madam Clerk.
Presentation, Fulton County School System.
All right, Dr. Looney. Mr. Superintendent.
Yes, good morning, Chairman Pitts and County Commissioners. It's so delightful to spend time with you. Thank you for giving us the opportunity to give the commission an update about the many things that are happening in Fulton County Schools. I would just like to begin to acknowledge that we have several school board members on, and I would like to turn it over to our board president, Mrs. Julia Bernath, for greetings. Mrs. Bernath.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for allowing us to be a part of the commission meeting today. And it's always a pleasure to work with another body with our mutual interest for all of our constituents. I know that we have several other board members that are on. And if any of those would like to say hello, Vice President Dove. And I know that Mrs. Stewart could not be here today because she's helping with our final vaccines. I believe that Ms. Reeves might have had to drop off, but if Ms. McCain or Ms. Dean or Ms. Warren, our newest board member, might want to just say hello quickly. We don't want to take up too much time. And if I don't hear from anyone,
Well,
then
can you hear
Go
me?
ahead. Yes, Linda McCain.
This
Thank
is
you.
Linda McCain, District 5, Fulton County School Board, and I just wanted to thank everyone for giving us this opportunity. And it has been quite a year, so we are just happy that we have a little bit of normalcy ahead of us, and look forward to working again closely with the commission in the following year. Thank you.
Thank you,
And
Ms. McCain.
also, can you guys hear me?
Yes, Ms. Dove, we can hear you.
So in technology, my microphone fails. Really, really interesting. I am Kimberly Dove, and I represent District 6 in Fulton County Schools. And I want to thank you guys for your time today as we continue to navigate through our learning impacts for COVID-19. So thank you guys so much for your time today.
Thank you, Vice President Dove. And I think, Dr. Lenny, we will.
Mrs.
turn it
Warren,
back over to you.
Mrs. Warren is on, so I was going to give Ms.
Oh,
Warren an opportunity.
Great.
Ms. Warren, you're on mute. We can't hear you.
And I think Ms. Dean is on as well, but it may be that they are fine
Okay.
with just.
Well, I'll proceed.
moving ahead.
I know
Thank you.
our board members are excited to share time with the commission. You are such essential partners to us in the work that we do. So thank you for your partnership, your leadership, and your continued commitment to our school district. It truly takes all of us working together to make Fulton County Schools what it is today. So thank you very much. It looks like somebody else is controlling my slide presentation. So if somebody could go to the second slide, please. Awesome. So today is a big day for Fulton County Schools. We are administering our last round of the second vaccination at Mercedes-Benz Stadium. As the county commission knows, and thanks to you support, have been able to work very, very closely with the Fulton County Board of Health. And I believe Dr. Paxton is on. I will say they have been invaluable partners as we have stood up the vaccination process for our employees in Fulton County School District. It has gone exceedingly well. We're so thankful for the opportunity to have our employees participate in the vaccination process. I do not have an exact count of how many people have been given a vaccination. I will say that yesterday we administered over 900 vaccinations just on yesterday. But now that the vaccination process has become much more open and available, we have a number of employees that have received the vaccinations on their own. But we will have a final count of all of our employees who have been vaccinated either by us or who have already received a vaccination in another setting by hopefully the school board meeting next week, so that we can begin to publicize what our participation rate was. Once again, I just want to extend my deepest gratitude to the Fulton County Board of Health, and specifically Dr. Paxton for her leadership. We could not have done it without their partnership and without their support. In that process, we have engaged in lots of different activities to facilitate our employees in making a decision. We have not mandated the vaccines. We have encouraged our employees to consider getting them. We've had information sessions. We've given out door prizes and all sorts of things to facilitate our employees becoming vaccinated. And that will allow us to continue to provide face-to-face instruction rather than pivoting to remote as a result of a lack of employees due to exposure. And so we're looking forward to that coming to an end. I will say that as more, as more of our employees are vaccinated, and now that, now that 16-year-olds can be vaccinated as well, we do anticipate having traditional graduations. We'll be opening up our facilities again for use from outside groups, for rentals as we have in the past. And we will be re-examining some of the extracurricular activities that our students and our school communities engage in our facilities as the temperature rises and the risk of COVID exposure decreases. Next slide, please. We are right in the middle of the budgeting process. In fact, the board has the budget book, and so they will begin diving into it. Just from a broad perspective, I thought it would be productive for you to kind of see where we are. I will say the board has had very tight, conservative budget oversight historically, and that has put this district in a position where our fund balance has been able to hold us up during the downturn as a result of COVID. And so we are in a financially stable position, and I am really proud of the budget that's going to the board for their consideration. However, we have had some significant reduction in state funding, primarily as a result of two items. One, we did experience a loss in student enrollment this past year. We believe that many of those students will actually come back to us this upcoming year. Most of the students that did not show in the current year were actually kindergarten students. So our kindergarten enrollment was significantly lower than it has been. We believe that's because our kindergarten parents decided to redshirt them or keep them at home for one more year, or perhaps enroll them in some other program until the risk of COVID declines. So we're hopeful that many of those students come back. we are anticipating an increase in student enrollment this year that will help mitigate that. But that has resulted in approximately a $20.1 million cut from the state funding source that we have. And then, as our commission knows very, very well, our local fair share continues to increase. And in other words, the state sends us less with the expectation that our local fair share has to pay more. And that represents almost a $20 million decrease in revenue. But we, once again, are in a good place, and I do not anticipate any kind of recommendations about a tax increase, a millage rate increase from Fulton County Schools in the budget ahead. And in our projections moving forward, the 3 and 4 and 5 year mark, I feel very comfortable as the superintendent of schools of where we are in a financial position. As you might very well know, we just recently received another AAA credit rating. And so that is, once again, a testament to our school board's leadership and the financial acumen of our CFO, who is actually out today in the process of receiving an award for his good work. Next slide, please. As it relates to how have we responded to COVID, we're going to have a little bit of information coming to you in a few slides, but I wanted to share with you, thanks to the board's planning, we have been in a position to quickly pivot to remote learning because we had already furnished many devices to large groups of our students. But we did increase our bandwidth in the district by 3-fold at this point in time. We've issued laptops to all of our students in grades 2 through 12. We've issued hotspots to our families and students who do not have internet access at home so that they have been in a position to continue their learning. And the virtual private network really became the foundation of learning and teaching. We have completely transitioned our form of business in much the same way the commission has, in that most of our meetings and much of our work is now done remotely using technology. Teams, we use Teams rather than Zoom. They're both very good products. It just so happens that Teams was already something that we had invested in Fulton County Schools as part of our Microsoft Office suite. And we have had a 433% increase in the utilization of Teams. Our teachers, our students, and our families have become such more effective and efficient at using technology to communicate and to use for learning, to be quite frank with you. And then we have had a 3,000% increase in the amount of the platform utilization that we have. It's not that we purchased additional software or platforms, it's just that the utilization of the equipment and the tools that we've had has increased in a profound way. Next slide, please. I am sad to report to the commission that we are in the process of losing our chief operations officer. Patrick Burke has served this district for many, many years. He in many ways has been the architect of the SPLOST programming and our capital improvement plans for the last nearly 2 decades. And I thought it would be very appropriate on Patrick's last official day giving presentations to share our capital plan progress. So Mr. Burke, if you're able to unmute yourself and take over this slide presentation from here, that would be greatly appreciated.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Looney, and thank you, board, for this opportunity to present. As Dr. Looney indicated, we are so fortunate to have a board that is focused always on the execution of programs and being fiscally conservative in the approach and how we do our work. And I am here to report that our current capital program continues to be on schedule, and we are within the budgets that the taxpayers of Fulton County have approved. I'm going to hit on a couple of recent openings and recent projects that are to be completed or that have been completed this school year. I'll talk a little bit about things that are opening next year, but just know we're entering our 4th year of a 5-year capital program. And as an overall global program from a facilities perspective, 88 of our facilities will have received some type of improvement, whether that's enhanced security systems or renovations or roofs, other roofs, types of improvements, and almost 80,000 students directly benefit from this work in improved learning environments. In this past year, we've opened several fairly large renovations, Campbell Elementary School in South Fulton County, which has been a 2-summer effort, and we have done things there that I have never done in my career, replacing a sewer system, actually trenching hallways and putting it all back together again for our students and teachers to arrive and have that great working environment and learning environment. Chattahoochee High School has received a series of renovations and modifications. In this current capital program, our schools built prior to our current prototype high schools, our Westlakes and our Johns Creeks, are all receiving modifications that improve the educational and learning environments and bring it more in line with our current educational specifications district-wide. So Chattahoochee, those improvements opened this year. Seaborn Lee Elementary, State Bridge Crossing, and Stonewall Tell all received modifications as well. This is the 3rd year we opened new media centers in our middle schools, but every media center in Fulton County for our middle schools is receiving modifications. This is building upon the efforts of our board in how we've improved the environments of our high schools, better align media spaces with how they're used today versus how they used to be used. They used to be, the quiet space where everyone goes, shh. Now today, they're active learning spaces. There's breakout spaces. It's a much more, the environment's much more consistent with what learning looks like today in our schools. So we're very proud of those projects. These are the middle schools that opened this year. We'll show you here in a moment the final wave of media center projects scheduled to open next year. And of course, we're always doing improvements to safety issues around warm, safe, dry, so fire alarm upgrades, communication upgrades, roofs, and security camera upgrades. And you may have read some about Fulton County Schools and how our security team really pushes the envelope in making sure that we provide high quality systems so that we're providing safe environments for our students. So we're in the middle of our camera upgrade program, and we continue to execute that as well. And then lastly, under this current year, we opened the Langston Hughes turf improvement. As always, turf, when we place it, it has to be replaced, and it was that time in the cycle for Langston Hughes. Next slide. So we actually have 3 schools opening. 2 are highlighted here for this fall. So this will be the first year we open our STEM schools. We have one in Alpharetta and one in Fairburn. We're very excited about these projects. These have been really works that this board has been focused on for quite some time. What learning opportunities might look like, providing additional types of opportunities for our students. And we spent a lot of time with our parents, our teachers, our administrators, our business leaders on what these schools might look like and how we could reinvent a little bit and provide a different option for students and what learning might look like. These are programs very focused on STEM, so they're in health and computer science and those types of areas. And both schools are scheduled to open this fall. We're very excited about that again. These both were ones this commission had heard quite a bit about when we were discussing this SPLOST and when it was before our voters. There's one other school that's opening this fall that is Crabapple Middle School. So Crabapple Middle School Replacement School is also opening this fall. Next slide. And then coming up in the upcoming year, so again, we're entering our fourth year of the program. We have a number of renovations. I won't go through all of them, but I will highlight a few. Riverwood's final building phase does open mid-year this upcoming year. So we're very excited about that project coming to an end. That's been a very long project because of the phasing that's had to occur on the site, but we are coming to an end of that project. Our South Transportation Maintenance Facility actually just opened, so we're a little bit ahead of this schedule, and that is providing support to every school south of the city. And the high school renovations continue. These are the 3 projects that are currently under construction. These will actually open not at the beginning of the fall, but mid-year. And in the case of Tri-Cities, because of the complexity of the project, it opens closer to 2022. We have our typical roof replacements. These are our last of our media center renovations or improvements for our middle school program. We have 2 more phases of security cameras, and those are the schools that we are making those improvements on. Those are done really throughout the year, so they're not just executed during the summer. They're executed where students are not present, so we're not interrupting instruction, but those are projects that can continue through the school year. And then lastly, and importantly, is the remaining renovations that are scheduled to open this upcoming fall. And again, some of those are really large renovations. EC West in particular is a fairly substantial project. Shake Rag, Sweet Apple, those are major HVAC or HVAC projects. And I believe those are the slides for construction. Thank you, Dr. Lee, and thank you, board.
Thank you. Next slide, please. So one of the dilemmas that we have is our elementary student population. It has been declining slightly. Our middle school population has been growing. And so, you know, the board and the staff are having conversations about what do we do with the fluctuations that are happening in student enrollment, and what does the research tell us about what the best school configurations are for districts such as ours. And so we have been reading and doing research on the K-8 school model. The K-8 school is something that I had implemented in my previous district, so I have some knowledge about their successes. I've been sharing the research with the school board, and we just want to make you aware of the conversation that we're having. It gives us an opportunity rather than simply closing schools because student enrollment is shrinking in different locations, to reimagine and rethink schools. There's a lot of research out there that talks about the benefits of K-8 model schools. They build more continuity and small community collaboration and buy-in. And so I'm not going to read this slide to you, but there are a lot of benefits that have proven over time that K-8 model schools benefit students and districts. And I don't know if any of you have experiences with K-8 schools, but they're really, really cool models of schools. And so we're looking for an opportunity to add K-8 school configured schools to our portfolio schools across Fulton County. Next slide, please. And then, so why are we having the conversation? We thought we would share a little bit of the research with you. There's been some extensive national studies done on K-8s. And if you look at many of our private school counterparts and many of the successful charter schools, they too are configured as in many situations as K-8 schools. But Baltimore City Schools has been doing a conversion to K-8s. So too has Philadelphia, Milwaukee. Texas has gone down that road at this point in time now. And then here locally, we have several of our charter schools that are K-8 configured schools, and they are outperforming their peer schools that are non-K-8 schools. Next slide, please. And so where might we employ K-8 model schools? Obviously, we have to have our parents as willing participants. And so we're trying to grow the knowledge base and interest in a K-8 modeled school and across our communities. In school communities where there's a lot of mobility, the research shows that academic achievement, behavioral issues, academic achievement goes up, behavioral issues go down, and surprisingly, schools become less mobile because families' commitment to a specific school increases. And then there are student populations that benefit more than others based on the research in K-8 model schools. Next slide, please. And so I wanted to talk for the last part of my presentation about COVID-19 and what it's done. We all recognize, I believe, that we have done a good job of providing remote instruction, universal remote instruction, but there is no replacement for a teacher in a classroom with students in it, and that personal hands-on interaction, that's where students learn best. And so we have been analyzing our internal data. We've been comparing it with other school districts around us and in other places to see where we stand and what has happened to learning as a result of COVID. And so here are some lessons that we have learned. We have now had students in a face-to-face environment and in a remote environment. And when we test those two different groups of students, we have found that the students that are at home learning remotely and taking their assessments remotely have a tendency to do better on their tests. We believe that based on where they had been and what their projected scores would look like, that perhaps they're getting some support on the assessments from people in their homes. We're not sure. So that's something that we're trying to wrestle with. We also have learned that our learning loss appears to be higher in reading than in math. In other words, students have not made as much progress in the area of reading as they have in math in our schools. The average losses are generally higher for students who qualify for free and reduced lunch, and that seems to make sense, that perhaps there's fewer supports at home. Our Hispanic students tend to experience a larger learning loss than their non-Hispanic white or Black counterparts. And so our English language learners obviously have suffered more than perhaps most of our other student population. Surprisingly, we were surprised by this, that our students with disabilities had less learning loss than their peers without disabilities. And perhaps that's because we've been able to continue offering substantial services to our students with disabilities. They still have received OT and PT and services throughout the pandemic. And then learning loss appears to be greater for our male students than our female students. And consistent with multiple state evidence reported by curriculum associations, the learning loss was much greater among students taking the assessment at school, which I had already indicated. In other words, if they were taking their tests at home, they had a tendency to do better. Next slide, please. So we know that there has been learning loss, and I really don't like the term learning loss. It's really a loss of learning opportunity as a result of lack of engagement or all the other things that have been associated with the pandemic. But we know our students are further behind than we would like for them to be. And so we are using our federal dollars, CARES 1, CARES 2, and we'll be making a proposal to the school board in the month of May relating to CARES 3 is what we're referring to it with the third round of stimulus money, specifically focused on how do we recover learning loss and accelerate student learning for the students in Fulton County schools. And we have a 6-point strategy. The first point being, it's going to take more time. We're going to use more of our summers. We're going to use before and after school programming. We're going to redesign the things that are happening during the traditional school day, but we know it's going to take more time. In fact, this summer, we're offering the largest, most robust summer school programming that this district has ever offered. We're anticipating up to 30,000 students. That's about a third of our student population. And we have more teachers that have agreed to work this summer than we have in any other year. Obviously, as I had indicated, we know that just doing the same thing in the summer is not sufficient. We're going to have to rethink what we're doing when our students are with us. And so we're focused on small group instruction and high dose interventions and acceleration. We know that in order to measure accurately the students' progress relative to where they are today, and after we give these supports, we're going to have a robust assessment strategy, which will include a nationally normed assessment so that we can compare Fulton County school students to students in other areas. The next most important thing in my opinion is we have to invest in our teachers' training and supporting their work so that they are utilizing the best research-based practices for instruction that maximizes students' outcomes. And then finally, in order to do this work, we are intensifying our work and our focus on parent engagement. There is a direct connection between how engaged our parents are and how well their children do at school. And so we're going to be focusing our efforts on how do we get parents more engaged in their children's learning. All of this is tied to the curriculum that's been approved, embedded by the Fulton County School Board, making sure that the work that we're doing is aligned to the values and to the objectives the school board has established. Next slide, please. So what does this summer look like? I want to say this summer is just one of a 3-phase approach. And so this is going to happen this summer. It'll happen again the next summer, and then a third summer. But this summer, we're planning at the elementary level 2 different sessions. Session 1 beginning June 27th and ending on the 24th. Session 2, July 1st through the 22nd. The times are listed there. And then for our students that need extended school year services, those are students that have disabilities and they need more time. They will be able to come in the afternoon as well as in the regular session to get additional time. And you can see the middle school timelines associated with our summer focus program. And at the high school level, we're offering 2 sessions as well. And once again, additional supports for our students that need extended school year services who are disabled. I want to thank you so much for giving us the opportunity. Next slide, please. I want to thank you so much for giving us the opportunity to share what's happening in Fulton County Schools. And I know the school board members and myself, along with staff members, are prepared to answer any questions that you might have. Thank you so much for giving us the time. And I'd like to take questions if you have any.
All right, thank you so much, Dr. Looney and members of the school board. Colleagues, any questions?
Mr. Chairman, I'll just make a point if I could.
Yes, Mr. Morris.
You know, Dr. Looney, you wouldn't have any reason to know, but I retired a few years ago from my architecture engineering firm that did so much work for Fulton County Schools. We designed schools throughout the Southeast, and there was simply no system that exceeded Fulton County school system for planning and running the construction programs with such little overhead and such cost efficiency. It was a real pleasure to have had that opportunity to work with the school system. Some of the board members were on the board way back then, because I have been retired for some years. But it was just a real pleasure. You all do a terrific job. And I just wanted to make that comment.
Thank you, sir. And we thank the commission and we thank our taxpayers for continuing to support our construction programming through the SPLOST effort. As you know, we're ending this SPLOST program. We're presenting the board with a capital plan that will go through 27. I anticipate that will include a SPLOST referendum. And of course, we will need the community support to continue the good work that we're doing to make sure our facility can reflect the values of the community.
I just also want to thank the board and you, Dr. Looney, for your ongoing collaborative efforts with us and with the Fulton County Commission. We think it's invaluable to have such ongoing communications, and we thank you all for that collaborative effort.
Yes, sir. Thank you. It's an honor.
All right, here's the lineup. It was Morris, Houseman, Ellis, and Arrington, but we're a little out of sync here now. So we've heard from Morris, we've heard from Arrington. Now Commissioner Houseman, followed by Commissioner Ellis.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Dr. Looney, for that comprehensive review of where you are. I want to just thank you for all of the good work the system has done throughout the last year, especially. I mean, prior to that, we know how exceptional Fulton County schools are, but you've really stepped up in the last year, and it's greatly appreciated. I'm real pleased to see the effort going into summer school, because I know there are a lot of students that really need that extra help that normally would not, but that they may find themselves in that situation. And it's another benefit that you're providing to our community, and I appreciate that. Great to see the overview of all the work still ongoing with new schools and maintaining our buildings, making them safe and appealing for our students. Appreciate that. And you're right, the taxpayers of Fulton County have supported that because you're transparent, because you keep the work up, and you do an exceptional job. And I have to say that a lot of that is due to Patrick Burke. And, you know, it's a loss for the system. Patrick, you've darkened your screen, But I just want to personally thank you for all of your good work and all the bullets you've taken over the years with when you talk about school redistricting, especially, and how difficult those transitions are for the community, and your calmness, your matter-of-factness, your reliance on data has really been instrumental in easing that transition for a lot of folks. And so, if nothing else, thank you for that, but you're going to be sorely missed. So again, great to see all of you, your whole team. Just thank you very much.
Commissioner Ellis?
Yes, and I just wanted to, say thanks for the presentation as well, and thank you all for really your leadership. This has been, I can't imagine just how tough of a challenge this has been, and so many different curveballs that have been thrown at you all as we've started this pandemic time over a year ago, and I want to say just really thank you all for seeking to make every opportunity to have face-to-face education occur in a safe way and have that option for our students. This has been such an incredibly difficult time, and having that as an option, and you all being so focused on trying to make it happen when you could in the safest way possible, can't thank you enough for that. And it's going to have an impact. We know certainly the learning disruption that is there, but without all the attempts that were made there, and kudos to all of the teachers for their adaptability. I've seen this firsthand, throughout the course of this year. They've gone above and beyond to try to create as many normal experiences, both from a classroom delivery standpoint, but also enabling extracurricular activities to occur, which was critical for interaction and so forth. So I can't say thank you enough on that. I appreciate what you shared on the learning disruption stuff and what the activities in the summer will be. And hopefully, as we get through the summer period, there'll be an opportunity for you to come back and report to us about kind of where you think the current state of that is and what that looks like in terms of different types of educational opportunities as we enter into the next school year.
Yes, sir. Thank you, and glad to do that.
Okay.
Commissioner Hall?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Dr. Looney, I just want to commend you on the care and kindness that you have put forward yourself and the board to address that the students with socioeconomic challenges are being taken care of, and they have the learning that they need, and then the extra care to ensure that the students are indeed learning. I've heard over this entire year that COVID-19 was going to impact entire generations in a negative way as far as their education was concerned. And you have completely removed that from my thought process. What you presented today shows that you will really address everything that's necessary for our kids. And I just want to thank you for that, and the board.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. It's an honor to serve the students of Fulton County.
Anyone else, commissioners? Anybody else comment or question? If not, Dr. Looney and board members, thank you so much, and look forward to hearing from you again in the near future.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Madam Clerk.
Continuing on page 9, county manager's items under open and responsible government, 21-0265, presentation of COVID-19 operational response update.
Mr. Manager?
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman, and good afternoon, commissioners and chairman. We'll walk through the COVID response that you received yesterday. You will see that it's rather lengthy, and I'll explain why that is. But in general, the trends continue to improve. Testing demand is lower as we anticipated, but all the other indicators, such as daily cases now just above 100, hospitalizations at 225, and that most important number, the percent positivity rate being below 5, are very, very good indicators. Vaccines, of course, continue with great demand through our major 3 sites, even exceeding 10,000 a day. at Mercedes-Benz Stadium. So that's been an enormous operational success. And we'll talk about what's held in the future for that. We do see some of the demand, though, softening. So we are doing things creatively in terms of hours of operation. We even went to no appointments for the first couple of days of this week and did see a surge in demand based on that. We're also introducing a $150 incentive for our employees to be vaccinated by the 1st of July. The DPH dashboard has changed, so we'll discuss that today. I don't think it gives us much insight into the total vaccinations that are being delivered in Fulton County as a result, but we'll continue to report the vaccinations that are occurring at our sites and the citizen adoption rates of vaccines as we see from that state dashboard. What we are able to report today is we've administered close to 383,000 vaccines, with 236,000 of those being one dose. So we're still in very good stead as it relates to other jurisdictions. We remain, though, focused on health equity, and we'll talk about those numbers today as well through our multi-pronged approach. While that data also is lagging, we continue to see a gap between and a disparity between the demographics of the folks who have accepted the vaccine. So we'll talk about, again, our program as it relates to closing that gap. However, most of the time, and where most of these charts are included in this deck, is really a discussion of the global view of all the funding that will be available to us. And I say all the funding because the sources being three primary ones: the county, which you authorized early on in terms of emergency response; the American Rescue Plan, which of course provides the bulk of these resources, as well as other federal programs, such as the Emergency Rental Assistance Program, and now the possibility of FEMA reimbursements. What we've done is brought all of those together where you can see those in one place, and they're not discretely shown. We'll show you not only the total, but what we anticipate the cash flow of those receipts to be, and then a use case that generally will, in one page, give you a view of what we think would be the highest and best use of these funds on a case-by-case basis. And that's what we will step through, again, as rapidly as possible to try to determine, again, a sense from you as to, is this directionally correct? And of course, many of these things you already know about, such as CSP, you've already agreed to and funded. The mobile vaccines, I think, obviously you support the support at Mercedes-Benz Stadium. But there will be some new things on this list that I think will deserve quite a bit of discussion today, such as a behavioral health crisis center, something long pursued by us, but made even more urgent during this period of time. Pandemic proofing our buildings, which I think we started on, but this would take that to the next level and assume no more than about a 50% return of our employees to buildings. The court backlog, which we referenced last time, we'll give you more details on that today. And one of the most important initiatives I think that we'll have, as well as a pandemic pay plan for all of our employees. We believe that these use cases are consistent with the three major pillars of our plan, as you authorized last year and then reaffirmed this year: health response, operational stability, and community support. But as well, we've tried to ensure that it meets the specific call outs in the BOC resolution. So I think you'll find these to be, again, comprehensive, informative, but then also leaving us still with a substantial amount of contingency given the uncertainties that we will still face going forward. So we'll not only cover those cases, but also then cover how we would intend to manage these funds and report out on them, as we did again during 2020 with the CARES funds. We do remain concerned about new surges. In our call yesterday afternoon with the Board of Health and Emergency Management, while all of our numbers look good, I think, and there is definitely a push on vaccines through the summer, we could still see examples like Michigan, which had very restricted policies. Certainly they have access to vaccines, and they are having a significant surge at the moment. So I think our diligence needs to remain very much focused and committed to seeing this through to its end result. So with that, Mr. Chairman, again, we have a lot of material, but it can be stepped through, I think, fairly quickly, and then have questions.
Okay.
So Ms. Roach will start that presentation.
All right, Madam COO, you with us?
I am. Good afternoon at this point, Mr. Chairman. We are going to step through the emergency management section of the report very quickly, and I will have maybe a slide or two to update the board on reopening, and that also will be covered quickly so that, as the manager stated, we could spend more time and in discussion with the board around our business cases for our recovery funds. So, Mr. Kallmeyer, will you please take over and quickly go through the emergency management slides?
Yes, ma'am. We heard the guidance. We're going to be brilliant and we're going to be brief. We'll go ahead and start off as we normally do with just an overview. Doug Schuster will get us kick-started. Doug, please start the process.
Good afternoon, commissioners. Thank you for your time. We always like to give an overview of where we are. Our 7-day average for cases, hospitalizations, percent positives, and deaths have all decreased since the last time we've met, and I will show you those on the chart. Our overall scorecard has no red for the first time since October, and Fulton County continues to hold position as the state's leading county for testing. We are at 1.883 million tests, and by the middle of next month, we should be over 2 million tests. Next slide. I think this is an interesting slide to present. You have mid-January, mid-February, mid-March, mid-April, and you can basically see the health of the nation and the health of Georgia. The darker colors are a more infectious state in the United States. And as you can see, if you were looking at the height of the waves and the troughs of the waves, we are definitely in a trough right now at the bottom of the waves. I want to remind everybody that unabated, COVID will find a way. And by that, I mean, we are lucky to be giving vaccines at a time when we are in an uninfectious part. But as the county manager told you, if you look at the April United States, at the top, you can see that the upper Midwest and upper Northeast are starting to experience new surges or a third wave of COVID-19. Even though they have the vaccines, I will point out that's where the second wave this winter started in late October, is in the same areas of the country. So we need to make as much hay as we can while we're in a phase where we don't have a lot of infections. Unabated without vaccines as the main mitigating factor, we could see surges again, and we want to definitely prevent that. Next slide. So this is the dashboard for Fulton County. As you can see, on the green on the left, that we have really kind of stabilized. There's been a 3-month decrease of testing demand, but we've kind of stabilized at the 3,500 mark and on testing. And we'll continue to provide all sources of testing possible. If you look at the orange slide, second one from the left, you can see the decrease from our high in January, but you can also see the trough starting on the far right-hand part of that slide. We have dropped in cases from 178 to a 115 7-day average, and it has, I would say, stabilized at that position for the last 20 days or so. Hospitalizations, we're at a 225 census for the county. Once again, we've kind of stabilized between 210 and 225 over the last 10 days. So definitely kind of in a trough position there and stabilizing there. Deaths have not dropped as quickly as the other matrix that we're tracking, but they have dropped to 3.3 for a 7-day average. And you can see the black chart on the far right that the slow decline on the deaths with COVID as a comorbidity. Next slide. So this is the scorecard. And as you can see, there is yellow and green for our scores to the right. Obviously, we'd like to get everything in the green. I will notice that the cases are slightly up over the last 7 days. Our percent positivity, while in the green, is up from 4.3 to 4.7. And so these are things that we need to monitor. Also, our hospitalizations are up just a bit too. So 3 metrics that are pretty important to us are trending slightly upwards, but really on a pretty flat level, but we will continue to watch those. Next slide.
Thank you, Doug. Just want to go ahead and draw attention to the fact that we will be reaching a milestone today, sometime around now. We just have to go ahead and check with our numbers of our planning section, but 300,000 vaccines will be administered to all the people in Fulton County through our process and the procedures that we have between ourselves and the Board of Health. And we just think that's something great to go ahead and be able to share. And that's one of the milestones that we were shooting for, is 1/3 of the total people in Fulton County we would actually go ahead and vaccinate to this. So kudos to the team, and a lot of hard work still to go ahead. Everyone the age of 16 is now available to go ahead and be vaccinated. We know some people that we work with have taken advantage of that opportunity, have come to the Mercedes-Benz Community Vaccination Center to do that with their family and friends, and have actually posted some of those photos on social media. So we thank you guys for being able to take advantage of that and continue to go ahead and recommend that push to help us fight this virus. The other big thing is the VRAS system. Last time we reported to you all, we were actually in the transition process. All of our fixed sites are actually, and mobile sites are utilizing that. We are keeping a very small percentage of appointments outside the VRAS system, so we can go ahead and leverage that for our equity program. And that is something that we're continuing to use with our homegrown system that we've done from the get-go back in January. And there's still plenty of appointments, folks. You did hear the county manager talk about the fact that we tried something new and different. Our Director of Communications and External Affairs came up with an idea to do a flash vac event. And we shared that with the Board of Health, and we did that at Mercedes-Benz Stadium all day yesterday. The incredible thing about that is we ended up vaccinating 1,180 individuals through that process, which is about 22% of the people that we vaccinated yesterday. We decided to do that because we just didn't see a lot of individuals taking advantage of the appointment schedule. After having an opportunity, myself and the FEMA individual from headquarters, we walked the line, we spoke to the folks, and one of the things that we quickly realized is there's a lot of spontaneous consumers for the vaccine process, and there's also a lot of people are just very intimidated and overwhelmed with the registration process online. And they were not willing to go ahead and take advantage of the call-in process through our call center. So this is something we'll continue to implement at our site starting again next week. And we will go ahead and try to see how we can do this at our other fixed locations throughout our jurisdiction. Would love to go ahead and just showcase the fact that since March 24th, we have vaccinated over 120,000 people with this community vaccination center program that we are doing in partnership with the Federal Emergency Management Agency. One thing I just want to make sure that everyone in the BOC is aware of is while the FEMA is supporting us with DoD, Department of Defense assets, as well as the financial backing, this is a process that we are running ourselves. It is not like what you see in some other parts of the country. There are 10 Type 1 FEMA vaccination locations across this country. That means 6,000 or more vaccines will be administered in a day. I think this is another proud thing for the residents of Fulton County, as well as our Board of Commissioners, to know, is that we are affectionately termed a machine at the federal level. We have successfully operated this location. There's numerous next door posts, Twitter feeds that you can go ahead and read. It talks about the efficiency, how the process went at the site. And this is something we're very proud to say, that we actually hold the most amount of vaccines administered in one day. The next closest jurisdiction to us was at 7,800. We accomplished this on April the 16th. We vaccinated 10,780 individuals in one day through that location. And it's just a proud thing to be able to know that we're actually helping the fellow citizens in Metro Atlanta to go ahead and receive this critical resource. So once again, a lot of work going to that end and a lot more to come. Next slide, please. Passing it back to Doug.
Thank you, Matt. So as Matt reported, Board of Health vaccines, we crossed the 300,000 boundary this morning at approximately 10:30. Updated numbers, we've done 171,000 at Mercedes-Benz, 61,000 at North Point. And between the 3 locations that we've been at the south, we have crossed the 50,000 mark at the southern 6 sites. And while the numbers you can see don't compare, we've had a pretty robust mobile solution too. Between CORE and the Board of Health mobile units, we've done over 10,000, and our Tuxedo Pharmacy partnership has produced well over 5,000 at this point. Next slide. Won't spend a lot of time here, but you can see vaccine availability became kind of more robust, especially through the federal program where we got vaccines from the federal government at Mercedes-Benz. We did cross in the county for the county auspices 14,000 one day last week. Matt talked about our record of 10,700. We will cross the 10,000 boundary again today for the second time. So pretty exciting stuff. Next slide. As was mentioned, I just wanted to bring, the state does have a vaccination dashboard that is owned by DPH. It was closed down for 12 days as they transitioned to a new format. The old dashboard basically showed what vaccines had been administered in the county, and it included all sources, commercial, hospitals, Board of Health locations. The new vaccine dashboard shows vaccines that have been received by citizens with zip codes within the county. And so the number was reduced some, and it was quite shocking to some of us to see the difference, but it's just totally different information that they're catching. I also want to make people aware that there are many people that didn't put demographic or location info when they registered for the vaccine. So all the unknowns are now being captured in the state numbers. So so that's just important to realize that the state numbers are much higher because all the unknowns are captured there. And it's very possible that what you're looking at is underreported. Next slide. Health equity response will, we've run a lot of this by the group before, but it's been a month, so we kind of want to remind you. We're continuing to work with the state and access demographic information through GRITS, which is the state database for vaccines, and VRAS, which is the state registration system, and our own JOT form system. Between the three, we feel like we continue to improve our understanding of the demographics of how shots are being given. So we've also increasing our county's mobile units from 4 to 11 by the end of April. Actually, this week we will be hitting 5 for the first time, and we are targeting a communication plan to emphasize hesitancy and misinformation. Next slide. So this is a snapshot in time on vaccine distribution by race. As you can see, the blue bar represents the county demographic of population. So if you look at the first to the left, the white, 44% of the population in Fulton County is white. 50% of all vaccines given within Fulton County have been to white individuals. And the gray bar represents what we've done at the Mercedes-Benz Community Vaccination Center. And then if you go on to the black, 41% of the population is black. Overall, 18% of black population has received the vaccine, but 30% of what's gone through Mercedes-Benz. And you can see on down, Asian population 7, obviously a very high rate, 18% total, and 11% at Mercedes-Benz. And then the Latino population, which was below 1%, but due to a lot of our mobile efforts, has really increased that to that population. And then you can see the unknowns, which is 7 to 6%. And so that's our demographic slide. Next slide. Once again, to talk about some of the efforts that we're doing, I want to spend a little bit of time to, we spent early on going to senior centers for vaccines. We've done about 4,000 unique individual at senior centers, and most of them by this point have gotten their second shot. And so they're fully vaccinated, which was nice to be able to go. We are still communicating with people within those neighborhoods and scheduling appointments at one of our fixed sites if we missed them during the 3 times that we went to the senior centers. We're continuing to work with faith leadership partners, and we have vaccinated to this point over 5,000. Large congressions, low access, at-risk communities. We have a team and a standard that we work on that we're looking to, as we get suggestions from many people within the county, to continue that process and expand what we're doing with the faith-based leaders. Our Latinx outreach, which I talked about, is been very successful with the Mexican consulate and getting into some of the Latin communities, and we've vaccinated 1,200 there to date. And then our long-term care facilities at 5,100, and really we're continuing to do that, even though most of them they're starting to get people that were hesitant at first that want the vaccine now, and so we're going to continue that partnership. And then street teams, working with the community surrounding Mercedes-Benz Stadium to develop capacity to deploy street teams with iPads to locations like the tax centers and downtown for jury selection and community events, that we will have people helping them register, as also with walk-up now capability at Mercedes-Benz. So we're doing quite a bit, also leveraging the libraries and their staff to help register people. Also, anybody that picks up something from the library will get a piece of paper with contact information to help them register, and also other online courses that the county provides. So pretty detailed strategy. Next slide. Just wanted to show what we're doing with mobile vaccines for the week. As you can see, I'm not going to read in the interest of time of all these, but pretty diverse locations and really geographically throughout the county. And our goal is, like I said, to expand 7 more mobile units, really of different sizes, to really pinpoint what we want to do as far as targeting the delivery of the vaccine into what we would call vaccine deserts. Next slide. Matt, going back to you.
So 2 big campaigns that our external affairs team has been working on. One is the Vax Up Fulton, and the other one is called Alive and in Color. We'll be able to go ahead and answer some questions after this presentation, but you have received an email from the external affairs director that details this digital as well as radio campaign. A lot of it has gone out and we're seeing it distributed through all of our partners, as well as some other folks are asking for additional resources from the Vax Up campaign to be able to go ahead and leverage that in the community. Next slide, please. And Alive and in Living Color, is another big thing that Jessica and the Black Cross team and the External Affairs team and Board of Health has been working on to go ahead and reach out to the African American and Latin community to go ahead and get vaccinated. So kudos to them for a lot of great marketing work and a lot more to come from that process. And the one thing I do want to go ahead and say before I turn it back over to the Chief Operating Officer is I just want to personally thank Mercedes-Benz Stadium for everything they've done thus far, but specifically just for what has happened for the schools. Doug Schuster and our team has taken that on as a mission to go ahead and ensure that all the APS and all the Fulton County school teacher and staff members got vaccinated, made it a special project, worked diligently to ensure that happened, and Mercedes-Benz and Arthur Blank stepped up to go ahead and help us achieve that mission. And we just can't thank them enough, as well working with our Board of Health partners to achieve that. So just want to go ahead and acknowledge for the hard work and the other individuals that helped make sure that their school teachers were successfully vaccinated over the last couple of weeks. Ms. Roach, back to you, ma'am.
Thank you, Matt. Mr. Chairman, we're ready to take questions. And as a reminder, we also have Dr. Paxton here, so questions can be directed to her as well.
All right, colleagues, any questions on this segment? Yes. Commissioner Abdul Rahman.
And Vice Chair Hall.
And followed by Commissioner Vice Chair Hall.
Thank you, Chair. The decision to open it up for appointments, open it up for no appointments necessary, and the evening, the late evening. How did you all come up with that? What was the determining factor to that? made you all?
So we were doing I'm sorry, ma'am. When we initially sat down and started to look at what would be a reason why someone would say, I wish I got vaccinated, but one of the things we wanted to do is have non-traditional ways for them to be able to get vaccinated, and that came in the form of hours. So the Mercedes-Benz Stadium served by 2 MARTA rail lines as well as bus, lots of opportunities to go ahead and do ride share, walk up and such. You don't need a card to go ahead and get vaccinated at our location. And what we thought is, how do we go ahead and take care of those individuals that are working? And how do we get individuals that have children, and how do we make it a little more easy for our folks to be able to come to the site and get vaccinated? So we created a schedule that had 15 days that we would go into the evening hours, 9:30 or 10 o'clock at night. And we also have Sunday and Saturday opportunities throughout the whole calendar as well, trying to capture as many folks as possible. So it was just, once again, trying to remove barriers, ma'am. That's how the decision was made.
Well, I want to just give you a kudos, because my office and even my home, I received so many calls of thank you for that. A lot of people who could not, for whatever reason, whether it's life, whether it was job or whatever, called me and said thank you. Of course, I did not take the credit for it, but I think it was a great idea. I saw the effects of it, and people reaching out to me wanted to know if we were going to be doing it the entire week. And so whenever, and if you all are going to do it again, I just ask that if you can do the extended evening time again, and if you can do the no appointments, if you could kind of let me know, or if there's some kind of way I can find out maybe 24 hours before, because I would like to just make sure that those communities that I know that are struggling and are more so of a spontaneous, I will actually do everything in my power to help drive those numbers up, because I know I received so many calls, emails, and even, like I said, they even reached out to my home to say thank you. And so I just wanted to say and tell you all openly, great job. I got great response from it. I'm quite sure the numbers showed it was a good idea as well. And I would be more than accommodating and happy in the future to help with the getting that information out. If you all are going to do it at Mercedes-Benz or wherever you all may do it, I just would like to, as an elected official in my role, to use the bully pit of my voice to let people know, hey, no appointments, no appointments. But that was a great idea. I just wanted to tell you, thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Great team helping to make that possible. I appreciate that.
Commissioner Hall, Vice Chair Hall.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Matt and your team, and Dr. Paxton and your team, thank you for your efforts on getting these vaccinations done. And I'm a big fan of mobile units. I pushed for that when I first came into office. So I'm very pleased to hear about the mobile units being increased. And I do want to ask, because Matt, you said something in your presentation that has been on my mind because of the headlines, and then many elected friends and family across the United States calling and having conversation with me about the increase in numbers of new cases and repeat cases, and even cases of people who have been vaccinated and then catching COVID after being vaccinated. And we hear that Michigan is #1 in new cases and deaths on the increase, and Florida, New Jersey. So do we have any idea what Fulton County is doing differently from these other states and other places that are seeing these increases? Is there any information on that?
So, Dr. Paxton, would you like to
jump in on this one? Yeah. I wish I could say that we know right offhand what the differences are. I mean, I think that I suspect that actually it'll only be in retrospect that we'll be able to look back and sort of pinpoint what might have been, contributing differences. But I mean, there are some pretty common things that run through all this. As Matt has pointed out, or I'm sorry, maybe it was Doug, some of the things that are going on in Michigan You know, as for example, Michigan was the leading edge before. And so we look upon that as a warning, a wake up call that, you know, what happened there could very well happen here, because we have not yet gotten a high enough proportion of our population in Georgia vaccinated. So we still have a very large susceptible pool. One of the issues that we also are having is that we're having fewer younger people who are coming in. Our variants are going up. Estimate, you know, maybe like, you know, overall, maybe 20% or greater of our current COVID infections are with these variants, which are more infectious and are putting more younger people in the hospital. So we can't rest on our laurels just yet. And we can't say that we're doing something so much better than any other place in the United States. I think that will only be borne out with time. And that's the reason why we feel at the Board of Health and FCEMA and everyone that this is the time for us to really be pushing on every single thing we can, the vaccinations and the prevention methods, because we know they're not being followed. All I have to do is walk outside my office and I can see, you know, crowds of people getting together and all that. So we know that we got a ways to go with the prevention thing. We got to keep the measures up. But I wish I could say we have one or two things that we know why we're doing so much better than another place, but we really don't.
Okay, and so I just wanted to refer back to something you said. So you're recommending that people continue to use the necessary precautions of wearing their masks, social distancing, and washing and sanitizing their hands. Even though many have been vaccinated, they should continue those practices as well. Is that correct?
Absolutely, absolutely. There, as I've mentioned before, and as CDC has said, you do get some certain privileges if you're fully vaccinated, you know, in terms of hanging around with other people who are fully vaccinated. But, you know, there's still a lot of COVID running around, and there's still a lot of things we need to learn about it. So all of us are still really need to continue these prevention methods. And so, you know, I'm always out when I'm out in public. I've got a mask on, you know. So I think that it's important that all of us need to not let up our guard right now. Maybe I might be giving totally different advice at the end of the summer if we've reached all of our goals and all that. But right now we need to keep our pedal to the metal, as it says.
And so also, can you address the fact that there are people who have been fully vaccinated who are contracting COVID after being fully vaccinated, even weeks later? I've even known some people who have family members and friends who were vaccinated and got COVID, and then some that have even died that were vaccinated and got COVID later. So can you address that situation?
Well, yes, absolutely, I can. Well, what I can say is I was looking at some of this data the other day, and actually there have been very few people who have gotten COVID and died from it. So I'd have to, you know, sort of investigate more about that particular assertion. But, you know, all you have to know, I mean, is that these vaccines are, you know, let's talk about the Moderna and the Pfizer. They're 95% effective at preventing infection. So that already tells you that 5% of people might still be at risk for whatever reason, that it just did not work for them. However, what is still important is that we know that these vaccines are nearly 100% effective in preventing severe disease, you know, including death and hospitalization. So, you know, those figures tell you that, yes, you can expect there's going to be a certain number of people who are going to get COVID infection, even after being fully vaccinated. We can't tell beforehand who that's going to be, but it's going to happen. But almost invariably, those people who do manage to have a breakthrough infection, because that's what we call it, a breakthrough infection, tend to have a mild infection, you know. And so it's not a failure. This is just a feature of the fact that this vaccine is not 100% effective. But it's pretty darn close. I'll take 95% effective any day of the week.
And can you give us an update on what's going on with the Johnson & Johnson vaccination? Because the last headline I saw was that they pulled it or they stopped it because of blood clots.
Sure. Yeah, no, I expected this to come up. The Johnson & Johnson vaccine has some similarities with some other vaccines that we're not using in the States yet. The AstraZeneca vaccine, in which it uses a particular vector. It's a different construction of a vaccine than the Pfizer and Moderna, which are based on mRNA technology. These other vaccines use a different technology and a different vector. And what has been cropping up is that in other countries which have been using the AstraZeneca, and here in the United States, there have been exceedingly rare instances of people having severe blood clotting disorder. And I just want to say that what this has actually shown us is that the surveillance system is working because it is picking up these exceedingly rare things. I'm a kind of a stickler for the not misusing the word literally. And it's like I get irritated when somebody say, "Oh, my head literally exploded because I was so mad." And I said, "Well, it did not literally explode because you're talking to me about it now and you're not dead." But so I'm not misusing this when I say that these are literally 1 in a million cases. In the United States, there have been 6 instances of people actually dying from this and that's out of 7 million doses of the J&J vaccine happening. So, but because this is such a serious side effect, and it was occurring in people who were relatively young and healthy and had no known predisposition to it, I think the decision was correctly made to halt the use of this while it's being investigated. I can tell you that what the thinking is about this is that these clotting disorders, and I promise not to get too wonky about this, but I'm still going to say this, is that these are part of they're due to what we call a thrombotic thrombocytopenia. Now you can forget that, but what it basically is showing that in these people who had this clotting disorder, these very few people, when they actually investigated, they found that they had antibodies to a thing called platelet factor 4. This is something that we in the medical condition and the profession are used to, because actually that's something we see much more commonly in a similar type of clotting problem that is brought on in some people by the use of heparin, which is a drug it's a blood thinner, which you might have heard about. We use it all the time, and in a certain minority of people, much greater than the group that have had this with the vaccine, it occurs, and that's due to antibodies being formed against this platelet factor. So in this small group of people who died after getting this vaccine, they actually investigated and found that they had this platelet factor, or this antibody. Now, what is not known is whether or not this existence of this anti-platelet factor was before they got the vaccine, or did the vaccine induce it, or are they totally unrelated? Okay, so that is what one of the major focuses right now on what's going on. Okay, so it is plausible that the vaccine might have induced this anti-platelet factor. So it is plausible that that might be the root cause, but they need to investigate that and to find out. And the thing to keep in mind for all those people in Georgia, I think roughly 125,000 people in Georgia have gotten the J&J vaccine throughout the state. And the important thing is to reassure people that, again, this is a 1 in a million occurrence. So, and it's only, so what we tell people is that, you don't really need to worry. If you got the Johnson & Johnson vaccine 2 months ago, you're fine. It's like we're telling people like, okay, within the first 2 weeks or so after getting Johnson & Johnson, if you start to develop any symptoms that you think might be related to this, like, bleeding or sudden, anything that seems wrong, you should get in contact with your doctor and, let them work on, and decide what to do about that, because there is treatment for this. As I mentioned before, we have treated this. I myself, back when I was doing, patient care, I had at least 3 or 4 people that I had to treat who had heparin induced this problem. And so we know how to treat this with immune globulin, with some non-heparin blood thinners. We know how to treat it. So it's important that people keep an eye out. But I just want to reiterate, this is rare, extremely rare. 1 in a million doses this has happened. We know how to treat it. And they shouldn't worry, particularly if they're more than 2 weeks after getting the Johnson & Johnson vaccine. These cases generally happened within the first 2 weeks. So I would say basically relax. You're probably much more likely to get hit by a bus than I know you're more likely to get hit by a bus than you are to actually have this reaction after having Johnson & Johnson.
Thank you so much, Dr. Paxton, and thank you, Matt.
Any other questions regarding this segment? If not,
Mr. Chair,
yes,
I got one question.
Sure, Commissioner Ellis.
Yeah, just for the team. Just curious, is our interest or rate of interest in vaccinations, do you have any indicators that it seems to be slowing or tapering off?
Yes.
Yes.
The short answer is yes, sir. There is, I think we've reached the population that wanted it, and would do everything they can to take available an open space. But we're going to have to go to the next phase of our operation, which is one, going out in the mobile units to those portions of the population that just can't get to the sites. And 2 is, like Dr. Paxton always says, how do we motivate individuals to go ahead and realize this is the right thing to do? So we're quickly approaching that next phase of our operation.
In light of that too, I know we've done it at Mercedes, but are we considering at the 2 other sites going to evening hours and or some days or times where we have no appointments, but just come and get served?
No, it's definitely on our planning board to go ahead and see how to do that. We have a little bit more flexibility and bandwidth here at Mercedes-Benz Stadium. Sure. If you go to our other locations, you have 1 pod that's working. In Mercedes-Benz location, we have 5 to 6 pods that are working. So we have more flexibility to handle the unknowns of people that are showing up, is making sure that we also have staff to register them on site and such. But we are working to see how can we take these other 2 sites and start weaving that into our operations there, sir.
Okay. So you think we're pretty soon we'd be looking at weaving that into those other 2 sites?
And our planning teams, I'm sorry.
This is Doug. I was going to say, we still have 2 to 3 weeks of almost full capacity at those other 2 sites due to second shots. So, but it wouldn't be long after that we'll work it in, sir. So we're going to be full for the next couple of weeks there based on second shot activity.
And just one last request, and maybe just for the next time we do the update or whatnot, could we get some data potentially from Grady about what type of success that they've had in terms of getting their own sort of employee population vaccinated? And, it'd be interesting just to sort of have a barometer for that. I mean, I've seen one other health systems data, but we've not really heard a report from them in some time. And just, they don't have to come on and appear, but just if we could get some sort of sense of data from them about their own sort of vaccination success. Okay?
Yes,
That's
sir.
all I got. All right.
Anyone else? All right, thank you, Madam COO.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Next slide, please. Next. Commissioners, this was mentioned in the EMA report, but we have gotten to a stage now where we are green on all 3 of our reopening indicators. All good news. But I believe it was Vice Chair Hall in her remarks that cautioned us to make sure that we remain vigilant, irrespective of the fact that we are seeing this progress. And so we're taking this information in, continuing to monitor it, but we do believe that we are at a point now where we can plan for more in-person services. And so we will be presenting a very detailed plan about that activity at our next board meeting. Next slide. Our employee positives over the last 3 weeks, it's been since we last reported to the board, is at 12. And again, it does reflect a slowing in the positivity rate among our employee population, which is also positive and good news that we have looked forward to. Next slide. That brings our total employee positive population to 349 since we began testing. Next slide. So commissioners, as I mentioned before, we are in the process of planning for transitioning from a phase 1 reopening, which, as you know, primarily consisted of essential operations only. And much of our services were either provided on a virtual basis or they were closed altogether, as in the example with senior services. We took some initial steps with libraries as well as behavioral health, which we have shared information about those 2 in particular with you at our previous board meeting. But beginning May 1, as you can see from this slide, we are planning a more wide-scale reopening of in-person reporting to work as well as services. And I look forward to presenting a more detailed plan about exactly what that will entail and the phases of that at our next board meeting. One thing I will tell you is that following the advice of the Board of Health and our district health director, Dr. Paxton, we will reopen with all of the precautions that the CDC continues to recommend that we take and keep in mind as we move along with our reopening, consistent with the improvement that we have seen in our positivity rate. So yes, we are taking steps to reopening, which, by the way, to you all's pleasure, does include a return to in-person meetings for the Board of Commissioners on May 3rd. But we are taking those reopening steps with an abundance of caution. But we do want to, as soon as we can, reopen our services, facilities to the constituents of Fulton County. So again, I look forward to providing more information about that at our next meeting, which will be next week. Next slide. Just a quick update on emergency rental assistance, because it is an area of interest for the board as well as our constituents. We are continuing to run this program. Our call center is open at a lower capacity because the number of calls coming in have decreased since we suspended our applications. We've had a total of 10,400 plus calls taken. Some of them we have assisted individuals with filling out applications, and you can see as approximately 3,000 applications were filled out using that call system. And the other calls were primarily to either support case management of those cases that we have or applications that we have in, or simply to answer questions. We've had a total of 17,732 applications. That includes both ones initiated by landlords as well as tenants. And there's a breakdown there of where they are in the process. Even though the applications have been submitted, I'll draw your attention to the 7,677 applications that have been submitted. Dr. Rochelle and her team are in the process of case managing many, if not all of those applications, because although they've been submitted, in our due diligence and reviewing those applications, of course, they may be incomplete or incorrect information has been submitted, et cetera. So there is a huge amount of deliberation around those submitted employee applications. which has resulted in the low approval number that you see there. Again, the deliberations around those applications are extensive. We are in the process of talking with a provider to expand our capacity to deliberate those applications. And so we'll have more information on that probably at our next board meeting. We've paid out approximately $328,000. 304 of that has been for rent services, and approximately 23,000 has been in utility services. Next slide. The final thing I'd like to leave you with, commissioners, in the section of reopening is information about our $150 incentive program that was developed by Mr. Herman and the HR department, as well in collaboration with the executive team. And the primary goal of the incentive to employees is to encourage employees who are hesitant or who have not yet gotten over that fear threshold of taking the vaccine to go ahead and take the vaccine. We're very excited about this push. We believe that it will result in employees taking advantage of vaccinations, which will become important as we look to reopen services that have been closed over the last several months and returning to serving the public in person. So we're very excited about this initiative, and we hope that it results in the vaccination of a very large percentage of our employee population as we look to reopen. Next slides. Next slide. Mr. Chairman, I believe that was the last slide in reopening. It was, and I'll take any questions about that. If not, we'll move on to the CFO and her section on the recovery funds.
Okay, here's my suggestion, Madam CEO and colleagues. It's right at 1 o'clock now, and the following sections are going to require a lot of our time. I'm sure there'll be a lot of discussion. So what I'd like to do, if there are no objections, to take questions on this section and then break for lunch and then come back lunch and executive session and resume probably in the 2:30 time frame. There are no objections to that. We'll proceed accordingly. Commissioner Vice Chair Hall, I believe I see your hand.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just have one question about the voluntary incentive program for COVID-19 vaccinations. What do we tell the employees who have already received their vaccination who say, if I knew that I was going to get $150 for waiting to get my vaccination, I would have? How do we?
That's a great question, Vice Chair. And I'm happy to share with you that all employees who receive the vaccination are eligible for the incentive, even if they're fully vaccinated already. So they're all eligible to turn in that application that HR has created for this incentive, even if they've already received both vaccines.
Excellent. Thank you, Anna. Appreciate that.
Yes, ma'am.
Other questions? Any other questions at this time? If not, then I will entertain a motion for lunch, recess for lunch, executive session. We have a couple of items of personnel, real estate, and possibly litigation. Is there a motion?
So moved, Mr. Chairman.
I'll second. Let's vote quickly, please. Commissioner Hausman, Ellis, Morris.
Yes.
Vice Chair Hall.
Yes.
Commissioner Arrington.
Yes, I just want to be sure about the times and all that stuff, but yes. Abdul Rahman.
Yes.
And I vote yes.
Motion passes 5 votes.
Okay, motion passes. So it is, why don't we start executive session at 1:15, 1:20? Take enough time, you think? All right, so we'll begin at, is that enough time? 1:20?
Yeah.
Okay, 1:20. Thank you.
Somebody does need to send us information.
That was not sent.
Clerk.
Where'd the clerk go?
I don't believe I don't know. I don't have it. We got it.
Send it to everyone. All right, it's going to be resent, commissioners. For those of you who did not have it or did not receive it, we're in the process. We all,
Okay.
Come back without objection, we will resume the regular order of business. Call the roll quickly, Madam Clerk.
Chairman Pitts.
Present.
Commissioner Housen.
Present.
Commissioner Ellis.
Present.
Commissioner Morris. Vice Chair Hall.
Present.
Commissioner Arrington.
Present.
Commissioner Abdul Rahman.
Present.
Mr. Chairman, you have a quorum.
Okay, thank you. So turn your attention, please, to page.
Wait, let me do
You
executive
wanna-
session now.
you ready for it? Well, let's take the items from executive session before we, all right, Madam County Attorney.
Is there a motion to approve the request for recommendation that were set forth in items 1 and 2 on the executive session agenda?
So moved.
Second.
All right, properly moved and seconded. Cast your votes, please. Houseman,
Yes.
Ellis,
Yes.
Morris, Hall,
Yes.
Arrington, Abdul.
Yes.
I vote yes.
And motion passes 6 yeas, 0 nays.
Is there a motion to approve the settlement authority as requested in item 3 on the executive session agenda?
Moved.
Second.
Properly moved and seconded. Cast your votes. Houseman,
Yes.
Ellis,
Yes.
Morris,
Yes.
Hall,
Yes.
Arrington, Abdul Rahman.
Yes.
I vote yes.
And motion passes unanimously.
That's it. Okay, turn your attention, please. What page?
It'll be page 27.
On page 27 in the handout, the manager's COVID update. We have a lot to cover here. So, Mr. Manager.
Yes, sir. What we're going to do, commissioners, is Sharon Whitmore is going to overview how we've been using the 45.7 in emergency funding that you authorized in the budget. But more importantly, is we have about 15, I'll call them use cases, whereby you'll be able to see proposals that we're making relating to the use of the funds, and you'll see the totality of the funds. And I think this will be a good global view of proposed uses as well as contingencies that would be recommended to be maintained. So while there are a lot of pages, I think Sharon can step through them quickly, and then we can certainly answer questions as we go after each page, I would suggest. So Sharon, if we'll turn it to you to walk through this.
Thank you, Mr. Anderson. We could go to the next slide, please. Commissioners, this is the standard update on the use of our emergency response reserve and our emergency rental assistance. So as you know, we had $45.7 million that we set aside in the general fund to address our needs as we awaited federal resources to be made available. Of that $45.7 million through April the 9th, we had committed 35.5 of that, 15.2 towards the health response, 20.3 towards operational stability needs. We have paid out a total of $5.7 million of that, most of that in the operational stability area. And most of those expenses are related to the procurement items that we had in place at the end of 2020 that we carried forward around our PPE needs for the response. Next slide, please. With regard to our emergency rental assistance, Ms. Roach covered the majority of this in her update earlier. Again, reminding the board that we received $18 million thus far in the emergency rental assistance program. We've expended a total of $600,000. A portion of that is related to the payments made for rental and utility assistance, and then the other portion is administrative costs, primarily the acquisition of the software solution that we're using to administer the program. So that leaves us roughly $17.4 million remaining to spend, the majority of that in the rental assistance bucket, with 14.9 in rental assistance to go. Next slide, please. As the manager stated, we do have some information for you to update you on our COVID-19 response and recovery plan and the potential and proposed uses for the resources that we have available. Next slide. If you'll recall, at the last meeting of the board, we laid out for you all of the known and available resources at that point in time. And so we've sort of changed the presentation a little bit and kind of wanted to walk you back through what the sources of funding are and how we have sort of stepped through as we've become aware of the availability of resources. So in January, we knew that we had the $46 million that we brought forward in our general fund as our emergency reserve fund. And we also knew at that point in time that we were being awarded the $18 million for the rental assistance program. So in January, we had about $64 million in resources at our disposal. Those are the resources that we are still using to fund all of our response activities. In March, with the passage of the American Rescue Plan Act, we increased the amount of known resources to $285 million by adding in the $207 million that we expect to receive as a direct government assistance payment under the American Rescue Act. And a reminder that those funds will be paid over to the county in 2 tranches, one in 2021 and one in 2022. We also learned that as part of that legislative package, there was an additional allotment for the rental assistance program, and that the county's portion of that would be approximately 14 million, bringing the total of our rental assistance program funding to 32 million. And then, of course, the 46 million that we carried forward from our general fund. And so today, we want to share with you some additional information and a different view of our available resources, increasing the total now to $340 million. And that is primarily through identifying the opportunity to seek reimbursement for our costs associated with our vaccination and testing program. And so you'll see on the far right of the screen at the very top, in the top box, we have 55 million now that we are allocating for a FEMA reimbursement program, as well as the other funds that I previously identified. So when you take the FEMA reimbursement piece and you add it to the other resources, that brings our total to 340 million. What's not depicted on this slide are a number of other smaller grants that we are aware of that we have already received. Those being some small airport grants. We have a $900,000 workforce grant that was received. And yesterday we learned that we will be receiving $2.4 million for the home program, specifically out of the funding that was set aside in the American Rescue Act plan. So those amounts are in addition to this, and we will, in future reports, we will create a reporting mechanism so we can show you those funds and how we are spending those funds, or our spending progress on those funds as well. Next slide, please. Commissioners, this slide is a view of how we have taken this $340 million worth of resources and spread them across our 3 pillars of response: health response, operational stability, and community needs. In addition to that, we have added in down at the bottom of the slide, you'll see in the gray box, contingency. And how we generated or created that contingency is by looking in to each of the funding sources and pulling those costs out that were associated directly with the vaccination and testing response and moving those over to the FEMA bucket, and then leaving what we had planned to otherwise spend in support of those activities in contingency should FEMA not reimburse 100% of our costs. We would still have the resources in place to be able to ensure we could cover those costs from a cash flow perspective. So in this regard, we're now looking at a $72 million investment in our health response spread across 4 primary uses. 39 million for vaccination and testing, 11 million specifically for the operations of the Mercedes-Benz Stadium mega site, $2 million for communications, specifically around the vaccination program that we're operating to address vaccination hesitancy and to ensure that we are able to inform our county residents where and how and when they are able to receive vaccines. And then lastly, $20 million in the health infrastructure area in order to continue to expand our underlying health infrastructure, public health and emergency management infrastructure. In operational stability, we have $130 million planned in that regard, 21 million out of the emergency response fund in the general fund, 107 million from the American Rescue Plan, and 3 million from FEMA. That 130 million is then spread across 6 primary potential use sources. The first of which is pandemic proofing county facilities for a $35 million investment. Premium pay for county employees, $15 million, $5 million to continue to provide the necessary PPE for county employees and the public coming into county facilities to receive services. $60 million for a major court backlog project. $10 million to continue our investment in information technology to address our virtual programming and virtual workspace needs for employees. And then lastly, 5 million of that is the funding that we needed to carry forward to cover those purchase orders that rolled from 2020 to 2021. In the community needs pillar, we've identified a total investment of $70 million. 38 million of that coming out of the American Rescue Plan, 32 million coming from the rental assistance program. That 70 million would be spread across 6 primary uses. The first is rental assistance, 32 million. The second is safety net expenses. And this is, in particular, this is the funding for the CSP program that the board took an action on at the last board meeting. $10 million for a mortgage assistance program, $5 million for a long-term revolving loan program, $5 million to address food insecurity, and $10 million for job training. And then lastly, on this slide is the contingency of 68 million. And you'll see that that is being derived out of the 24 million of that coming from the amount that we had originally set aside in the general fund to support our health response, a good portion of our health response activities, and then 45 million out of the American Rescue Plan. Next slide, please. This next slide is another view of that same information that I just shared. So I won't revisit each one of these line items, but this was to just provide a little a little more information for the board in regards to what the potential uses are that we're recommending. Next slide, please. Commissioners, this slide is our first pass at what the potential cash flow will look like surrounding all of these funds that we're talking about. At the top of the slide, we've laid out the planned spend down of the resources, and we've identified the funding source. So the first line is the general fund emergency reserve fund. We would expect currently to spend $22.5 million of that in 2021. The American Rescue Act plan, we've taken the funding and spread it out over the time frame that we have to spend the funds based on the anticipated need. The majority of this spread relates to the multi-year court backlog project and the pandemic proofing of county facilities projects. The Consolidated Appropriations Act, that $18 million is the first tranche of the emergency rental assistance funds that were provided. And then the FEMA bucket, we're showing the majority of that being spent and reimbursed in 2021, with a telling piece of it perhaps holding over to 2022, depending on the time frame that FEMA is able to reimburse. And then down at the bottom of the screen are the sources of the funds and when those sources are expected to be received by the county. The first line is, of course, the emergency reserve account, which we already have in hand. The second is the combination of the $206 million from the American Rescue Act, along with the second allocation of the emergency rental assistance funds. And then the Consolidated Appropriations Act, that $18 million is the emergency rental assistance, ERAP 1, that we've already received. And then the FEMA reimbursement. This assumes that we are making application for reimbursement as we continue through the course of this year in spending our resources and seeking reimbursement from the federal government. And you can't really see it very well on the screen, but at the bottom of this page, it does sort of show you what the anticipated cash balance would be at the end of each of the fiscal years. And it does show, based on this scenario, that same contingency amount of $68 million. From a practical perspective, we would not expect to have this contingency still in place when we get to the end of 2024, because as we move through this fiscal year and next and on through 2024, we will be making adjustments to this plan as we see what is going on with the FEMA reimbursement. So again, if the FEMA reimbursements come through as anticipated and timely, then we would not see a need to draw on this contingency. But if not, then this contingency that we've built in would in effect be what would ultimately fund those expenditures that we will be incurring in support of the vaccination and testing program. It is a little more than what we set aside for FEMA, because we did feel like we should acknowledge that there may be items or needs that we have not thought of in our planning process, and we would want to ensure that we have some resources to react with should something come up as we move through the rest of this year and into 2022 that we just didn't think about in our planning process. But we would plan to continually evaluate the need and use of these funds and make recommendations and adjustments as we move through the next several years. Next slide, please. And so with all of the information around the potential sources and the potential uses of the funds. We felt like we should provide a little more explanation around each one of the proposed uses. And so in the package, we did develop out a use case slide for each one, which I will walk the board through. And there are two use cases when we get to the operational stability part that Alton and Ellis will step in and provide some additional information. Next slide, please. So our first use case that we have prepared for you is on mobile vaccinations. We have requested an amount not to exceed $20 million for mobile vaccinations in order to be able to build up and stand up a total of 10 mobile vaccination units in order to provide the ability to go into communities and go where our constituents are and be able to handle their vaccine needs there within their communities instead of trying to require them to come into fixed site locations. And so with this, we would be able to, we believe, reach some of the more difficult areas of the county to reach and address vaccine hesitancy issues that may exist within those communities. Next slide, please. Well, I'm sorry, Mr. Anderson, did you want me to stop after each one and allow for questions, or do you want me to stop after each?
I think take a brief comment. I think we saw Commissioner Arrington.
After each school category here?
Yes,
So
after each one pager.
This is mobile vaccinations. Commissioner Arrington? Commissioner Arrington?
Yes, thank you. My question, I guess, was back that the numbers look good. I guess I was wondering how we came up with the number of 10 million for mortgage assistance. And do we know the percentage of people in the county that rent versus own or have a mortgage? I mean, if we ran out of 18 million in 2 weeks, what makes us think 10 million for mortgage assistance will be enough?
I think that's a very good question. If we could, so each one of those that she overviewed, Commissioner Arrington, we're gonna have on a one pager coming up. So if we can hold that question till we get to that one, then we'll take any direction. And the short answer to that is we don't know what we should put into that category. The contingency of 60 to 70 million in the end would be where the board might want to allocate more, would be mortgage and rental, both assistance.
Okay.
But we have a page on that coming up.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so at this point then on page 35, any questions on mobile vaccinations?
Hey, Mr. Chair.
Yes, sir. Commissioner Ellis.
Yeah, I just got not necessarily a question on mobile vaccination, but just on an assumption, I guess as we're developing this out, we're generally making the assumption that vaccines would be a one and done scenario for an individual, right? I mean, we haven't thought about, might there be a need to come back and do another round of vaccinations, let's say, in the following year? We built the assumption it is a one and done, right? Absent the fact that we've got a contingency sitting there.
Right.
Yeah.
I think that's correct.
Okay. All right. That's fair.
And I think that's one of the reasons, that we've been pretty conservative with that contingency, is not knowing what's the duration. And on this one, you can see an end date of 24, which would imply that maybe we do have to booster shots or something in the future.
Yeah, and then our 80% population target, is that a adult population or is that full population? Are we sort of assuming at some point these will be available for children?
I mean, in the numbers we've been working with, we've assumed the full population. I think it was 880,000.
Okay.
Maybe it should be, that should also be more as we go along.
So are you saying that the full population is 880,000 or just the percent of target?
That was a target that we developed with health some time ago that, to really reach the herd immunity kind of stage, that getting 880,000 vaccinated would achieve that. So that's not the full population. That's about 80%.
All right, further questions on mobile vaccinations? All right, hearing none, continue, Ms. Whitmore.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The next item is the Mercedes-Benz vaccination site, the mega site that is currently operational through May of 2021. The projected cost for operation of that site is $11 million. So the county would incur that cost, and this would be 100% reimbursable from FEMA. So it's $11 million for the full operation of the Mercedes-Benz Stadium mega site.
A question on that?
Yes, sir. Commissioner Ellis.
So what we're talking about here is running it through May as it is right now in terms of capacity. Is that what we're talking about?
Yes, sir. This is specifically for this 8-week operation as a mega site. Following that period of time, subject to the availability of the stadium, I believe that Mr. Kallmeyer has been in discussion with them to potentially be able to continue operating it as a vaccination site, but on a much smaller scale, sort of at the scale that it was prior to the mega site starting in the 3rd week of March.
Okay.
I have a question.
Who's that? Who? Oh, Commissioner Houseman.
Thank you. So while it's designated a mega site, the expenses are reimbursable through FEMA. Is that what I'm hearing you say? But after it's not a mega site, the operational costs revert back to the other funding we've received.
At this point, Commissioner Houseman, my understanding is that any of the county's costs associated with testing and vaccination are eligible currently for 100% reimbursement through FEMA, including our other fixed site operations. And so we have planned for that in our analysis. After this period of time where Mercedes-Benz is a mega site, if it reverts back to a county board of health operated fixed vaccination site, then those costs would continue to be 100% reimbursable through FEMA for a period of time, which I believe is through September of this year, or unless they extend the emergency declaration that they're operating under at this moment.
So the $52 million FEMA reimbursement encompasses everything you just categorized?
Yes, ma'am.
Is there anything else in that 52 million?
It's all of the costs that we had planned for vaccination and testing site operations. It's also includes the cost of operating and maintaining the warehouse. It also includes the cost for the emergency management support staff that we have engaged with. And it includes some of the PPE that we have received and paid for in 2021 out of the reserve. So those are the costs that we shifted over to that FEMA bucket.
Okay, so they have specific things then that we can get reimbursed for.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, my, I guess, question for the day, and I'll be quiet. It's not really a question, it's more of an observation. I know that we did not pay 1 penny to State Farm during voting.
Yes.
And I do not believe we paid anything for the Mercedes-Benz Stadium during voting. And I do not recall, unless I missed it, any discussions about us reimbursing Mercedes-Benz for the great work that they're doing. So I'm a little shocked when I saw this $11 million number. I just made an assumption that that was their, contribution to the effort.
Contribution in
Yes.
kind. And I think perhaps all of us, as we set this up, didn't fully understand A, what they were committing, or B, what all the costs were. As we have gone along, Sharon can, if someone is interested in this, or if any of the board is interested in this subject, we do have a detailed listing of all of the incremental costs as they see them, ranging from tables to security and police outside. So from that perspective, what they're contributing more is the use of the building more so than all of their incremental costs. So the incremental costs will be reimbursable under this approach.
Yeah, I just did not recall any discussion whatsoever about any
I don't think it was held up front. I think it evolved over time. So that's an accurate recollection.
Okay. Well, let's hope that that 11 million will be FEMA reimbursable.
Yes. And by the way, Sharon, you correct me if I'm wrong. I think we've gotten or in the process of getting 5 million upfront from FEMA against this 11 million. Sharon, have we received it yet? Not sure about that.
I do not believe we received it, but we did get a question asked of us yesterday as to how the check should be made out. So our understanding is that it will come via a check, and Mr. Kallmeyer will be delivering it to us once he receives it. But yes, you are correct, Mr. Anderson.
There's an indication that it is, because I've been suspicious of this all along, that I don't know how the government is going to give us 206 million and then turn around and reimburse us for vaccinations. But it appears that that is the way it works.
Yeah, this is my favorite expression. A lot of this is loosey-goosey.
Yeah.
Well, that also brings up a question for me. I guess I'm trying to comprehend why we're spending 20 million on mobile vaccination and only 11 million on the mass site where we're getting the highest numbers and the most turnout. If anything, it would appear it ought to be the other way around.
Well, the mobile will last longer. You know, the duration of this was scheduled for 8 weeks. So mobile will go on. I mean, we've said through the duration of this, meaning even into 2024. It's a good question, but in the end, with all those mobile sites that we'll have up, we could do 3,000 plus vaccinations a day through mobile units. So it is, it's just a function of somebody supplying the personnel, the units themselves, which will be leased, and then all of the kind of accoutrements that go along with that. That's the math. But one lasts for a lot longer period of time. So what I don't know or can't answer very effectively is if you took the total number of vaccinations that would be done through the mobile units versus this one fixed site, how would it compare? I'd have to go and do that math. I don't have that off the top of my head.
And you're saying that 20 million could last through 2024?
Well, basically what we've said is that it could last that long. I'm not sure that 20 million would take us all the way through 2024 with all those units working.
Do we know per month amount? I mean, because that may give us a better picture. What does that cost per month for mobile vaccinations, and what are the target number of vaccinations
Sharon,
that way?
Let me ask Sharon, do you have?
believe that the cost for the monthly cost on the mobile units, I'm looking for my piece of paper where I wrote my numbers down, is 1.7 million. The plan and what that is based on is that would be the maximum that we would need for actually that 1.7 million, I believe, is for the cost of all of CORE's services. CORE would be manning these mobile units for the county. And the total cost for all of CORE services, including their services at the fixed vaccination sites, would be 1.7 million per month. But on the mobile units in particular, they have indicated that they will be able to recover some of the cost of their operations through by collecting residents' insurance information, because they will be able to bill for that administrative fee at no cost to the resident, but they would be able to bill for an underlying administrative fee that would help offset their cost of operations for these mobile units. And I can't find my document that I had where I had written that number down.
And that's fine. You can send it to me later. How many mobile units are we talking about?
10 in total from CORE, in addition to whatever the Board of Health runs themselves.
And by the way, Commissioner Arrington, the plan right now at the state level is for learning from us what we did. The state is trying to push out one mobile unit utilizing CORE to every other health district. So think of it as really 17 of those units would go out into the state. 10 of them, an additional 10, would be in Fulton County. So that all being said, part of it would be funded by insurance reimbursement, and then part of it is funded vis-a-vis this 20. It's a little bit hard to say how long this lasts for, given that we don't know exactly yet if this insurance reimbursement is going to totally come to fruition.
Okay, so CORE is providing 10 mobile units and the staffing for them.
Yes, sir.
And how many mobile units do we have, and are we providing the staff through the Board of Health?
Yeah, today the Board of Health only has one unit that's doing vaccinations. And just what Doug reported this morning, we had that, in fact, we had this discussion yesterday. I'm not sure that there's a plan beyond that one unit, because we said going from 7 to 11, which would be these 10 plus the one from the Board of Health.
Okay, thank you. I mean, it just gives a little better perspective on exactly what we're talking about.
Yes, sir.
But I certainly would like to see what the projected number for each mobile unit is. And, you know, obviously, hopefully you guys will remain fluid on that 20 million number, I guess, and up to 1.7 million per month. You know, we're probably, you know, not looking at a lot, you know, in 12 months, that's 24 million. So,
yes, sir.
Roughly, you know, so.
And we do have, I just don't have it in front of us. We do have it's through the end of 2021. We do have a monthly breakdown of when these units come on, how many vaccines would be delivered, how many staff are required, because some are what they call a heavy unit, others are called a light unit. So we can provide that to the board as additional detail.
Will there also be testing at any of these sites? Are they only doing vaccinations, or
Yeah, well, the plan right now is to move away from testing largely and to vaccinations. The demand for testing now is down to about 3,000 or so a day. I think in all of Fulton County, there was still a capacity, meaning with all the hospitals. Last report we looked at about 13,000. So it almost, makes no sense to continue testing, but rather fully move into vaccinations.
And the testing sites that we currently have are being operated by MACO under the direction of the Board of Health or the Department of Public Health. So all of the former Board of Health testing sites have transitioned over now to being operated by MACO.
So those still exist.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, if someone desires that.
All right, anything else on, where are we? Mercedes-Benz Stadium? Thank you, Ms. Whitmore.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The next use case that we have for you today, next slide, please, is the Behavioral Health Crisis Center. This is a $20 million, a not to exceed $20 million investment. The projected start date being July of 2021, running through the end of the availability of the resources in 2024. This is for us to be able to really expand our current mental health and substance abuse services. And in the description, we reference it being a Fulton County-led infrastructure. That does not necessarily mean a bricks and mortar facility. It doesn't not mean a bricks and mortar facility either. At this point, we're not yet at a decision point on which path we will choose, but the intent is for this to be a Fulton County-led initiative to be able to provide either through contracts or direct services, an expansion of our current mental health and substance abuse program, particularly in light of the impact that the pandemic has had on mental health and substance abuse issues in general. We felt like this was something that we needed to present as one of our major initiatives. I'm not sure if Anna wants to add anything to that or not.
No, the only thing I would say to this one is that there's an incredible amount of unknown right now in terms of what is exactly needed to support crisis services in Fulton County. As you know, our behavioral health structure is different from the structure of other community service boards across the state. We have more of a network of provider model for behavioral health services. And so it's going to be important for us to have our desire to expand crisis services informed by some sort of study or assessment of our service delivery model across the county to ensure that whatever we design in the way of services to support or expand crisis services is sort of unique for Fulton County because the way we deliver our services is unique from the state. So we'll be informed by what the state is doing in terms of crisis, but I do think that we should do or conduct a study in order to inform the design for crisis services in Fulton.
And the last thing I guess I would note on this is that this is one use case that we did identify that could have potential reoccurring costs in the future based on the ultimate model that's decided on and the expansion.
Okay, questions? Commissioner Hausman?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm really glad to see this. We've identified this as a big gap in our services for years. Whether we know exactly what it's going to end up looking like, I think we all recognize that there's going to be a lot of focus on behavioral health issues that emanate not only from the pandemic as we emerge from it, but the drug problem. And so I'm really, really glad that we're able to at least explore this and potentially finally have some sort of support crisis center in our offerings because it's sorely needed. So I'm really pleased to see this.
Further questions? All right, continue.
I have a question.
Vice Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just had a question about the fact that this particular slide references law enforcement involvement. And does anyone know exactly what that involvement would look like?
So we have talked about, Vice Chair Hall, thank you for that question. We've talked a lot about making sure that when we design mental health services as well as crisis services, that we do it in a way that supports other county services. And so all of the work around pre-arrest diversion, post-arrest diversion or pre-trial diversion, as well as re-entry services, those are the things that we're talking about when we reference law enforcement involvement in our design for crisis services. In particular, we want in the construction of a crisis center or crisis ability to have police officers have the ability to have a place to bring someone who is in crisis, if they encounter them in crisis, to be able to bring that person to a place to receive treatment as an alternative to arrest. So that's what the reference to law enforcement involvement is.
Right, that's definitely my concern is that we don't want to continue a trend that we've seen most often where the mentally ill have been arrested and thrown in jail when they really need services and programs to stabilize them and medicate them and get them, you know, where they can sustain their own lives. But when you mentioned you mentioned the police department, are we expecting that the majority of the law enforcement involvement would be countywide, or are there any particular areas of the county where we see there might be more law enforcement involvement necessary to address this area of concern?
Thank you again for that question, Vice Chair Hall. As you know, the majority of our arrests, as well as the majority of inmates that we have in the jail, emanate from arrest within the city of Atlanta. So we do expect that our engagement with Atlanta for that reason, of course, will probably be more involved than with the rest of the county. But to answer your question, we suspect that if we develop a mental health crisis center or expanded capacity, that our engagement will be with all law enforcement divisions across the county to include our city police departments as well.
Okay, but you do expect that the majority of them would be City of Atlanta. And with that being said, I also just want to make sure that we are remembering to engage our sheriff, because I know our sheriff has created a very positive relationship with Atlanta Police Department to ensure that we have the best law enforcement coverage across the county.
Yes, Vice Chair.
Sorry about that. Must be a fire somewhere. And so, so did you hear what I said before the fire engine went past?
I did, Vice Chair Hall. It was encouraging the continued engagement with our Sheriff's Department because they do have a law enforcement arm within their division, and absolutely we do plan to do that.
All right, thank you so much.
Harrington?
Yes, this sounds like a great opportunity to work with the city of Atlanta and perhaps to help our mayor achieve her goal and perhaps achieve our goal at the same time. certainly they're talking about repurposing the Atlanta jail for for a facility similar to what I hear being proposed here. And if they know that we have $20 million to help with such a facility or to provide such a facility, that may help us a long way in trying to get access to that jail.
I mean, Commissioner Harrington, what I would say in response to that is nothing is off the table. But again, I would encourage the board to allow us to be informed by some sort of assessment of the best way to deliver crisis services across the county. But you're correct, Commissioner Harrington, it would not hurt us. Again, for the reason the Vice Chair stated, because many of our cases come from Atlanta, we would be well served with having them at the table on the front end of the conversation. So I completely agree with you there.
Yeah, I think we've got to let them know we got $20 million available for the type of facility that the mayor wants. We're looking for some consideration on that city jail in exchange for it. I mean, because here's the other thing that we got to think about. They're talking about repurposing that center. And so if they repurpose that, they might be able to address 50% of the people that we're trying to target by building a $20 million center. We may only need 10 million because they may take care of the other 10 million through their budget and through their facility of repurposing the jail. So we definitely need to try to coordinate our efforts in that regard.
I certainly agree, sir.
All right, Commissioner Ellis?
I'm good. I'm fully in support of this initiative. So.
Short and sweet, I like. Anything else? Any other questions or comments on behavioral health colleagues? All right, Ms. Whitmore.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Next slide, please. Our next use case is a communication plan. And this is an area being led by Jessica Corbett, Director of External Affairs, in order to reach our 80% vaccination rate within the community. She's developed a communication plan that will cross all different communication channels and methods. It's specifically being developed in order to address vaccine hesitancy, to support our health equity, and mitigate any concerns that we have around health disparities affecting our communities of color. Again, it's $2 million, most of which will be expended between now and the end of the year in an effort to really reach everyone in the county so that we can hit that 80% vaccination rate.
Nada? No questions?
Yes, Chair, I have a question concerning communications.
Yes, you have the floor, Commissioner.
Thank you. My question is, do we have a plan in our communication plan? Do we have it laid out as to how we are going to deal with it on the south side? We do have a communications gap on the south side as far as supporting the health equity and getting the information out and using those vendors that are in the south side and using the tools in the south side to help to reach the 80% vaccination rate. I have major concerns. Like I said earlier, I commended the department on doing their part in getting the vaccinations without an appointment and at the to a late hour. But however, I think, and it went very well, but the point I'm trying to make to the board today is, had we had certain partners in South Fulton, I think it would have been even better. And so have we addressed
that there is somewhat of a gap on that south side, and do we have any remedies for that? Because we do sometimes fall into a communications gap when it comes over to my district. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Commissioner Abdur-Rahman. Good afternoon, board. This is Jessica Corbett, Director of External Affairs. Commissioner, I'd like to answer that in two parts. The first, I agree with you that I would have loved to have had more lead time on the information about our no appointment kind of blitz. We received approval from our partners at FEMA that afternoon, about an hour before we distributed that information. So it was a very, it was something that we had discussed, but we weren't, we needed to make sure all of the partners were on board to make that happen. And once we received that approval, we worked to get that out as quickly as we could. So I apologize that it wasn't more notice, and I agree with you that that could be more powerful going forward with a greater lead time. And that's what we are working toward for the future. So that's one part of the answer. Secondly, a couple of things. One is with Mercedes-Benz Stadium, we have specifically starting with that site, working with FEMA, we have looked at a group of targeted zip codes. We have also used something called the CDC Social Vulnerability Index, which looks at a number of factors. And what we have found is most of the census tracts that meet those that are most vulnerable as defined by CDC for, or most at risk for missing out on vaccination or are affected by health equity issues are, as you just pointed out, either in portions of Atlanta and South Fulton and a few census tracts in Sandy Springs and Roswell, but primarily in the southern half of Atlanta and in South Fulton. And so that has really been the target of our outreach strategy. And this plan is really multifaceted. It is advertising, so it's things like radio. We do have 15-second radio spots right now on B103. We will have additional radio spots coming online with several different stations coming up soon, and I'll make sure to share those as those are kind of coming on board. We are working on, we have a lot of digital advertising, and the good thing about digital is what we are able to highlight zip codes and census tracts where if we are looking at the uptake of vaccination and we see that one zip code has a lower uptake or we have a greater gap in one area than another, we're able to tailor that. We are also bringing on board out-of-home advertising, billboards and bus shelters primarily. And then a second part of that, I'm part of the health equity group. And one of the things that we are working with Dr. Rochelle and a number of departments is outreach teams. So you will see more and more of this, especially as we're now in spring, of people in the community signing people up. So a portion of this funding is used to pay for the people who are literally in communities signing people up for appointments. And I think that that kind of multi-layered approach is one of the things that is as part of our strategy to cover the gaps that you just mentioned. We are using all of the channels that we have, and we certainly would ask that all of you, I heard you loud and clear, Commissioner, this morning talking about using your voice to add to this, and we absolutely want and need your help. We are also working, we've talked previously about the mobile units outreach to faith-based communities. We've sent kits and printed literature to many faith-based organizations, and we are open to any and all ideas. This is something that We've done lots and lots of outreach before, but this is different because this is a very personal choice that people are making about their health. And every day's news cycle has an impact on how people feel about vaccination. And so it's something that we are trying to be as creative as we can, be on the ground and also on the airwaves and reach people to the best of our ability. So would love to talk with you further if you have any other suggestions.
Ms. Corbett, first of all, no need to apologize. You do an absolutely great job of getting the information to me, and I appreciate that. So no need to apologize. I guess my question / concern, and you actually addressed it, but I think I can address it a little bit better. What I mean is we have certain media outlets, we have certain social media outlets, we have certain mobile billboards that target South Fulton, Southwest Atlanta. They know the demographics. For instance, there's a particular social media outlet and also a radio station that I know if we were to advertise on it, we would get a bigger peak of the audience that we're trying to reach versus even V103, because these individuals don't listen to V103. Sure. But they do listen to this particular, these individuals that's in that particular area. So I guess my concern, which you really dealt with, but I just wanted to make sure on record that the listening audience and my colleagues know, when you're talking about going into my area or the areas that are not getting the message or have other things going on, you have to sometimes change the message, or you have to sometimes change the messenger. And so it may require a little bit more targeted. And that's why I said I'm willing to do everything and share any of my expertise and meet with you and let you know one-on-one what I'm talking about. Because sometimes when we're trying to get a particular audience that we know that it may take someone knocking on their door, it may take a canvasser stand, but we also have other tools in our community that I know that they listen to. And when they listen to it, they are not only going to respond to it because they hear it, they're going to respond to it because of where it's coming from.
Yes, ma'am.
And so, but that's something you and I can meet on later. But yeah, I appreciate it. You all are doing a great job of getting the information out. It's just at this point in time, we've got to get a tad bit more creative to get to those pockets that we're not servicing, and we're not servicing them necessarily because we don't want to. We want to service them. We just got to get creative in bringing them into the fold. So thank you. I appreciate that.
Thank you, Commissioner. I appreciate you.
Other questions or comments? All right, continue, Ms. Whitmore.
Next slide, please. Commissioners, this brings us now into the operational stability proposed use cases. And we have 5 of those today: the court backlog project, the pandemic proofing of the government center, remote workforce, access to broadband from IT, the premium pay plan, and the emergency response reserve. Next slide. So the first item that we'll talk about is the court backlog project. And Alton is going to come on in just a minute and share with you more of the details, but just the high level summary. Again, this is a $60 million request, not to exceed $60 million. It will run from October of 2021 to October of 2024. I actually think you'll see on the timeline that we'll be starting some things in advance of October, but the actual program itself would start in October of this year. Essentially, this is an effort to ensure that any of the cases that were backlogged due to COVID-19 are eliminated over the next 24 to 36 month timeframe. And that will be accomplished through a number of different means that Alton will share with you now. I think some of the key issues around this is that this program in particular, because it involves so many different partners within the justice system, it will be managed as a program aligned out of the strategy office. So with that, I'll let Alton come on and share his slides. If we can go on to the next slide, please.
Great. Thank you, Sharon. And to your point about the start date, while we do have projected start date of October 1st, 2021, that's the date that we would actually stand up the courts that I'm going to talk about in a minute. But to your point, we've already begun the process. We have a project management team. We've started a number of different areas, including HR and finance and looking for sites and so on. So we have started, but the date for our D date is October 1st, 2021. In terms of the slides, first slide is designed to give you a sense of the magnitude of the backlog. And specifically, when we look at Superior Court, State Court, Magistrate Court, what we have pulled together is the magnitude of the court cases associated with the backlog when we basically closed down the courts a year ago. Now, we still continue to have first appearances. We continue to have some limited bench trials. We have not had any jury trials. And so what we have accumulated is the largest single set of backlogs across all the courts that I believe Fulton County has ever seen. And we believe that starting October 1st and increasing the capacity of the courts and doing some other things, it will take us approximately 27 months for Superior Court, 24 for State Court, and 20 for Magistrate Court. Next slide. The way we plan on addressing the case accumulation is twofold. One is increasing the capacity of Superior, State, and Magistrate Court. We're going to do that by standing up 24 what we call courtrooms, not courtrooms in a traditional sense in that they will not require jury capabilities, but we plan on standing up 20 satellite courtrooms consisting of additional courtrooms in the South Annex, the North Annex, and then some satellite courtrooms centrally located. That's going to require us to also hire more than 240 individuals between now and September 1st, so that on October 1st, we're able to actually have every one of those courtrooms up and running. Now, to the CFO's point, we have already started looking at some of the courtrooms that are available that are not being used to see if we can utilize them sooner rather than later. However, our goal is to have all 24 of these additional satellite courtrooms up and functioning and fully staffed by October 1st of 2021. In addition to capacity increases, we are going to be taking a number of steps to increase the productivity of the court throughput. Those will include utilization of case management, utilizing case triage so that we get after some of the cases that allow us to move faster and more efficiently, obviously with a big focus on the cases for individuals who are in the Fulton County Jail. And then we're looking at a number of other things, including flexible court hours. So we would have something called evening court, where we would allow individuals who have DUI cases and other cases to actually come in and be part of an evening court session through the week with state court. And so the combination of those two, combination of capacity increases and productivity improvements, are going to allow us to, in fact, increase the throughput and get ideally to the target that we've laid out. Next slide, please. At a very high level, the funding for this effort is a combination of technology, people, logistics, and what I'd call program management, project management resources that we're going to utilize to help manage this project. The largest single category is people, and that includes judges that we are going, retired judges that are going to be part of state court and superior court. We're going to hire litigation managers. We're going to make additions to the DA's staff. We're going to make additions to the Solicitor General staff. We're going to make additions to the public defender staff. We're going to make additions to the clerk staff. And so those account for the large percentage of the funding associated with standing up the courts and actually running them over this 3-year period. We're also going to have to outfit each one of these courtrooms, hence the technology.
Ask if they can hear you.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
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 Okay.
I hear you very clearly.
Yes.
Okay, great. And then from a logistics standpoint, this is a combination of standing up the courtrooms, moving things to where they need to be, some furniture, even though a lot of it hasn't been accounted for, but some limited logistics in terms of standing up the rooms. And then, like I said, project program management associated with getting this stood up and running it, given the magnitude and the scale of the project. And that gets us to the $60 million in funding that we are requesting. Next slide, please. In terms of implementation schedule, at a very, very high level, and we had this in more detail, but at a very high level, we've already started looking at the business processes that we could change to help us with our productivity. We've stood up a project management office that has representatives from the strategy and performance management group, a strategy and planning group. It has representatives from finance, has representatives from HR, has representatives from DREAM, has representatives from a couple of folks in the court. We've started putting together an overall plan to get after all the things that need to happen between now and October 1st. And so, for example, we've started to look at job descriptions and salaries for the individuals that we have to bring in. These individuals are going to be brought in for 3 years, so they're not full-time employees, but they will be employees who are eligible for benefits because of the length of time in the categories. And so we've already started that process. We're going to have to start looking for spaces. And here again, I mentioned the South Annex, I mentioned the North Annex. We have some central locations we're looking at, but we've already started that process, and we're getting assistance from a couple of people in DREAM who've been assigned to this project. We've already looked at what the technology would look like for these quote-unquote courtrooms. They're going to look more like a large conference room than a traditional courtroom, but so they'll give us some flexibility with the technology, but we've already started looking at options and started to price that out. And so what I will leave you with here, and I think the big takeaway from this particular chart is there's a lot to be done between now and October 1st. October 1st feels like it's a long way away, but there are a lot of things that have to happen between now and then if we're able to kind of hang the flag and say we're open in these 24 courtrooms on October 1st of 2021. So finally, in terms of critical success factors, next slide, please. Our program management office, our team really established a number of priorities, but I think the three that I would want to point out is one, from a human resources standpoint, the onboarding of 240 people across very different agencies is probably unique to us, given the pace that we're going to need to move at. And so we're looking at, and HR is looking at options, including utilizing outside resources to help make that happen at the speed and scale that we need. To give you an example, one of the first areas we're going to focus on is hiring investigators for the DA's office, because the DA has to charge these cases before they can get to court. And as we sit here today, the DA has 7,000 unindicted cases. And so we've got to find a way to get her the investigators she needs as quickly as possible so she can get those cases indicted so that we can be ready when we start to accelerate the volume through the court as we plan on having these additional courtrooms that we plan on having set up. Logistics, I've talked about that, but locating the sites, doing the layouts, ordering the furniture, getting the technology. We've already started looking at the options, but as soon as we identify those options, we've got to get them into procurement process so that we can make sure that they're ordered and ready to go. We had some challenges last year because a number of the things we ordered came from China. And so there was a lag time, and we expected that we may still experience some of that. So that's a big priority for us at this point. And then finally, I'm working closely with Sharon and her team, both in finance and in the planning side, identifying the way we're going to report and track the key performance indicators, finalizing the expenses on a fiscal year basis and on a department by department or organization by organization basis, and then our procurement approach to some of the services that we need to have on board in the early stages so that we can make sure we're able to move at speed and scale after we get after this challenge. Let me stop there. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Commissioner Morris, followed by Vice Chair Hall.
Yeah, Alton, thank you for all of this. It's a heck of a backlog and a very important thing to clear up. You mentioned 7,000 unindicted cases. Is that number in addition to the 206,000 backlog cases?
No, that would be included in those. Good question. Those would be in addition to. That's correct, because I believe these cases come out of Odyssey and they represent the backlog by case. But let me find out for sure, Commissioner, and figure out whether the unindicted cases are included in those or not.
Great, thank you. My real point of raising my hand was the $59,700,000 number really, it appears, did not include any outfitting other than technology, any outfitting of the temporary or additional courtrooms, nor any rent. You mentioned the South Annex and the North Annex. Are you thinking that some of these additional courtrooms will be rented spaces?
Our hope, Commissioner Morris, is to use county property locations. We have a few in mind. We're really doing the initial review of those now. But at this point in time, we haven't included any rent because we do believe that there are a few places within the county that we could potentially set these up, particularly since they're not, like I said, traditional courtrooms. They're more like large conference rooms. We think that we may have some options there.
That's good. That's good. Okay. Well, thank you for that.
And on your question regarding furniture, the reason that we haven't included that is because we're still gathering requirements specifically from state court and superior court in terms of what they actually need. So, for example, there may be a few of these where it's literally a conference room that only needs to have 8 people around it, and we can use our OWL technology in the middle. There may be other cases where it has to be a bigger room because there may be some criminal proceedings, even though there won't be a jury. So some of that's still being pulled together, but you're absolutely right. That number is not included in that 59 million.
Right. Thanks.
Please.
Lee, I wanted to make sure we got the numbers right. I thought I saw like 34,000 and 37,000 for Superior Court and State Court.
I thought I was next.
I'm sorry.
Hold on, everybody. Vice Chair Hall, followed by Commissioner Arrington.
Okay, thank you. I just want to make note that we have a message in the chat from Chief Judge Cassandra Kirk, which says, please note that Magistrate Court is requesting an earlier drawdown date than October 2021 to accommodate our court needs. And it says this was communicated to Alton and his team. So Alton, have you made separate accommodations for addressing their needs?
Well, as I think I indicated, and as the CFO indicated, the expenditures per the timeline are going to start immediately. And so 2021 is when we hope to have, let's think about that as the as when all of these will be stood up, but the actual expenditures, whether it be onboarding or whether it be other things, are going to start as early as May.
Great, great. And then my question is, over the years, even before being elected, just having been chief of staff to the late Commissioner Garner, I've heard so many people say, from judges to sheriffs to district attorneys, that the court backlog involves the sheriff's office and the DA's office as well. But in the presentation, there's no mention of them. Are they being included in this court backlog project?
Certainly. In fact, the DA sent me some information this morning. So that's one of the reasons why I indicated that the investigators are probably the first group we have to get, because those are her folks who need to actually charge a number of these unindicted cases. So yes, her team is in there, and the actual funding. So for example, Commissioner Vice Chair Hall, for each courtroom that we're putting together, it's going to have 2 sheriffs. In the case of Superior Court, it'll have 2 sheriffs. It'll have a DA. It'll have a public defender. It'll have a clerk. It'll have obviously a judge, and so that each one of those takes into account the funding requirements and the staffing requirements of each single one of those agencies.
Okay, and Superior Court generally brings in retired judges from out of the county. What is the allocation of courtrooms per the listed courts? Because the current Superior Court judges will not be handling those cases. There's senior judges from elsewhere that actually come in.
Yeah, our current estimate is 12 additional cases, 12 additional courtrooms for Superior, 8 for state, and 4 for magistrate. And to your point, those will be staffed by retired judges for the most part.
I'm sorry.
And the plan is for those to be staffed primarily by the retired judges that you mentioned, Vice Chair.
Okay, great. Thank you so much.
Commissioner Arrington?
Okay, can we go back to the slide with the total number of cases? Because I thought I heard Commissioner Morris say something about 200,000 cases. And for whatever reason, I thought the number was loading, and it seemed like I saw 37 and 34 in Superior and State. I don't remember what the number was in Magistrate.
Yeah, if you can go back to page 41. Commissioner Arrington.
So he is correct. It is 200,000 because it's 132 in Magistrate. Okay.
Anyone else?
And then my last question, Alton, we talked the other day about your working group and about including practitioners in that working group, because if we only got the court talking and you don't have any of the private practitioners who actually have to practice the law and represent the people at the table, then we're missing a big important ingredient.
And Commissioner, I keep getting feedback. Commissioner, we will be adding private practitioners to the I guess what we call the steering committee, which includes all of the judges and some of their team. So I absolutely agree with you, and it's a great add, and we're gonna make sure we add folks to that team.
Awesome, thank you.
Anyone else? All right, continue, please.
Okay, thank you. If we could go to slide 46. Thank you. Commissioners, the next use case that we have for you is pandemic proofing of county facilities. This is a project that will initiate this month and carry on through the end of December of 2024. It's a total of $35 million. It's intended to allow us to improve our workspace for employees in the government center and make some improvements in other locations as well. Ultimately, we would be looking at, as a result of this, limiting our space utilization within the government center. So we would only be returning 50% of the pre-pandemic workforce into the facility at any one point in time. The government center cost component is about 25 million, other county facilities, 10 million. And I believe that we have Mr. Kirby available to take us through the next couple of slides to kind of explain this in a little more detail. Ellis, are you on?
Yes, can you hear me? I'm sorry, can everybody hear me? Thank you. Sorry about that. No, thank you, Ellis Kirby, Deputy COO. My slides are going to be a little bit more brief than Alton's because this is really the restacking plan and the master plan that we presented in previous years. This will, for the government center specifically, this is just will be a major modification and redo to pandemic proof the government center post-COVID, really from cradle to grave. And as you saw on the previous page, our goal is to do a 50% reduction in space, you know, with location changes and also with space modifications to make the government center pandemic proof. You know, why start with the government center? Well, we have the greatest opportunity to reduce space in our operations because a lot of our operations can be and have been working remotely during COVID. So I'm not going to go through the details here or the entire scope. You can see it other than, you know, once we go through next week, we'll have a increase with Sizemore to do a redo of the plan from a pandemic perspective or post-COVID perspective. From there, from that 4 or 5 month process, we'll get to the fall and then dive into architectural drawings, phasing of the work, and then moving relocations with the ultimate goal, definitely by the end of the year, if not before, is to have that plan designed and bid ready to go on the street so that we can, which leads to the pandemic proofing part of this in the entire plan. As you can see, for example, disassembly, removal of old systems furniture, construction and installation of new walls and systems, which is new furniture, new cubicles, and then, you know, construction, installation of new mechanical, electrical, and IT infrastructure. Again, all those last three bullet points tie to pandemic proofing the government center. Next slide. Now that was written. This is just a visual. This is a high-level visual, and each floor will be different, but this is just a kind of a vision of how the cubicle arrangements would be in a post-COVID world and how we would look to design the floors, just to kind of give you a perspective of what would be to come from a design and then a finished look in the government center. So I'm going to stop there. That was very brief and hopefully open it up to questions.
Are there questions?
Yes, Chair, I have a question.
Okay, Vice Chair Hall, followed by Commissioner Abdur Rahman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My question is, do we have a list of all of the county facilities that we would address with this project?
This particular project is just for the government center, and it's the 25 million. We have 10 million available for, as mentioned on the first slide, for, you know, HVAC, shields, et cetera, for the rest of the facilities, which were already in place specifically for the libraries, for example, in getting them ready to reopen. So the rest of the 10 million applies to the rest of the county facilities.
Okay. Thank you for that. And this is a great presentation. I'm glad to see that we're moving forward with the government center. Does this also, you said this is from a previous presentation. Does this include the 10th floor as well?
That is correct.
Oh, absolutely great. Okay. And I recently toured the sheriff's office and the jail. Do we have any pandemic proofing that we're going to do of the jail?
Well, from a pandemic proofing perspective, we did use COVID money to put in UV for the entire jail, which was the recommendation by ASHRAE and the CDC, because it's a non-controlled environment. So at both the jail facilities, we put in UV, and in the sheriff's operations also took additional measures in the operation, we can provide in detail from pandemic proofing of the jail.
Okay, good, because everything was so old and just looked so dirty, and it just didn't look like it was conducive for trying to COVID proof anything. So I would love to hear that. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Dr. Rockman?
Yes, got a concern. I have a concern. I see somewhat of a contradiction, and what I mean by that, we're putting quite a bit of money towards pandemic proofing while simultaneously pushing for 80% vaccination rate. I don't know, haven't got this 10 hours ago or however many hours ago, and I know we're in the beginning stages, but I'm a little bit leery on such a large amount on pandemic proofing when we are not, unless I'm incorrect, are we at the height of the pandemic, or do we expect the numbers to go much, much higher? This just seems to be quite a bit of an amount to pandemic proof to be put towards that. So if I could just get some clarification on how we got to this number, and if we are not at the height of the pandemic and we have gotten this thus far, why are we putting so much money towards this?
Commissioner Abdul-Rahman, first of all, that's an excellent question. And I'd like to first take a stab of it and then be supported by Ellis if he has any additional comments. But our thought process in recommending this investment was more focused on pandemic proofing in the sense, not necessarily to address this pandemic, but to make our offices more resilient with respect to any future pandemics. Which includes, severe versions of the flu, as an example, which we have come up year after year and which people die from. We thought that it was a good investment to ensure not just that we protect our workforce that's coming back to the office from a threat of infection around this pandemic, but to also ensure that our facilities are resilient for any future pandemics. I'd say that as the first point. The second point is, as Dr. Paxton mentioned in her remarks, we're getting to approximately 95% efficacy with respect to some of the better vaccines, not 100%. And then the other issue is that we're probably never going to get to 100% of our population that voluntarily takes the vaccination. So you're absolutely right. We will be getting to a level of herd immunity that will make the spread of the pandemic much more difficult, but certainly we won't be at 100%. And we do believe an investment to protect our employees in their work environment is a worthy investment. So those were just the 2 points I'd like to share. I think it's a very valid question, but our investment recommendation is more around resiliency towards future pandemics and also taking a precaution around those who choose not to get the vaccine, as well as those where the efficacy is above or they fall into that small 5% of efficacy with respect to the vaccination. Ellis, did you want to add anything to that? Or the county manager?
Just one more thing that I would add to it is it's also looking at all the literature that's out there relative to any employer of size is considering reducing their footprint. They may not be moving out of their buildings is the general notion now, but they are substantially thinking about reconfiguration and reducing footprint. Part of it is relative to this pandemic or any future, but it's also a realization that the workforce has changed in terms of its perception of the desire to be in downtown buildings, commuting every day to get there. So this is designed to enable being able to attract, retain, and give our workforce an ability to work at home and work in the office, but the office space being significantly reduced. A side benefit of this will be that we will also exit the building that's at 137 Peachtree. So assuming we get some price for that that's commensurate with its value. In addition, what we will be doing is bringing the tax assessor and his operation back to 141, because I'm not sure how well that was thought out when he was moved to Peachtree Center, but based on customer experience that has been reflected in some of our surveys and just general common sense, having him down the street has not made a lot of sense. So this will have, I think, a huge number of benefits that will, again, achieve a goal that the board challenged us to try to get to a year or so ago, which is the 50% reduction for all the reasons that we just stated.
In closing, Commissioner, Dick really hit the point. I mean, the trends are lowering your densities on site, increasing connectivity on your sites, deciding what can be done at remote or hoteling or in the office, which reduces your footprint, and improving air quality are really the basic trends that are included in this. So that's where we were headed, where the market is headed, and that's pretty much what Dick and Anna were covering. So that was a great question, Commissioner. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'm just gonna, because I really want to try to support this. I'm not comfortable at this point, and I think I would be remiss if I didn't tell you. Maybe you all need to just educate me a little bit more, because that $35 million tag on something that's supposed to be considered rescue, I just want to make sure that we are actually rescuing. And I know the protection, I'm not going to get into the point, because I know county manager, you have a job to do, and yours is implementation. But I would be remiss, and maybe this needs to have further discussion. Maybe we need to meet so I can get a clear understanding. I know I put in for quite a few, I've asked about 4 different times and haven't gotten a response. So I think for my level of comfort to be where I need to be to actually support this, I think we probably need to meet on it, or and let the communication get better, because clearly I want what's best for Fulton County. And I believe the county manager and the rest of my colleagues do too. But I also want to understand that this is a rescue plan. And I want to make sure that we are across the board of being stewards of those dollars and being fair with those dollars. So I would be remiss if I didn't tell you I didn't have a concern, because I do. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. We will definitely set up a fuller briefing on this for you and your staff.
Thank you.
All right, Commissioner Morris, followed by Commissioner Houseman.
Yeah, I was gonna, if we go back a few slides to the one.
In the line. I thought I was in the line. Go ahead, I'll wait.
Okay, I'm sorry, Commissioner, sorry.
We go back to the slide that talks about the 50% reduction, because we just talked about it, but that was going to be my question. A goal of 50% reduction in space. Obviously, we aren't going to lop off square footages in the building. So really, we're talking about a reduction in the use of the current use of the space, so that it can free up us bringing in other functions and getting rid of some of the rentals, which we've talked about before as one of my goals.
Exactly.
That's exactly right, Commissioner.
That's really what we're talking about here with the reduction in space. reduction in the current used space so that we can make it available for other functions.
And also provide for growth for the departments themselves too. When we achieve the 50% goal, and that's our goal, it's going to set up Fulton County to drive efficiency long term, and that's kind of where you're heading.
Right. When I was at the city council, we talked about the fact that the old city hall provided for all of the space when we were 700,000 people in the city. And then we added the new city hall, and then City Hall East, the old Sears building. And then we still rented space in private owned office buildings. It sort of made this guy, as Dr. Paxton said, made my head literally explode. But anyway, so thanks for that clarification. I'm all for this. This is great. Thanks.
Okay, so Commissioner Houseman, Commissioner Arrington, and back to Commissioner Abdur.
Chair, I'm having technical difficulty. That's the only reason I put my hand up, because I'm going to have to log off and log back on. So I just wanted to let you know that.
Okay, can y'all help make sure okay. All right, Commissioner Houseman, followed by Commissioner Arrington.
No question on this item.
What? What did she say?
No question.
No question.
No question on this item. I understand I'm muffled. I apologize.
Okay, Commissioner Arrington. Commissioner Arrington.
Okay, yes, thank you. I saw the design it talked about and heard the discussion about accommodating the workforce and the reduction and accommodating the employees. What changes will be made to the public interfacing areas?
Well, that's a good question. I mean, in my perspective, we've done a lot to that already. We modified the tax offices, and specifically here in the government sphere, but the tax office with shields to get them fully functional. We would definitely make sure there's proper seating and spacing, like as always with our public facing functions in the government center and in the sites themselves. And luckily we have redone the entry plaza to have more. A lot of the entities are creating more outdoor space for employees and for visitors. And luck of the draw that we started it before COVID, we have done a soft opening. You need to come see the new entry plaza, to where we have outside spaces beyond the spaces that we have where employees and others can collaborate and go outside. And lastly, we took out the water feature in the atrium to open it up again for better spacing and more collaboration. So that's kind of an executive overview that we feel like we've been in play. Now we do have some work to do with the probate offices and in the annexes and others to really look at long-term how to create better spacing and better operations there as well. Does that help, Commissioner Harrington?
And Ellis, the other thing I would add to that, Commissioner Arrington, because it's an excellent question, is that we have been moving and will continue to move toward a greater number of online transactions for the constituents of Fulton County and those who patronize our facilities and services. So you'll see a little bit more of that. And the final point I'd like to make on that is that right now we have public-facing services, particularly at 141, on many different of the higher floors. Part of the plan in this proposal would be to move or consolidate the public-facing portion of the services to the Peachtree level. So those are the two things I'd add to Ellis's comments.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Two things, I guess. One, I wonder if we put any thought, and maybe this may be better for our Alton and the justice team. How do you pandemic-proof the courthouse steps on the first Tuesday of each month?
Well, I will mention that as a subset in one of the sentences, we are going to be proposing to initiate the space planning process for the courts during next week at the board meeting. That will be the beginning of creating something similar to what we're proposing here down the road for the building. I will I will lean to Alton or anybody else about the courts, the steps, because I've seen it from my office as well. So it's a great question. Are we going to automate that? I don't have an answer to that.
Yeah, I mean, I think by state statute, it says the courthouse steps. So we should probably include that in our planning, either from, you know, the courthouse side or the facility side. And then we may want to make this COVID-19 proofing instead of pandemic. There may be other pandemics that come about that, you know, have to be dealt with in different ways. So it's probably more accurate if we say COVID-19 proofing.
Okay.
Let's see, Commissioner Ellis. Commissioner Ellis?
Yeah, my question, to what extent have we factored in additional costs that would be needed to increase the level of ability to deliver services virtually?
So that item is coming up next to a certain degree.
Yes.
Okay, so it's somewhat built into this next one?
Yes.
It is built into the IT use case, Commissioner.
Okay, all right, I'll hold off to that, sorry.
That's a great question, Commissioner Ellis, because that's probably where we need to be going more than spending $35 million on the building or on buildings.
All right, Ms. Whitmore?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Next slide, please. The next slide is the use case is remote workforce access to broadband. This is a information technology project slated to begin in the third quarter of 2021 and run through the fourth quarter of 2024. It's a total allocation not to exceed $10 million. The intent of this program is to ensure that our system availability for remote workforce, enhanced capabilities, including expansion of access to broadband infrastructure, that we have a greater than 90% system availability in that category. I'll allow Glenn Melendez to share with you some of the details behind this.
Good morning, Commissioners. Glenn Melendez, CIO for the county. This program really looks at two driving areas. One is broadband access, and the second area is continuing to promote a remote workforce. A couple of programs in this area. For broadband access, we're looking at, there's still some senior centers out there that are not upgraded with the latest technology to enable broadband access for our senior community. We are looking to outfit those senior centers with upgraded broadband access for our senior community. Also, in terms of collaboration and digital collaboration in a digital workspace, document management is important for all areas of the county. We are looking to start up a document management program that looks, starting with the courts as a pilot or a proof of concept in terms of collaborating on documents in the legal area, and then more importantly, sharing those documents. Today, there was a lot of exchange of thumb drives with outside entities around our legal partners, the DA's office, the Solicitor General, as well as the public defender. And then, so looking to bring up document management and scale that up, as well as the collaboration aspect of document management. Ultimately, we would be looking to scale that program across the county for all business units to become more paperless as an organization. The other areas are to continue to promote a remote workforce by creating digital collaboration spaces for key systems. Our ERP system is old and needs to be upgraded, and it also will allow for us to have, as Anna mentioned, greater resiliency, so we can access those systems anytime, anywhere in the cloud. So it includes that as well as a digital collaboration space internally for employees to have a single space where they can access all of their key applications internally and collaborate digitally internally as well. So those are the key areas of the program. There is one other area around telecom that we're still exploring some of the details around it, but the telecom area has three areas that we need to look at, and one is around infrastructure itself and modernizing that infrastructure. The second area is around the manager or the Cisco call manager equipment that we have in the county. And then finally, the third area is our endpoints or our phones themselves. Again, we are doing more conference calling. We're conducting more business virtually, and our phone systems are aging. About 70% of our phone systems are over 10 years or over at this point. So we're looking at putting a down payment on our telecom infrastructure as well. So that really kind of summarizes this area. It's really around broadband access for our seniors and promoting a remote workforce, whether that be our applications to be able to access them anytime, anywhere, creating more resiliency, as well as a digital collaboration space for our internal site that is also aging as well. Questions?
Any questions?
So I've got a question, Mr. Chair.
So Commissioner Ellis?
Yeah, so I guess in evaluating this, it's really been more about having the workforce being able to work remotely as opposed to, I guess we haven't identified any particular service areas that we're looking to provide virtually that we're not today. You follow me on that?
I mean, we could look further into it, but I will say that just how we run the courts and the whole judicial part of the organization, which is a fairly large part of our organization, and being able to collaborate digitally for the exchange of evidence and legal documentation across our courts is big.
So the court piece, continuing some of the things we've been doing and, throughout the pandemic, but obviously turbocharging it, I guess, as we move through the case backlog. But outside of the court environment, were there any other service areas, whether it's tax or other areas where folks have said, look, we're doing XYZ in person, all in person right now. We could fashion some sort of virtual offering that's different.
Yes. Yeah, I think, sir, if I may, I think we are doing a lot of that. For example, probate, we're working with Judge Johnson extensively to get up an appointment system online with her. We work in libraries on getting appointment systems as well. So I think the answer is we can certainly look further into it, but we are in fact working with a lot of the areas as well to bring a lot of the services virtually as well to the public.
Okay. All right.
That we can't look further into it though. We'll take it as an item.
Okay.
Commissioner Arrington?
I just want to echo Commissioner Ellis's point that we look at consumer-based options, taxes, the tag office. I mean, you ought to be able to upload that stuff to them and get your tags in the mail. There's no reason we should have to actually go to the office. You can go to a kiosk at Kroger and get it, but we can't upload it from my house and get it. So, let's please look not only at, the employee side or the back house side, but the consumer-based side as well. And as far as reducing the burden on consumers to even have to travel to these locations.
Yeah. And again, just to reemphasize, I think we've done a huge amount this year, past year, to go digital to keep the government functioning, whether it's the courts, the tax offices, senior centers, arts, libraries. All of those have enhanced digital offerings that we did not have previously. So the question is how to make that more perhaps the primary offering rather than one that was secondary. But I think it's great input.
Commissioner Houseman?
Yes, thank you. Along these same lines, I know that there are categories for the use of the money with broadband access. And the state developed a heat map, if you will, of where that we didn't have broadband services. And surprisingly, there are pockets of Fulton County that are not covered by broadband services, specifically in South Fulton, some on Fulton Industrial, but it's really all over. And so I just didn't know if we were pursuing some of those funding opportunities in this process in order to help make sure that the largest county in the state is fully served with broadband services. Maybe that's to you, Mr. Manager.
Are we on? Yes. Yeah, so very good question. And you and I talked about this a week or so ago. I think what we need to do to pursue that effectively is work with the state on the map that they will ultimately develop. That's kind of the overall approach and the funding that will come along with that. Because I think anything that should be done will have to be done at some level of scale and will require, I think, some cooperation, partnering with existing carriers. So we're not planning to, nor do I think it's wise to try to take any of this money and do that, because it fundamentally wouldn't be sufficient at any level for that kind of investment. But I think we should pursue with the state, Fulton County's interest, just as you pointed out.
Correct. I'm not suggesting it would come out of this pot of money, but I do think it's a priority area as people do work more remotely and all the things that we've been through and educational purposes, that we just make sure our community has the resources from an infrastructure perspective. If there's opportunities to get support to make sure that they have that.
Yes, ma'am. And I have talked to Janine Miller, who did work on this when she was in DC, and I think is at least doing some work on this for the governor to try to get an understanding of their overall approach and then get alignment with their plan.
Very good. Thank you.
Anyone else? Thank you. Ms. not Whitfield, what is it? Whitmore. Ms. Whitmore?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Next slide, please. This next slide is a recommendation for a premium pay for county employees for a not to exceed amount of 15 million in funding. Essentially, as we looked at this, we felt like the county employees' performance throughout the COVID-19 public health emergency and in carrying out and supporting both vaccination, testing, and registration and election sites was strong enough for us to recommend that we consider a pay for performance type model for a premium pay plan for 2021. And that we are recommending a 3.75% pay for performance pandemic response recognition payment to all county employees, and that we would look to make that happen sometime in May or June, trying to work that around regularly scheduled payrolls and around the actual receipt of the fiscal recovery funds from the American Rescue Plan. So Mr. Herman is here if you have any questions on this, and that $15 million amount also includes a small set aside for continuing our child care program, as well as a small amount to be able to cover any incremental health care costs that we may experience for our own employees who have unfortunately tested positive and had to seek medical care for the virus.
One comment before Ken gives some details on this. We really did try to look at a number of different options. So we went back to what the board authorized last year in terms of pandemic pay for a set of employees that were more specified by the federal government. the weakness in just doing that, a reprise of that, was we have many employees that went above and beyond and served citizens that did not receive premium pay a year ago due to that kind of more narrow definition by the federal government. So we decided not to go down that path, meaning just paying that set of employees. Secondly, we also looked at just individual bonus amounts. So I think everyone's aware that the state recently awarded their employees $1,000 per employee. We thought about that. We thought about varying numbers, 1,000, 1,500, 2,000. By the way, at about 2,000 per employee would get into this range of 15 million, which does include benefit loadings, by the way. The reason we came back to utilizing the pay for performance model is one that I think has first of all, has served us well. Every employee understands fundamentally the percent of salary that we have been paying on and the basis that we've been paying on it. So it's fundamentally finding a mechanism that everyone is familiar with, everyone I think sees as equitable, and the basis for this payment is not the individual KPIs nor the overall customer satisfaction number that we have used for the last several years, but rather it's the extraordinary performance of Fulton County in total in responding to the COVID-19 event, which we won't try to recount. But what I will say is every employee, whether they are frontline workers in one of the vaccination centers, they're at the jail, or they've been reassigned from the library, senior centers and the like to support those efforts or elections. I think every employee has done a tremendous job and truly done it on behalf of citizens during this last year. So on that basis, we felt like this is something justified that we want to bring forward, as well as a mechanism, again, that has served us well in terms of perception internally, but I would also, and final thing I would say, I think it has served us well externally. We, unlike others, have gotten no negative press about any payment that's been made along these performance-based lines heretofore. So Ken, I don't know if you want to add anything relative to any specific, just stand for questions.
No, Mr. Manager, you did a great job. I'm here to answer any specific questions the commissioners may have.
Thank you, Mr. Herman. Commissioner Abdul Rahman, followed by Commissioner Arrington.
Thank you, Chair. First off, Mr. Herman, thank you for getting back in touch with me in such a timely manner. I appreciate it. And I do have your information that you sent back to me. Does this plan cover just full-time employees?
No, Commissioner. Our plan would include all employees, full-time, part-time employees.
Okay. This plan, I here again, when I go back and I think about the resolution 221, and I think about the exceptional job that our employees did. Our employees are the heartbeat. They are the ones that enable us to do what we need to do. And so many of them stepped up to the plate, including all the people that are in that room. So I don't want anyone to mistake what I'm getting ready to say. I think because of the fact that they worked so hard, they worked through a lot of challenges, and they made Fulton County customer service number one. Do we have some challenges in some areas? Of course. But for the most part, our employees step to the plate. When I look at the amount, like for instance, someone between 25 to 30,000 salary at a 3.75% bonus, they would get between $937 and $1,125 versus somebody that's within that $150,000 to $300,000 range. Their bonus would run from $5,625 to up to $11,000 bonus. And so when we're talking about looking at the bonus, I would humbly ask if this number can at least be put up to 5%, because I think our employees deserve it. They worked very hard through challenges, came to work, had to educate children, had to really, really step to the plate. And so if we're going to try to be fair, considering this is what I consider the rescue, coming out of the rescue plan, is it a possibility for us to go up to the 5%?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm sorry, did you hear what I said, Mr. Herman? Did you hear?
Yes, I believe the county manager responded, yes, it's a possibility.
Okay, all right, that's what I thought. I just wanted to make sure. Thank you.
Commissioner Arrington?
I just want to be clear that this premium pay is in addition to the implementation of ICS.
Yes, Commissioner. It would be in addition to ICS.
So the employees would get additional pay under the ICS program. This would not replace or supplement ICS.
It will not replace or supplement ICS, correct?
Thank you.
Vice Chair Hall, followed by Commissioner Houseman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you, Commissioner Arrington. That was my question as well about ICS. But to take it a little bit further, I'd like to know how much do we project that we're going to spend on ICS?
Commissioners, ICS on an annual basis for each implementation window, and you remember we do 2 bites at the apple, it's roughly about $8 to $9 million for each implementation of ICS. So I know the implementation that we're planning in July of this year has a 2021 cost, Sharon, correct me if I'm wrong, about $4.5 to $5 million in this year, which has an annual cost of about $9 million to $10 million in subsequent years.
That's correct.
And how many employees does that cover?
The ICS will impact roughly about 2,200 employees. And again, that 2,200 employees are those employees who have long tenured employees with the county. And we are attempting to acknowledge that tenure with the county by moving them through the salary region.
Because they reached the top of their step or their pay grade, right?
No, it's the opposite. It's because they're at the beginning of the range for the entry level position. Sorry, they're the beginning at the entry level salary for their range, and we're trying to move them closer to the midpoint or beyond based on their tenure.
Okay, and so did we take care of those employees who reached the top of their pay range? Oh, did we take care of them already? The ones that have been stuck in the same pay range for years because they're at the top level and they haven't been able to move?
Commissioner, we have very few employees that are in that situation. I know the last time that we did a COLA, we did recommend to the board that you allow those employees who are at the top of the range to receive the COLA as a base pay adjustment. And that is now our practice moving forward whenever we are granting COLAs, but I'm not aware of any significant number of employees that are at the top of their range and have no ability to move further. But I can get that information back to you.
Okay, that's it. Let me know exactly how many, because you keep saying you don't know of, but there may be. So let's make sure. And since we were talking about the $35 million for the, what was it? The pandemic proofing of the buildings, and some of my colleagues questioned that amount, and in that use, if it is possible and necessary, could we take funding from that to ensure that we can cover what's necessary on the premium pay, the increase of the premium pay that Commissioner Abdul Rahman asked about?
My suggestion, Vice Chair Hall, would be that we reduce the contingency that we have, which is close to 70 million for that. I'm not sure what that number would be, but it's probably in the at best $5 million range, so it's not substantial call against that contingency.
Great. Thank you so much, Mr. County Manager.
Yes, ma'am.
Commissioner Houseman.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. This potential payment would be in the form of a bonus, a separate, and would be part of the salary, right?
Yes, Commissioner, it will be in the form of a bonus issued on an off pay cycle so that the employees could see it distinguished from their regular compensation.
Okay, I certainly want to acknowledge the hard work that all of our employees have done over the last year, especially those on the front lines. And I know a lot of people have done things this year that they necessarily don't normally do. And we all know that it took a big effort to keep us going. But I just want to remind us of all the people out there that lost their jobs, that are struggling right now, that still have property taxes to pay, that ultimately we have to answer to. And so I just want us to be really cognizant of that as we determine what level of a potential bonus we are considering here. And perhaps it needs to be something that's tiered based on salary levels rather than a blanket across the board percentage. But I just think we have to be sensitive to the folks out there that ultimately still have to pay for all of our operations that are struggling. Thank you.
Good point. Good point. Anyone else? All right, Ms. Whitmore.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The next use case is simply a slide to cover the contingency amount, the 68.3 million, which I've previously explained to the board is designed to ensure that we have resources in place to cover anything that we spend with the expectation of being reimbursed by FEMA. And the contingency is simply there in the event that those reimbursements don't materialize. As well as I stated previously, a small amount of contingency above the FEMA amount to address any unforeseen or unknown needs from where we are today. So that is the information for this 68.3 million. Are there any questions about the contingency? Okay, then I'll move on to the next slide. We've now moved into our discussion around the community needs proposed uses. And we have 5 of those: community service program funding, small business creative industry loan program, job training, and then updates on emergency rental assistance and a mortgage assistance update as well. Next slide, please. On the community services program, previously at the last board meeting, the board did take action to go ahead and allocate $8 million out of the local assistance fund, funds that will be coming through the American Rescue Plan Act. And that $8 million is intended to cover the gap between what our nonprofit partners requested during that application process and what the funds that we have typically awarded for community service programs would cover. So that was an additional $8 million. Next slide, please. This is the slide that shows what was recommended at the last board meeting, the total 5.3 million for these 146 providers. Next slide, please. This slide will show you now what the full funding level would be, and show us moving from the 146 up to a total of 164. We did want to highlight that in this category, we have a total of, in the first line, we have a total of 71 providers who will be providing services in the children and youth arena. We wanted to make sure that we highlighted that pursuant to the board's resolution around the use of these funds. We wanted to make sure that we highlighted how these funds were benefiting our children and youth services program. Dr. Rochelle is here with us. If anyone has any questions on this item.
Any questions?
Vice Chair Mayor.
Commissioner Hall?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't have a question, I just have a request. I'd like to know what children and youth services we have, because I haven't heard of any other than the Youth Commission. So if I could get that information and just, you know, just provide information on all 5 of these categories, on what programs and services we have that we're doing right now with the community.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Commissioner Ellis?
Yeah, I had a question on this. I know we had approved this at the prior meeting. How have we communicated to the folks that received awards relative to sort of the first tranche and our intentions for additional funding?
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Kamala Rochelle, Deputy Chief Operating Officer. In the award letter that went to the CSP partners that you previously approved, we indicated in that letter that there is additional funding contingent on our receipt of additional dollars from the American Rescue Plan. And so partners are aware that the board has approved an option for us to provide additional funding, and that as soon as we have those dollars in hand, that we will continue to work with them to build out a scope of work.
Okay. Did we let them know kind of the up to maximum amount, or was it sort of left open-ended?
No, sir, we did not make any definitive communication regarding the exact amount of the dollars, because we wanted to make sure that the additional dollars would fit into the guidance of activities that are allowable under American Rescue Plan use.
Okay. And so when do we anticipate we'll be able to communicate to them more definitively on sort of this additional tranche, if you will?
I will just take guidance from our CFO as to when we're able to move down the path of contracting for the additional dollars. And I'll just turn it to her to answer what that timeline might look like.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Rochelle. Commissioners, as of today, we have not yet received any communication regarding the local fiscal recovery funds. And by that, I mean what we would need to submit to Treasury in order to receive the payment. There hasn't been any subsequent guidance released yet. The last information that I saw was that they expected the information to be forthcoming later this month, because the payments would need to be made by, I believe it was May the 10th, from Treasury in order to be in compliance with the statute.
Okay. Thank you.
Other questions or comments?
Yes, I thought that, I could be wrong. I thought that we agreed to fully fund all of the requests I did not know that we were using rescue funds for that. I just thought that because we knew we had rescue funds coming, that we were allocating additional funds from the general budget for that. Because if we use COVID or rescue funds for this, then I assume that needs to relate back to COVID and rescue use. And so I thought, I'll have to look back at, I think it was a verbal motion made by Commissioner Ellis. But I didn't know that we designated rescue funds to fully fund these requests. I just thought we voted to fully fund these requests.
I believe we did designate it in terms of the way that it was worded for the additional 8 or whatever it was amount.
Yeah, you did.
Okay.
And made it contingent upon their receipt.
On
And we
receipt,
do think- And we do think it qualifies as general safety net services.
Okay.
Yes.
Perfect.
All right, Commissioner Abdur Rahman again. Not again, I'm sorry. Commissioner?
Yes, Chair. So Sharon, based on this, upon approval, we're looking at the first Board of Commissioners meeting in May, depending on when the funds come in for implementation of this.
Our Commissioner, our plan is to, because the board has already taken an action with regard to this $8 million, our plan would be to go ahead and release those funds as soon as we receive our funds from the Treasury. So if they take until the 10th, then it may be after the first board meeting in May, because I believe our first meeting in May is on the 3rd. But our intent would be to release the funds as soon as we receive funding ourselves from Treasury.
I'm sorry, Sharon. I think you may have misunderstood. You're talking about the $8 million. I'm talking about the entire package.
Oh,
the first meeting in May.
Approve the entire package.
Is that enough time for the first meeting in May?
I mean, yes, I think our intent was based on the guidance that we received today. We would begin to bring back the full plans for each of these items for the board to then take action on as necessary moving forward. But if the board's preference is to approve this as a package, then we can certainly bring that forward in May at the first meeting for your full approval.
Okay, I understand that, Sharon. Thank you.
Okay.
Other questions? All right. Ms. Whitmore, continue, please.
Okay, thank you. Next slide, please. So moving on, briefly, we also recommended a small business revolving loan fund. We made a recommendation of a $5 million allocation over the life of the availability of the funds. Our plan would be to use these funds at the spend rate of about $1.2 million per year, building up to that total of $5 million. And also we would look to leverage our relationship with ACE as we did during the year last year, where they were able to take the resources that we put in the plan and provide for some matching dollars, so that ultimately we were able to put more have more of a broader impact with the funds that we were putting into the plan. So again, this would be a total of $5 million spread at the rate of 1.25 per year. And last year we did put in $1.5 million. So that is the the use case for the Small Business Revolving Loan Fund. Any questions on this item?
Does this include creative loan?
Does it include what?
Commissioner Arrington, I didn't catch that. Does it include what?
Earlier when this was listed, it said small business / creative fund.
Creative industry. Yes, sir. Our intent was for this to be able to cover small businesses and our artist community as well.
Okay, Commissioner Vice Chair Hall.
I'm sorry, I wasn't finished. I don't think that's gonna be enough, Sharon, at 1.25 million a year to cover small businesses and the creative industry. I mean, we're gonna have to double that at least. I mean, you're talking about small businesses all throughout Fulton County in addition to the creative industry. We need at least 10 million. Sorry, Commissioner Hall, go right ahead.
That's okay, because you just covered part of what I was going to say. Because if we look back at when we had CARES Act funding and we distributed CARES Act funding to small businesses, if I remember correctly, didn't that money it dissipated like really fast? It was gone within a matter of a week, wasn't it?
Commissioner Hall, I don't remember exactly the time period, but there was a very strong response to the offering. And yes, I believe that we were oversubscribed fairly quickly against those resources. And we put our resources in. ACE was able to expand those resources. And then also the Fulton County Development Authority also put in the same amount of resources. And I do believe that it was subscribed fairly quickly.
So do we know how much money we would have needed if we could actually meet the demand at that time?
I don't have that information, Commissioner Hall. You know, one thing to keep in mind is that the Rescue Plan Act itself did provide for a substantial amount of resources to go into other programs to support small businesses. So this would be, you know, sort of in addition to that, and as well as in addition to resources that our municipal partners may choose to put into programs benefiting, you know, businesses within their jurisdictions as well. So we tried to be cognizant of all of that when we recommended a dollar amount for this program, recognizing that there are other sources of funds coming in to the county as a whole to be able to support businesses, small businesses across the county. So we wanted to do something. We felt like making a recommendation and leveraging our relationship with ACE would be a great way to inject some resources into the economy to support you know, businesses and artists, but also recognizing that we are not the only funding source that may be available for this.
Well, I think it would be helpful for me if you could provide a list of all of those resources that small businesses have that are coming from the county, because then that would give me a better idea of what it is, because I don't know what that is. And because we're also talking about this including arts and culture, the arts and culture community, it does probably need some more money, because that is not enough to cover small businesses and arts and culture. I wouldn't necessarily put them in the same category either.
Okay.
That's it. Thank you.
All right,
Need to be separated.
Okay,
What'd you say, Commissioner Arrington?
I said, I agree, they need to be separated.
Okay.
all right, Commissioner Abdul Rahman.
Yes, Chair, thank you. Here again, I would be remiss if I didn't say I was not comfortable. Now, if you tell me that the reason that you made it alone is to leverage the ACE for matching dollars, then I'm gonna need more information, because here again, we're talking about a rescue plan, okay? American Rescue Plan. And I've been out here working among a lot of constituents, not mine. And the COVID hit the small business owners very, very hard, especially those that had 30 or less employees. And so on the surface, to me, it looks like we are adding an additional hoop or bureaucracy for the meat and potatoes of our constituents. We know that the small business owner is the lifeblood of our community, and they are suffering, and they do not need extra hoops to have to go through in order to get this money. Then why it's a loan as opposed to a grant? If someone could please explain that to me, and also please explain to me as to if it's going to be removed, if the arts and the small business loans are going to be detached. They should not be together under any circumstances. And so here again, I want us to be expeditious in this, and I'm not trying to be adversarial, but when you are watching small businesses have to close their doors, and they've been open for years, and they're closing their doors because they have no choice, and it's as of the result of the pandemic, something that they didn't ask for, then I think we need to make it as stress-free and as easy as possible. I understand keeping the business open. You want to make sure that they're going to be able to keep the business open. You want to make sure that they've got the correct model and everything, and they are long-term sustainable. But you know, requiring them to graduate in education series, you know, I'm not quite understanding that, and I'm trying to kind of speed up the process with my questions. So Sharon, please forgive me if I go to the summer jobs youth. I don't see anything in the package in front of me. And so if someone could explain that to me, I would appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner, for your comments. I guess the short answer on the loan versus the grant is yes. By making it a loan, we're able to leverage from various resources and actually have as I stated previously, a broader impact with the funding that we are able to place into play. We did present this as a multi-year plan so that we would have some resources available to place into the bucket each year over the full 4 years. We could restructure it and do it in just two payments, one this year and one next year, as we receive the resources ourselves. So that's part of the reason why you don't see one large interjection of funds at one time. And then with regard to the summer youth program, we were, I guess our thought process around this was that through the funding being provided to the CSP partners, who have a variety of different youth programs. We would be touching our youth in that regard, as well as the ongoing youth program that the workforce group already has in play now and will have in play over the course of the summer. So that's how we were looking to be able to address the summer youth programming.
Okay, thank you, Sharon. I requested that information. It never made it to me, unfortunately. However, I would suggest, I would put forth to you all that maybe a small business grant in addition to a small business loan. I just, you know, when you see so many people that are hurting and you see so many people that this COVID has really wreaked havoc on it, they've lost family members. They've lost, they're about to lose the business. I know people now that are living in their business. They had to choose either having somewhere to live or having a business to run. And I know for some people that may not be a big deal, but for me, I've got to try to get my colleagues to understand that if we are trying to use this rescue money, that we need to try to do some type of grant, even if it's a smaller amount, even if it's for a smaller group, in addition to the loan. I understand what you all are doing with the loan, but I am asking that some of the information, you know, that was in the actual, resolution, that we try to work together to get to that goal as close as possible. I would humbly ask that. Secondly, the amount. Here again, I echo the sentiments of Vice Chair Natalie Hall, as well as Commissioner Arrington. That's just not enough money. And so if we could have an earnest attempt to try to help our small business owner. I understand the premise that you have from the summer youth program, but I do need some more information on it to get a clear understanding of it. Okay, Sharon?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you.
Commissioner Ellis, followed by Commissioner Hall.
Yeah, I think they, just a couple of things I was going to note. I do think it's important, you know, obviously this package that was passed is extremely large and has many elements to it, with our portion just being one element to it. I believe there's roughly another 51 billion or so outside of funds going to local governments that's geared explicitly towards small business. And I think that's what you were trying to factor in, Sharon. I know there's a specific restaurant fund. I think there's about 28, 29 billion in that. And those are more grant focused. I think there's a targeted EIDL payments of about 15 billion. And then another 7 billion and change of additional PPP money. So I think that's what you were trying to reflect within this, correct, Sharon?
Yes, Commissioner Ellis.
Okay.
Those resources, in addition to the additional, I think it was over 330 million that will be coming to cities within Fulton County, that can also be used for some of these very same type of programs. Yes, sir.
Yeah. I think everybody's got a recognition of the importance of helping out the small business community and but there is a lot of structure to this act that's sort of geared specifically at getting funds to them quickly. And the question I had related to the funds coming into the municipalities and us not necessarily knowing what they are choosing to do with their funds or not. I guess just in and of itself, let's just say for argument's sake that we did have a program like this. And I do think that there's something to be said for the utility of having a ongoing program for benefit after many of these other grants may have sort of worked their way through. They've gotten that sort of emergency relief, and then you have a program like this, which could come back in on top of that and stretch out over a multi-year period of time. But if we had a municipality that wanted to participate with us on this program, and let's say, several municipalities wanted to participate on this and it grow to 20 million, 25 million, whatever it is, would that be potentially something that we could jointly structure with them, administer with them, or do you think it would have to be administered separately?
I mean, I think we would be willing to jointly structure and administer a multi-jurisdictional revolving loan program. I mean, I think that we would be open to doing that. The beauty of the revolving loan program is that, as you build up that balance, then as the loans are received and paid off, it's self-replenishing. So over a period of time, then there will be resources that are freed up, and then someone else will be able to come in and make application against these same dollars. But I certainly think we would be very willing to look at any sort of a multi-jurisdictional approach to this.
Okay. Yeah, I think that's helpful. And I think, for all of us, I think we can get additional information on some of these other pieces that are out there to the act. Because I even think there was a thing in the arts community, I believe there was like a shuttered venue operators grant program that was part of this as well. So just so we have a full understanding of that and can communicate to, the entirety of the business community and ways to access that, I think would be important as well.
All right, next I have Vice Chair Hall, followed by Commissioner Arrington.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Commissioner Ellis, that is a really good idea. Multi-jurisdictional revolving loan. Would the other jurisdictions use their own funds, Sharon, or because do we still have the restrictions that we had with the CARES Act funding where those municipalities that receive their own funding have to spend theirs and we cannot spend ours in their jurisdictions?
Those same restrictions are really not in place because ultimately every jurisdiction would be receiving their own allocation. So my interpretation of what Commissioner Ellis was suggesting is that yes, each jurisdiction would be providing funding into the pool of resources.
Right.
Okay, so that was my second question. Thank you. And so this would eliminate us providing funding more than one time to the same small business?
If it came through and was administered through one provider like ACE, yes, I think that would be one way to ensure that we weren't duplicating support. Yes, ma'am.
All right, and I want to go back to Commissioner Abdul Rahman's comments about setting up a grant, because I didn't hear anyone answer whether or not we could actually do that. So I want to pose that question to the county attorney and you, Sharon. Is it possible for us to set up a grant for the small businesses?
To be honest with you, Vice Chair, I have not looked at the language around the local fiscal recovery funds for that specific purpose. My instinct tells me that we probably could do that, but I haven't really looked at it.
Well, Madam County Attorney, will you address that, please, from a legal standpoint?
There doesn't appear to be a limitation that would prohibit a grant as opposed to a loan, because as long as the money is being used to respond to the economic impacts to small businesses, that's all that's required.
Then that is wonderful, because I think it is a great idea to have a grant for the small businesses. You know, we used to have grants for any health nonprofit organization that did anything in the health field, but somehow when we changed to our community service program grants, that got dropped off. So any way that we can help our partners do more with us and for our constituents, I'm for that. So thank you very much.
Commissioner Arrington, followed by Commissioner Abdul-Rahman.
Yes, I just want to confirm from the county manager that the matching funds from ACE require a loan program versus a grant.
Their business model. But that doesn't mean we have to do that. You know, as you recall.
I'm sorry, you broke up, Mr. Manager. Could you repeat that, please?
Yes, sir. That's what's required to access ACE and get their leverage fund. But what I was going to say, if you recall, you know, you really championed doing grant to the arts last year. So there's really nothing, I don't think, that precludes us from making this a grant program versus a loan, or having both.
Yeah, I think maybe both is appropriate. I think particularly for the arts community, the grants are more relevant. You know, but I'm open to either. I mean, but basically what you're saying is for the small business fund, we're proposing $5 million, and that would, through making it a loan, ACE can leverage that for an additional $5 million, so it'd be worth $10 million total.
Yes, sir. That's correct. And I do think they did an extraordinarily good job. I think I sent the board. I know I sent the board on the demographics in terms of finding, you know, community or businesses where they were headed by minorities and women to award those loans to.
As long as we can separate out some money for the arts separate than that, then, you know, I'll be fine with it. I do like the idea of grants, but I also like the idea of getting matching dollars. I think those matching dollars go, you know, make it go even further. So, I mean, we could do another $5 million for the arts, and, you know, have up to leverage that through ACE to make $10 million available. You know, that would make me very happy.
Yes, sir.
Okay, Commissioner Morris, Commissioner Hall, Commissioner Abdul-Rahman.
Yeah, I'll just be brief. I don't have any problem with grants where they're appropriate. The beauty of the loan fund to me is, first of all, if a small business folds, I mean, I'm sure we won't try to get blood out of a turnip, so it becomes a grant in effect. But if they succeed and survive and pay the loan back, then we have that money to help someone else with. And that's the beauty of the revolving loan fund as opposed to the grants. So maybe a mixture is appropriate, but I do make that point. Thanks.
Vice Chair Hall.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to remind everyone that we do have small businesses that don't have brick and mortar locations. There are freelancers, and there are older mom and pop small business owners that need help because they don't know how to apply online for these services. And I heard from a lot of those people in my district that they didn't have access to apply for loans and do these things online because they were older people. So we need to remember that. And I would also just caution us on what would the criteria be for small business to receive these grants. Oh, and also a lot of the arts and culture community don't have brick and mortar either. So, thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Abdul-Rahman.
Thank you, Chair. Not to belabor the point, and I really think this is to the county manager, but it's also to my colleagues as well. I understand the reason for, and to you as well, Sharon, I clearly understand the reason for the loan because it allows them to get to other resources, correct? However, if we can find a way to have the grants in there as well for small businesses and the arts, as well as the loans, I think that will be a happy medium considering, because I think sometimes we get in the mindset as commissioners that this is a regular event. It is not. This is because of the pandemic. And so sometimes we have to think outside of our own personal biases or our own personal thoughts or situation. This is a rescue because of the pandemic. So I think Fulton County will behoove us for our constituents. If we have the loan that's in place, that's good because that allows them to get other resources. But if we also include the grant, which is nothing in the legislation whatsoever that keeps us from getting the grants, and also understand that the grants need to go to small businesses as well as arts, as opposed to or. I just want to make sure that I'm on record saying that we need both. I really do think this is a thing that we can work out if we understand the reason, one, this was put in place, and two, these are people who have suffered because of something that was outside of their control. The pandemic was outside of their control. So anything that we can do to help rescue and give them a helping hand, I think it would behoove us to do it. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am, I understand. I think we can go back and refashion this proposal to include all the above. So we'll go back and do that.
Thank you. Thank you, County Manager. I really do appreciate that.
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Whitmore.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Next slide, please. This next potential use, proposed use is for a job training program for a not to exceed amount of $10 million. This would start in May as soon as we have the funds in hand. It's built off of the job training program that we initiated under the CARES Act funding with Goodwill. And our recommendation is to continue that program and to fund it at a rate of $2.5 million each year over the next 4 years. So that is the summary for this particular proposed use.
All right, Vice Chair Hall.
I'm sorry, my hand must have still been raised from before.
Okay, you had a question on the previous one?
I had a question that a constituent sent to me, but it was for something that we already covered. The pay for the employees. They asked if the health department employees were going to benefit from that pay.
Commissioner Hall, our plan again was to make those payments in May or June of this year. So yes, ma'am, they would still be employees of the county and would be eligible for those payments if we're able to get them done.
That's
in
awesome.
May or June.
And also with the ICS?
The ICS implementation date is in July.
So they wouldn't get that?
No, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
All right, regarding job training, any questions or comments? Thank you. Ms. Whitmore.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Next slide, rental assistance. Commissioners, this is to present to you the additional $14 million that we expect to receive for a round 2 of emergency rental assistance. We would continue to implement the program as we are now. And essentially the applications that we have already received and are processing would be used to against this 14 million. So we really already have enough applications in place to fully expend this $14 million as long as what's been applied for is actually eligible. And as we mentioned in the mayor's meeting a few weeks back, where we were able to display for the mayors the specific request by city, we would be positioned to allow those cities, should they choose to provide additional resources to support any requests that have been received that we could not meet out of the resources that are available through the emergency rental assistance programs. So if anybody has any questions on this potential or this proposed use, I think Dr. Rochelle is still here, and we could take those if you have them.
Are there questions?
Just briefly, it's kind of really back to the job training. I would love to see some additional money or a tranche of money for the summer youth program, as Commissioner Abdul-Rahman stated. So I'll just throw that out there for what it's worth. I would like to see that as an additional category as well as the arts.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Okay. Anything? All right, Ms.
Okay, this is our last proposed use case scenario. This is around mortgage assistance. We have identified $10 million for mortgage assistance. There is a federal program that was funded out of the American Rescue Plan. We have not yet received the details of how that program will be implemented or administered. We wanted to set aside some funding for this purpose. So we aren't prepared today to tell you what the qualifying criteria would be, because we don't want to be completely out of sync with what the federal program may require. So at this point, this is an earmark, and we are waiting to see how the federal program will be rolled out, so we can then bring you back the recommendations for how and what the qualifying criteria would be for this particular bucket of resources. Our plan would be to implement it using the same infrastructure that we've built for the emergency rental assistance program, where applications would be submitted through the neighborly process, adjudicated by our adjudicators, and payment made by the finance department. And of course, we would provide reports on all of that activity through our open government platform. So that's our update that we had on mortgage assistance. And this one is really pending some additional information as the federal program itself is rolled out.
Questions?
I just reiterate my comments from earlier. You know, how did we arrive at this number? How do we know how many, you know, renters versus owners and mortgage there are? And if we got 32 in rental assistance, we might want to consider more for mortgage assistance.
Karen, do you want me to answer how many?
Yes, Commissioner Arrington, Dr. Rochelle has some information to share with regard to renters versus home ownership.
Commissioner Arrington, in Fulton County, based on the 2015 through 2019 American survey that's a part of the census, 40% of Fulton County residents are renters. That's approximately 87,000 of the 219,000 occupied homes in Fulton County. The remaining 60% are owner homes, and that equates to approximately 131,000 owned homes in Fulton County.
So to me, that would indicate that we would need more than 32 million for rental, for mortgage assistance. If we're providing 32 million for rental assistance, and that's 40% of the population, in my mind, we would want not only to provide a comparable number, but to try to cover the 60%, it would seem that we would likely need to cover more than the 32 million that's being offered for rental assistance.
Thank you for that feedback, Commissioner Arrington. We will certainly look at this 60% against the criteria that Treasury will provide to us to help us determine what percentage of the renter, of the homeowners may be eligible based on the criteria that is provided. So thank you for that feedback.
Are we
I
off?
assume this is only for primary, someone using the primary mortgage. I mean, I don't know if this is covering people's second and third mortgages, or if people have 2 or 3 homes. I'm assuming this covers your primary residence only.
Commissioner, previous programs have only included a primary home. So we suspect that that will be the case here, but we will certainly share the criteria as soon as it becomes available.
Thank you. No, that makes perfect sense. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Anything else? Continue, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We just wanted to sort of advise you, I guess, is the best word I can come up with at the moment, of the guiding principles that we have planned to operate under in administering this $340 million investment that we have available to us over the next 4 years. All federal funds will be separately accounted for in separate funds within the county's financial system. And we would only release the funds once we've received quotes and costs from departments, and all of the required documentation that's necessary has been validated. With regard to the court backlog program, as we've mentioned previously, this would be administered through a program management team out of a budget that's specifically aligned with the Office of Strategy and Performance Management. We would not intend to place these funds directly into the Justice Partners budgets, but rather manage it all from one pool, so we can be certain to be able to be as nimble as necessary with moving funds around to support the program overall. We also would recommend that we maintain our contingency while we await our FEMA reimbursements for those costs that we intend to seek FEMA reimbursements for, as well as we would recommend maintaining our emergency procurement protocols for all response-related purchases. And then, of course, we would continue our reporting to the Board of Commissioners through the platform that we've been using, the COVID response report, and also build out on our open government platform reports to show you how these resources are being deployed and utilized. So those were sort of the underlying guiding principles that we had in mind as we prepare to present this to you. As for next steps, next slide, please. We will, of course, continue the response effort that we have underway now with resources available to us from our general fund reserve, as well as the emergency rental assistance plan, while we await the receipt of the remainder of the federal funds. As I mentioned previously, we will be prepared to execute with our nonprofit and other partners as soon as those funds are made available. So we would be prepared to execute agreements with our CSP partners, as well as ACE and Goodwill for the revolving loan and the job training program. We'll continue to build out the operational plans for the major programs for the court backlog and the pandemic proofing of county facilities. Continue our work with AFSEMA and both the Federal Emergency Management Agency and the Georgia Emergency Management Agency on the reimbursement application and support process to seek out and receive the reimbursements. Continue to provide these updates to you at each meeting. And then as we move forward now through the next several years, and we are working through each of these programs and all of the resources that we have available, we would bring back any reallocation, much like we did with the CARES program. We would bring back any reallocation of resources to you for your review during our board meeting, as well as tracking our expenses and making sure that we stay on target to use the funds within the time frame that we've been provided to spend them. And with that, Mr. Chairman, that concludes my portion of today's presentation. This might be a record.
No, actually, there was a lot of work that went into this. I'd like to congratulate y'all for the work that you put into this. Colleagues, any lasting comments, rather closing comments on this report? So we have a lot to take into consideration based on the feedback. Okay, thank you, Madam Clerk.
Bottom of page 9, 21-0266, finance, presentation, review, and approval of the April 14th, 2021 budget soundings.
Any questions? Hearing none.
Move approval, Mr. Chairman.
I'll second. Let's vote, please. Commissioner Houseman? Oh, she notified me that she had. Commissioner Houseman is gone for the day. Commissioner Ellis?
Yes.
Commissioner Morris?
Yes.
Vice Chair Hall? Commissioner Arrington?
Yes.
Commissioner.
I'm voting on the proposal that was just submitted by finance.
What?
No, we're voting on item number 266.
All right.
266.
Budget soundings.
It's budget
Okay,
sounding.
yes.
Commissioner Abdul-Rahman?
Yes.
I vote yes.
The motion passes 6 yeas, 0 nays. 21-0267, finance, request approval of resolution to authorize the administrative reprogramming of certain funds relating to the Fulton County General Obligation Library Bonds, Series 2010.
Move approval.
Second.
Cast your votes, please. Commissioner Houston has left for the day. I won't repeat this.
Mr. Chair, I just had a quick question.
Sorry, Commissioner Ellis.
Can somebody just quickly explain what this does?
Ms. Whitmore, quickly.
Mr. Chairman.
That's important.
Mr. Chairman, Hakeem Ashikoa, the Finance Director, is here. I think he wants to speak to the item.
Okay.
Yes, Commissioner Ellis and members of the Board of Commissioners, good afternoon. What we're doing with this resolution is we're requesting to transfer the interest earned out of our 2010 GO library bond. We want to transfer that amount along with some extra surplus funds and use it for the construction project that we have going on at the Central Library.
Okay, I got you. Just want to make sure which funds we were talking about. Okay.
All right, the motion is approved. Ellis?
Yes.
Morris? Hall?
Yes.
Arrington?
Yes, but I also like to know if there be any additional funds left after this in that library bond fund that will be unobligated.
What's your question, Commissioner?
You're taking these funds out of the library obligation funds, right?
Commissioner, we have two bonds that we issued for the library projects. We have one for 2010 and the other from 2017. We're done with all the projects that we're supposed to fund with the 2010 bond proceeds. We're done with it. So what we're doing now is we're requesting to transfer the surplus fund from that 2010 bond and add it to the 2017 so that we can continue the construction work that we're doing at the Central Library out of the 2017 bond proceeds.
Okay, I'm just wondering if there'll be any surplus funds left after this. I remember at one point we had surplus funds and we agreed to do some additional renovations at the Roswell Library. And at that same time, we also discussed doing some additional provisions at the East Point Library. So I'm just wondering, will this be all of that fund money that'll be gone? And if so, will there be any other fund money left over? Do you anticipate any fund money left over after the 2017 bonds?
It is possible that some funds might be left after the 2017 projects are finished. It's quite possible that some funds might be left. But what this is going to allow us to do is to consolidate all the funds into one, and then we'll go from there and see what we end up with.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, I forgot to state that, to remind everyone that this particular resolution requires, state law rather, requires a 2/3 vote of the body. So I would appreciate your affirmative vote here. Commissioner Houseman is left, so Commissioner Ellis?
Sorry, we already voted yes on this, right? This is 267?
Yes.
Yes.
Commissioner Morris?
Yes.
Vice Chair Hall?
Yes.
Commissioner Arrington?
Yes.
Commissioner Abdul Rahman?
Yes.
And I vote yes.
And the motion passes 6 yeas, 0
Thank you,
nays.
Commissioners. Continue, please.
21-0268, Human Resources Management, request approval to make routine modifications to the classification section of the classification and compensation plan within the Sheriff's Office.
What's your pleasure?
I have a question.
Move for to approve.
Second.
I have a question.
Commissioner Hall?
Thank you, thank you. I just noticed that on this particular resolution, there are only a few positions on here. Does the sheriff have more positions that will be coming through? Because I know from going to the jail and touring and talking about the needs of the sheriff's office, there seemed to be a need for a lot more positions. Is Mr. Herman there where he can maybe answer that for me?
Well, Commissioner, this is Alton. I don't know if the sheriff is on it. I don't know if the sheriff is on or not, but these specific classifications are related to the Scorpion team that he's creating. And so I think what you're referring to is he's going to be making some additional hires, but they're going to be in the standard classifications. These were created specifically for a specific department.
Okay, great. So he's doing these separately.
That's correct.
All right. Thank you so much, Alton.
All right, the motion.
Yes.
All right, cast your votes, please. Commissioner Ellis? Commissioner Morris?
All right. Yes.
Commissioner Hall?
Yes.
Commissioner Arrington?
Yes.
Commissioner Abdul Rahman?
Yes.
How many is that?
And the motion passes 4 yeas, 0 nays.
Huh?
On the bottom of page 10,
Huh? I vote.
21-0271, Real Estate and Asset Management, request approval to utilize cooperative purchasing contracts for the purchase of specialized heavy equipment for Public Works Department.
Sorry, which number is that? It's a lot of background noise.
We're on the bottom of page 10, 21-0271.
Thank you.
I'll move approval, Mr. Chairman.
Approval. Oh, we'll second.
All right, let's vote, please. I voted yes on that. I didn't hear me on that previous one.
Okay,
You
so
got
that
it?
makes it, yes.
This one properly moved and seconded. And any questions or comments here? If not, let's cast your votes, please. Morris, no. Ellis,
Yes.
Morris,
Yes.
Hall,
Yes.
Creighton,
Yes.
Rockman,
Yes.
and I vote yes.
The motion passes 6 yeas, 0 nays. On page 11, 21-0272, Information Technology, request approval of the lowest responsible bidder to provide countywide audiovisual systems, equipment, support services.
Move approval.
I'll second.
Second.
All right, properly moved and seconded. Let's vote. Ellis,
Yes.
Morris,
Yes.
Hall,
Yes.
Creighton,
Yes.
Rockman.
Yes.
Oh, yes.
The motion passes 6 yeas, 0 nays. 21-0273, Information Technology, request approval of recommended proposal to provide CCTV products, services, and installation.
Move approval.
Second.
Second.
All right, properly moved and seconded. Cast your votes, please. Ellis,
Yes.
Morris,
Yes.
Hall,
Yes.
Creighton,
Yes.
Rockman,
Yes.
and I vote yes.
The motion passes 6 yeas, 0 nays. Under Health and Human Services, 21-0274, Behavioral Health and Development Disabilities, request approval of a memorandum of understanding with Grady Health System for the purpose of integrating strategies to provide medication-assisted outpatient treatment of substance abuse for Fulton County residents.
Move approval.
Second.
Properly moved and seconded. Cast your vote. Ellis,
Yes.
Morris,
Yes.
Hall,
Yes.
Creighton,
Yes.
Rockman,
Yes.
I vote yes.
And the motion passes 6 yeas, 0 nays. Under Infrastructure and Economic Development, 21-0275, Public Works, request approval of IGA with the City of Roswell for water main relocations associated with the road widening improvements to State Route 140, Holcomb Bridge Road, and Warsaw Road.
Move approval.
Second.
Let's vote, please. Ellis,
Yes.
Morris,
Yes.
Hall,
Yes.
Harrington,
Yes.
Yes.
I vote yes.
The motion passes 6 yeas, 0 nays. On page 12, bottom of page 12. I'm sorry, top of page 12, Commissioner's Action Items, 21-0219, sponsored by Commissioner Ellis, request approval of a resolution expressing the intent of the Board of Commissioners of Fulton County regarding the appointment, hiring, and termination powers of the Fulton County Board of Registration and Elections and for other purposes.
All right, Commissioners, I have a comment here. We'd asked the county attorney to look at 11 or 12 different boards, commissions, et cetera, that where the language is not consistent, and I think we all agree that we need some consistency, and I think that the report that she is preparing, she's nodding her head, she's prepared it already. We need to look at that and go over it. So if there are no serious, strong objections, can we hold both of these until our next meeting, have a chance to go over them in some detail? I'd ask you to do so before the next meeting.
Second. To hold.
Okay, without objection, we'll hold. Thank you, Vice Chair. Continue, Madam Clerk.
Okay, the next item is 21-0222, sponsored by Commissioner Abdul Rahman, as revised. Request approval of a resolution by the Fulton County Board of Commissioners in support of voters' rights, equal access to the ballot, and stopping voter suppression and for other purposes.
Move to approve.
All right, do we have the So do we have the revision before us?
Yes,
Go
they were
ahead.
sent out.
What?
They were sent out. Did you? Yes.
The revision?
Yes.
It removes the word Jim Crow, I believe, Mr. Chairman.
Does the revision also add the county attorney to?
Did anybody hear my move to approve?
I seconded it. I seconded it. Yeah, I seconded it already.
All the changes have been made, Chair. If, you know, I'm open if there's something, no problem.
The only thing that I don't see in there is the word doctor before Dr. Martin Luther King Jr.'s name.
Okay, I will make sure that gets in there, Vice Chair.
All right.
Okay, so the.
Call the question, please.
Mr. Chair?
Yes?
We heard a call to question.
Go ahead, Commissioner Ellis.
It's just sort of two comments. I mean, one,
I thought Commissioner Abdul Rahman called to question.
Ellis had had his hand up, Commissioner. I'm noticing here. Go ahead.
Oh, okay.
my comments brief. So there's been a lot of commentary on this, obviously. I have one comment about the resolution itself and the body of it on page 3. I don't think this has been resolved, changed. If it has, I don't understand why there is inclusion of the reference to the county manager at the bottom of page 3, because I don't consider county manager having a role in the conduct of elections. I think that should be the elections director. And if there's legal ramifications, it should be, you know, the county attorney's office in conjunction with the Department of Registration of Elections. So
I thought that was corrected because I asked Commissioner Abdul Rahman to add the county attorney to all of those.
and remove.
I saw it.
Just a minute, because that
Do
was.
I have a different version of it? Or maybe I have a different version.
That's what I'm trying to.
It was sent. Now, as far as the county manager's role, it is in consultation. I've been here too long, you all, so I'm tired. Chair, it's in consultation. That is the role of the county manager, in consultation, from a direct report.
Did you hear that?
Similar like.
I'm just making the statement that I don't believe the county manager has a role in the elections process, particularly when you're getting into the delivery of the elections. I just don't think it's appropriate for him to have a role in it. It's out of scope of his role. So I'm just making that comment. And I guess, and also clarify that was the intent it was the intent by the maker of the resolution to continue to incorporate the county attorney in this county manager in this resolution, or was it to remove it?
If the intent of the maker is the county manager in consultation, which would, if you look at through Dick Anderson, that would be a consultative role. We're not holding an election, so he wouldn't have a role in this. What we're doing is putting in a resolution, and his role will be consultative.
And can I just add something, if you don't mind? Didn't we just see a presentation from the county manager and county executive staff recently about the election?
Ethel, you answered my question, what the intent was by the maker of the resolution. So that was what my remark stands. I don't feel like it's appropriate to have him here. So that was my comment regarding the scope of the resolution. And then also, I think we certainly heard a lot of public comment today, and certainly there's been a lot of conversation around this. So I'm not going to belabor the topic. And certainly no bill's perfect. And I think a lot of reasonable people can disagree about the balance between voter access and election integrity. But the claim that this law amounts to voter suppression should be seen for what it is. I just think it's partisan rhetoric, and I think we've done more to foster voter suppression with the way that we've managed elections over time and creating long lines or whatever. And there's a lot of scope that's been within our own span of control that we've contributed to, and I think we'd be better served to focus on this. So those are my comments.
All right, Vice Chair Hall.
Thank you so much. So we saw an entire presentation provided by the county manager and county executive staff and Rick Barron at one of our most recent meetings, and it was related to registrations and elections. So I don't see why it would be a problem to have him as part of this in consultation, because he and his team have done an outstanding job of addressing a lot of the registration and elections issues in consultation with Rick Barron. And so I think it is a good idea because they have that knowledge and experience from doing so before, and we can all pull the presentation from the previous BOC meeting to see how well they did.
Okay, Commissioner Abdul Rahman.
Thank you, Chair. As the maker of this resolution, I did not take this foolish-heartedly or anything. Commissioner Ellis, I respect the fact that you have your opinion through your lens. One only needs to look at the outpour on yesterday. I spoke with the commissioners that I could get in touch with. Those that I couldn't get in touch with, I left messages. And so I think Fulton County as a body, we have a duty. Anytime we have a bullseye on our back, we have a duty to make sure that we serve the constituents. And I'm saddened that you see it as partisan. I don't see it as partisan. I see it as Fulton County being on the right side of history. And I see it as over 2,000 phone calls that I received. Were all those phone calls in support of it? No, but I will tell you at least 1,700 of them were. And so I did not enter into this legislation, this resolution lightly. I had conversations, I walked, I talked, and I had an outpouring of people all over Georgia, not just in Fulton County. I also had conversations with several mayors. I also had conversations with several city councilmen, several state reps. I did not go into this lightly. This was a conversation that was had from Buckhead to Bankhead, from Johns Creek to Chat Hills. And so I'm putting this in, and with the support of the other commissioners, that we will do what we need to do to make sure that we safeguard the vote, just like you quote unquote want to safeguard the vote, we do too. Thank you.
Commissioner Arrington.
I'll just say, I'll try to be as brief as possible. I'm glad that we have the county manager involved. The county manager and his staff did a great job with this past election and consulting and helping pull off the election and the grand faction that we did. I also want to thank our governor, Governor Kemp, and Secretary of State Raffensperger, because they admitted at the time of the election that there was no fraud in the election. And this Senate Bill 202 is based on the fake news and false premise that there was fraud in our election. And Governor Kemp and Secretary Raffensperger know that there wasn't. And that's why they admitted it openly and publicly. So again, I want to thank them. And, this is not a partisan matter. This is open and full access to voting for all citizens. That should not be partisan. That should be accepted by everyone. And if someone is trying to make it partisan, then they need to look in the mirror, because that is not partisan. The bills that allow the open access were done under Republican legislatures. This is nothing but an attempt to perpetuate the lie by Trump and his followers that he lost the election unfairly. It was so unfair that he had to call and try to find 17,000 votes in the state of Georgia. Hogwash, absolute hogwash. The whole premise of the bill is hogwash, and the bill itself is hogwash.
All right, Commissioner Morris.
I'm sorry, did you call on me, Mr. Chairman? Mr. Chairman, did you?
Yes. You have the floor, Commissioner Morris.
Thank you. This is tough. This is a really tough issue. I'm old enough. I'm old enough to remember the days when I participated in marches and protests about the unfairness in this country toward people of color, and I was glad to be involved in those efforts. I think we've seen an awful lot of progress. This law is not. If I were voting, I probably wouldn't have included all of those issues, but in the bill. But there are some things that I think are improvements in the way we vote. I worry really about the divisiveness on both sides, and I understand. I mean, there's no way that a white man in America could understand the feelings that people of color have about these really important issues. And I hear you. And Commissioner Abdur-Rahman, I really appreciate your passion on this issue. I do see it being partisan on both sides, and that's sad. I think we could do better as a country and as a state. But I look at and I have in front of me an article from April 6th in the Atlanta Journal-Constitution, and it sizes up some of the provisions of Senate Bill 202 with other states. And we've heard that Delaware, for example, doesn't have early voting. New York, the home of Major League Baseball headquarters, doesn't have no excuse absentee ballots. An excuse is required in 1/3 of the states. Georgia is not one of those. It was considered and debated, but it did not become part of the law. I won't get into all of these details, but all of these issues, but 24 states allow some weekend voting. 26 do not. Georgia does under the new bill. So, I think it's subject to debate back and forth. I wish that we could find some common ground on some of these things. But I do understand and appreciate, and I hear you. I think all of this will be resolved in the courts, quite frankly. And then, if the courts don't overturn Senate Bill 202, and I'm not sure that there's a great chance of them overturning the law, then maybe the ballot box will do that someday. But I would love to see the day when we don't debate about voter suppression and Jim Crow laws and everything else. I'm hopeful that when my grandchildren grow up to be adults, that this will all be behind us. Anyway, that's all I really wanted to say.
Spoken. Let me just make a brief comment and try to summarize this as I see it. When I spoke with Commissioner Abdul Rahman, I was very open with her, and I appreciate her calling me to get my opinions on it. So I took the time to analyze the legislation. The legislation does two things. Number one, it will put Fulton County, the Board of Commissioners, on record in support of House Resolution number 1 and House Resolution number 4, one of which there's debate as to whether one of them may or may not be constitutional. I'll leave that to the men and women in Washington to decide that. The second thing that it does, it directs the county attorney to review Fulton County's options, which is legitimate. And it goes on to ask that the county manager review the options, who my experience has been that he will have to go to the county attorney to review the options, him not being an attorney. It also asks someone else, I forget it's
DCRC.
what is it?
DCRC.
DCRC, that person to review the options, who will also have to go to the county attorney. So I just felt that that was a little redundant, because the county attorney is going to be the one that will have to review what our options are. And I think she is already in the process of doing that, and will come back to us with a report as to what our options are. My personal feeling is the role of Fulton County in all of this is going to be somewhat limited. And I think you sort of touched on that earlier in our meeting. I'm going to ask you to comment on that again. But in the final analysis, the SB 202 is the law of the land as we meet here today. And what we're asking, I think what we're asking, we got 2 or 3 options. One of them is for the HR 1 or HR 4 or both to be passed in Washington, which will make SB 202 null and void. Second thing that could happen would be for it to go to either to the US Supreme Court and be struck down, or to the, depending on which provisions, or the Georgia Supreme Court and be struck down. And the third option, as I see it, would be for the General Assembly, the Georgia General Assembly, to meet in special session to amend it or repeal it. So those are the options as I see them. And I told Commissioner Abdul Rahman that I agreed with what she was attempting to do, and then I would support it today. And that is my position, to support it today. But let's be, though, real clear about what the options are and how we proceed from here. So Commissioner Abdul Rahman, you want to be heard again before we vote?
Thank you, Chair. I really, really, really do appreciate your comments. They're taken with grace, because I do look to your leadership, and I'm glad that we were able to come together on this. I also appreciate the fact that Vice Chair Natalie Hall co-sponsored it, as well as Commissioner Arrington co-sponsored. I just want to say to my friend, my dear friend from years ago, Commissioner Lee Morris, we've been knowing each other for years. Commissioner Lee Morris has supported my candidacy in the past. He's an old-time friend of mine, and I respect his comments, and I agree with him on this. I hope one day, Commissioner Morris, that we won't have to have these conversations. But unfortunately, today is not the day. But I appreciate you. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Let's vote, please. Commissioner Ellis?
No.
Commissioner Morris?
No.
Vice Chair Hall?
Yes.
Commissioner Arrington?
Yes, and I too want to thank Commissioner Morris for his words.
All right, Commissioner Abdul Rahman?
Yes.
And I vote yes.
And the motion passes 4 yeas, 2 nays.
Next item.
21-0277, request approval of a resolution creating and establishing the Fulton County Reparations Task Force to search the feasibility of slavery reparations for Blacks who live in Fulton County and for other purposes, sponsored by Commissioner Arrington, Hall, and Abdul Rahman.
Yes, I think Commissioner Hall is also a co-sponsor. This is just the right thing to do. There's a city in Illinois that actually went further and just awarded an amount of $25,000 to every Black person in the city. And I didn't think that would be appropriate for us at this time to start talking about an amount. And so that's why I believe it would be prudent for us to establish a task force to tell us if there should be an amount at all. The task force may come back and tell us, hey, we don't think there's anything due. And then we would have the right to either accept or reject that recommendation at that time. This is a task force. Every commissioner will be allowed to make an appointment to the task force. We look for them to come back and make a recommendation to us within some point in time, so that we can act upon that recommendation. So thank you all for your support.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to state some facts. This was passed by the aldermen in Evanston, Illinois, and I want to give a shout out to all my ETHS alumni. I graduated from Evanston Township High School and grew up in Evanston. In 2002, the City Council supported U.S. House Resolution 40. It's HR-40, calling for a federal commission to study slavery and its vestiges and to make recommendations for reparations, with the adoption of Resolution 43-R-02 called Slave Reparations. That started with the U.S. House. And then in November 2019, the Evanston City Council adopted Resolution 126-R-19 called Establishing the City of Evanston Reparations Fund and the Reparations Subcommittee. The resolution committed the first $10 million of the city's municipal cannabis retailers occupation tax, which is a 3% on gross sales of cannabis, to fund local reparations for housing and economic development programs for Black Evanston residents. In passing Resolution 58-R-19, which was called Commitment to End Structural Racism and Achieve Racial Equity, in June 2019, the City of Evanston government recognizes that, like most, if not all, communities in the United States, the community and the government allowed and perpetuated racial disparities through the use of many regulatory and policy-oriented tools. And they literally looked through all of their legislation from the 1900s to the 1960s and present, and pulled all legislation that had been passed that it directly affected the African-American community in a negative way. And they took all of that, compiled together, and addressed that, and also looked at redlining, which we're all familiar with. And that's how they started addressing the reparations issue. They too created not a task force, but they created what was called the Reparations Subcommittee. And that Reparations Subcommittee helped assist in getting them to this point where they have actually passed their resolution and they have that $10 million, and it will account for about $25,000 to every Evanston resident, Black resident that historically has lived in Evanston, Illinois, through these really bad legislation that have been passed. So that's some of the history. I tried to do it as fast as I can. If you want more information, you can go to cityofevanston.org/government/city-council/reparations. And they have an entire website of information, FAQs, resolutions. You can get the copy of everything there. Thank you.
Any other comments, commissioners? All right, let's vote.
Commissioner Hall, can you send me that link, please?
What?
Yes, definitely. I thought Anita sent it, but I'll double check with her. Make sure it gets over to you.
Thank you.
Is there a motion?
Move approval.
Second.
All right, properly moved and seconded. Any further comment? All right, cast your vote, please. Ellis,
No.
Morris,
No.
Hall,
Yes.
Harrington,
Yes.
Rockman.
Yes.
Oh, yes.
And the motion
Next-
passes 4
next
yeas,
item.
2 nays.
Next item.
21-0279, request approval of a resolution amending resolution number 18-0168, authorizing the creation of a Fulton County Superior Court Clerks Technology Fund and for other purposes, sponsored by Commissioner Morris.
Commissioner?
I'm going to let the good folks from the clerk's office address this, if that's okay, if they're on.
Anyone from the clerk's office? Do you want to hold it?
Yeah, I think they need to be here to go through the details.
So we will hold. Next item. Next item.
Bottom of page 12, County Manager's presentation and discussion items. 21-0280, External Affairs, update of the 2021 legislative agenda.
Ms. Corbin?
And good evening, commissioners. I hope you're doing well. Happy birthday, Commissioner Houseman. I'm gonna try to go over this quickly, and then we will go into, I'm always glad to give additional detail at a later time, given the hour. Next slide, please. Just a recap, the legislative session has concluded. And as a review, these are the priorities adopted by the board for the 2021 session. Now that the session is over, we will evaluate any items that did not have legislation and bring those forward to the board for approval for the 2022 session. Next slide, please. Next. So in the area of COVID-19, I'm going to really highlight just the first one. There is a Georgia Pandemic Business Safety Act, and there are certain signage and things like that that are required. You may have seen the signage outside of some of the county facilities, and it just essentially provides some protection for governments and businesses related to COVID-19 transmission. I won't go over the rest. Next slide, please. The Fulton County Airport and the Fulton Industrial District are one that I really do want to highlight a bit. Two pieces of legislation related to the Fulton Industrial District passed, and one was introduced and did not pass. I'll start with House Bill 459, which is applies to airports owned by county governments all over the state of Georgia, and it prevents those such airports from being annexed into any city over with more than 85 square miles, and that happens to apply to both the city of South Fulton and the city of Atlanta. So this would apply to the Fulton County Airport, and it means that regardless of what happens to the surrounding properties, the airport itself cannot be annexed. And that bill passed and is awaiting the governor's signature. House Bill 445 and House Bill 836 both address the remaining properties or parcels within the Fulton Industrial District that are currently unincorporated. House Bill 445 would amend the boundaries of the city of South Fulton to include all unincorporated areas south of I-20. And House Bill 836 would take any parcels that are unincorporated today north of I-20 outside of the airport itself and amend the boundaries of the city of Atlanta to include those parcels. House Bill 445 passed and is also awaiting the governor's signature. and House Bill 836 was introduced on the next to last day of the session. So it did not pass, but it has been introduced, and because we're in the first year of the biennial session, can be automatically reintroduced for the 2022 session. So those are really all relevant to Fulton County operations. We have the county manager has convened a working group of those of us who might have some role in determining the next steps, and we will be prepared to report back to the board at a future time. Next slide, please. House Resolution 117 was introduced, unfortunately did not pass, and this is an issue that Commissioner Arrington in particular has been interested in for several years regarding homeowners associations. Next slide, please. Human trafficking is something the board has taken a strong position on. We've gone over these before, so I won't go into detail, but both of these resolutions relate to human trafficking. Next slide, please. And Senate Bill 202 is one that the board has already discussed in great detail, but I do want to let you all know that we have worked very closely and are working closely with the Department of Registration and Elections and our election working group, as well as the County Attorney's Office. For the public and for those who may not have gone over the bill in great detail, we've really kind of identified the major impacts as the absentee ballot process, which will have a major overhaul. The timeline and the process for applying for an absentee ballot are different. The drop boxes have been discussed in great detail. Currently, Fulton County has 38 absentee ballot drop boxes that have been open, essentially 24-hour access. Those boxes will be limited to 8 in the future, and the boxes must be placed inside an early voting location and therefore are accessible during those hours. So those are changes related to absentee ballots. Provisional ballots are a change. Currently, we have a few precincts that happen to be early voting locations and election day locations where we have a higher than average rate of provisional ballots. And a provisional ballot is a resource for voters who have not been able to vote during the traditional means for any number of reasons. And one of those reasons is that they're not at the correct precinct on election day. As a reminder, during early voting, you can vote in any precinct. In election day, you have to vote in your assigned precinct. So provisional ballots, out of precinct provisional ballots may not be used before 5 p.m. So that is a change that will require a lot of training for the poll workers to be able to execute that correctly. It also means a voter education impact for voters. The ballot processing itself after elections are over, that means that one change in the law, at times when we've had a very high number of absentee ballots, for example, at midnight or some point in time, they have allowed staff to go home and return. That is not permitted under SB 202. The staff will work continuously until those ballots are all processed. We are evaluating early voting. Fulton County has traditionally offered 7-day early voting. So that is something that is now available to all Georgia counties and is something that we believe the impact in early voting is one area that we're still reviewing. There are a number of requirements related to notification that are things that we're going through in great detail. Grants are not permitted by county governments. Any funding from a source other than a government source is prohibited. In 2020, Fulton County received a little over $10 million in grants. So that is one area of impact. And another one is the use of mobile units. Last year, Fulton County was the first county to offer mobile units for voting. those essentially worked as, took the place of a building during early voting. They would go to a published location that met the requirements of an early voting location and would be there for the day. But essentially mobile units are allowed only in the case of a governor declared emergency. They're not allowed for any other purposes. So that is another impact on a current resource. And then lastly, and this is one that's more of a potential than an absolute impact, is on the leadership, both of the election superintendent and the Board of Registration and Elections. And there are a number of scenarios in the law that would that could result in something called a performance review, in which the state election board would initiate a review, and that could be called a number of different ways. Alternatively, some result of that can be that the state election board can appoint someone to serve as the election superintendent. There are some financial impacts along with that. So those are some of the, again, kind of going through the bill. There are many other areas, as you see on the slide. There are issues about or impacts regarding how ballots are created, how primaries are called, what kind of paper you use. So it's a 98-page piece of legislation. But I wanted to at least give you some of the highlights of SB 202 and the ways that it will impact Fulton County's elections operations. So again, we're working with the department to really evaluate those. They will be getting guidance from the Secretary of State as well, and that will give them further guidance on how they will operationalize these changes. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. In the state budget, in the 2022 budget, there are 2 or 3 areas that we wanted to call out. Last year, Fulton County received $500,000 for behavioral health services and case management for behavioral health. That funding was continued forward, which was very positive. There is a $6 million allocation for the MARTA Bankhead Station. So that is a major investment within Fulton County. There is some funding, 1.5 million statewide for ballot security protocols. We haven't looked into that in detail. And there's also funding in their bond funding for Atlanta Technical College is something that they've had some discussion about. So a few investments within Fulton County, as well as a new young farmer position in the agricultural education department. Next slide, please. Again, I won't go into all these in detail, but there are a number of cases. Fines for false alarms is one. There are public hearing requirements and things of that nature. So again, given the hour, I won't go into these in great detail. Next slide, please. Again, cybersecurity, a major area of concern during the session. Next slide. Several areas, the citizens arrest law repeal and replacement is one that was very widely publicized. And so that is one that will of course affect constituents in our law enforcement areas, as well as House Bill 534 related to drag racing, which has been an issue in a number of communities throughout Fulton County. Next slide, please. Again, additional areas related to the justice system operation, and I won't go into these in detail. Next, please. Again, we have the school district. There is a property assessment, a homestead exemption rather. Okay, Commissioner Arrington had a message on the screen. There's a homestead exemption for Atlanta Public Schools is one that we will need to look at. And there's also the creation of, this is one I wanted to highlight really quickly, House Bill 762 related to the Fulton Technology and Energy Enhancement Authority, which was created. And that is essentially related to an economic development style initiative that will look at technology initiatives within certain communities in Fulton County. Next slide, please. Again, I'm not going to go into these in detail, but just wanted to have them on the screen. Next, please. I wanted to also very quickly mention, next slide, please, on taxation. Senate Bill 201 is related to tax commissioners. And we have been in discussion with our tax commissioner. This addresses contracts with cities who contract with a tax commissioner for their property tax collection. The tax commissioner has reviewed it, and it is his interpretation that this legislation does not apply to any existing contracts for property tax collection. So I just wanted to mention that, as that is one that may be of interest. Next slide, please. This one is related to the police department funding, and it just simply says that counties may not reduce those budgets and more than over a certain percentage unless specific conditions exist. Bless you. Next slide, please. Again, I won't go into these in detail, but wanted just to have them on the screen for the public. Next slide, please. And I won't go into the bills that did not pass, but please let us know if you have any questions or concerns, and we will be glad to, we will be providing a more detailed update, and we'll bring that, circulate that to all of your offices. Thank you for your support during the session, and I'll be glad to take any questions.
Are there any questions for Ms. Corbett? Any questions? Thank you, Ms. Corbett. Continue, Madam President.
On page 13, 21-0281, discussion, elections cost update.
Mr. Barron.
Yeah.
Mr. Barron.
Good evening, Commissioners. Richard Barron, Director of Registration and Elections. I'm got a presentation that will follow up on the memo that I sent last Friday to the Commissioners to update you on all of the election costs from the 2020-2021 election cycle. Next slide, please. We had many events that increased the election costs in 2020, and those included a new resource-intensive voting system purchased by the state of Georgia, an increase in absentee by mail voting of more than 500% over 2016 due to the COVID pandemic. We had 2 unbudgeted elections in September and December, and we also had a rare federal runoff election in January 2021. And that election, the bulk of those costs fell into the 2020 election costs. And an increase in early voting sites by more than 30% from August through January. We had a full hand audit of November's ballots and a machine recount of November's ballots. A 25% increase in election day polling locations over 2016. We had rental payments to Georgia World Congress Center that began in October, and those were related to the item on the bottom of the page, which was the COVID outbreak of 26 staff members that happened right after early voting began for the November election. We also had security and technicians that we had to add to all polling locations for early voting and election day throughout that election cycle. Next slide, please. And I guess one thing that I want to add is that in the $44.3 million that we spent for the 2020-2021 election cycle, $4 million of that we had requested in 2019 from the Board of Commissioners, which you approved for capital investment in a multi-year fund for equipment related to the new voting system. We completed those purchases for that multi-year fund in 2020. And the most significant expenditures in those were in three areas. We spent $18.7 million on supplemental staff. We spent $8 million. We invested $8 million in additional equipment. We spent $4.3 million on election day poll workers. And in addition, our postage costs, rent for buildings, rent for equipment, and overtime for county staff that was reassigned to the elections department totaled another $5.2 million. And the two recounts that we did totaled close to $1 million. As you can see on this slide, you can see the total costs and how they went up over time. 2008, the election cycle was $11.1 million. 2012, it dipped to $6.1 million. In 2016, we had a $9.9 million election cycle. In 2020, that went up to $38.3 million. And with 2021 added in, that was another $6.1 million. I confirmed with a number of counties, including Forsyth, Gwinnett, Spalding, Athens, Clark, Rockdale, Clayton, and Muskogee, that they saw similar increases in their 2020 budgets versus previous years. Those were the similar increases that we saw here in Fulton. Next year, we are looking, actually, with the 2020 municipal election that's upcoming, the Board of Commissioners approved a resolution in 2019 at $2.96 per registered voter when we share election costs with the municipalities. The total election cost will be about $7.2 million for the 2020 municipal election. The share for the municipalities is about 1/3 of that cost. The county will bear the rest of it. And then for the runoff, which the county will not be involved in, it'll be $2.46 per registered voter. Next year, what we're looking at projected costs to be for the primary and the primary election runoff would be $7.3 million for each of those elections, $11.5 million for the general election, and the general election runoff somewhere in the neighborhood of $10 million. The reasons for these election costs increase going forward, next slide, please, include an increase in early voting sites, an increase in the number of election day precincts. We will continue to see those increase. We'll have additional staffing needs, additional equipment needs for early voting sites and election day sites, and increased voter turnout. Unknown factors that could impact costs would be change in absentee voting habits. We still aren't sure because of the way voters voted in 2020 by absentee, whether those habits will remain. And Senate Bill 202 will have an effect on that, but it also could be that once the pandemic subsides somewhat, then we may see people change the way they are voting. Changes in absentee regulations could drive more citizens to early voting. Requests from elderly and disabled citizens, that could be impacted. And then we don't know exactly how voter turnout will be. The election expenses were paid from several different sources, including the general fund, which contributed $25.1 million over 2 fiscal years. And the other funding sources included grants, $8.9 million, CARES funding of $5.8 million, and capital investment of $4.5 million. And with that, I can take any questions that you have.
He's done. All right, Commissioner Ellis.
I was just going to say, I didn't know, I hadn't seen this presentation. I don't know if it was anywhere out there in the public domain before it was presented or not, but was it?
No, that wasn't.
All right, well, given the topic, I would hope that we would have had it up there before for the public to view. So hopefully that gets corrected going forward. And secondarily, I don't really have a lot of comments on this. Hopefully we'll probably have another conversation on it, but hopefully we're also planning to have a clear process in place for accounting and the post-election day activities. Hopefully we'll get some sort of reporting back on that, what that's going to look like and how that's going to be different in the next election cycle. And then also how you in advance intend to prepare for a runoff and a shortened runoff period of time. How you would manage early voting around that. So I'm not looking for any commentary on that right now, but hopefully when you come back and present to us again, you'll have some detail on those two topics.
Yes, sir.
Okay, Commissioner Hall.
I also didn't receive this, so I would like to ask if you could actually come back, if you could send this to all of us commissioners. I don't know if anyone else doesn't have it as well, but I'd like to actually look at these presentations prior to the meeting and formulate my questions and have time to, ask questions offline if need be. So I would appreciate that. And if you could come back to the next meeting, because we no longer have Commissioner Arrington with us either. That was the message that Jessica saw in the chat a little while ago, that he had to leave. And he also asked for us to hold his discussion item because he had to leave. So it would be good to have this presentation later. But there was one thing that did catch my eye as you went through this, and that is, and it was a question I had, and I thought I saw an answer on one of those slides. But since we are going to have 30 less drop boxes and no mobile units and a lot of other things taken away from us, our voters, will we be able to have more voting sites?
Yes, we plan to, especially when it comes to we're going to increase the number of sites in the municipal election coming up to have 24 early voting sites. We plan for the general election in 2022 to have 42 early voting sites. That would be up from the 34 that we used in 2021. And what that will do is offset, because I think one of the impacts that we're going to have with the number of drop boxes going from 38 down to 8, and from the compressed timeline in which you can mail ballots and how they are returned, we're going to see more people requesting absentee by mail ballots and then having those canceled during early voting. And that is going to probably have an impact on the lines as more people go into the early voting sites that will not have received their ballots by the time early voting begins. So we anticipate increasing the number of early voting sites going forward because of that.
Okay, and that's already in the cost that you just told us about?
Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Commissioner Abdul Rahman.
Yes, Chair, thank you. Mr. Barron, first of all, let me thank you. I know my request to get that mobile unit out was not an easy one. And I know that, your schedule is just as busy as mine. So I just wanted, because I have you here, to thank you for being so accommodating. Do you have a general idea, maybe a total, if you don't have it now, maybe at a later date, that if we have to implement all this, how much more in the budget we would have to have for you to be able to do this?
Well, what we've formulated so far for the general election for 2022, we're looking at somewhere in the neighborhood of $11.5 million, which would exceed what we have, what we spent for 2020's presidential election, which was about 10.1 million. The increase in early voting sites and some more election day sites will drive those costs up.
Okay, so my last question to you, and I just want to make sure, because I mentioned this yesterday at the press conference, and quite a few reporters told me they were not aware of this. This results of the SB 202 gives you a directive, but does not give you any funding for that directive.
Yeah, correct. I know of no funding that's in SB 202.
And SB 202 does not allow you to get any grants, to try to get any funding to be able to supplement, to offset the cost. You're not able to do that, correct?
Yes, ma'am, that's correct.
And finally to you, just as a recap, those 2 mobile units, the cost of them were approximately a little shy of $800,000 together.
Yeah, it's about probably 730,000.
730,000. And do you have any idea of what we could possibly use it for? Because I know we cannot use it for mobile voting. What are the other things that we could possibly use it for?
We plan to make use of them for voter education going forward. We'll be able to have a much more robust early voting program or voter education program, implementing those as part of it.
Okay. All right, well, thank you. I appreciate you being so accommodating, and we'll talk. Thank you.
Welcome.
All right, anyone else? Anyone else? Thank you, Mr. Barron. Continue, Madam Clerk.
Okay, the next item is Commissioner Hausman's item.
Okay.
21-0283, discussion, election 2021 cycle.
All right, there's a motion to hold. Any objections to the hold? If not, we'll hold it.
Okay, the next item is back on consent.
Which was?
On page 4, bottom of page 4, removed by Commissioner Ellis for separate consideration.
I'd like to move to hold that and also be briefed by staff on the whole item.
All right, no objections to that one will be held also.
No further items.
No further items to come before us.
Adjourn, Mr. Chairman.
Sir?
Chairman?
Yes.
And please excuse me for the abrupt interruption. The issue about the informational requests originating from commissioner offices that should not be automatically forwarded to other offices without the commissioner's express consent or request. Are we going to deal with that at the next meeting? Because you know.
Yes, we'll be talking about it in the meantime. That's correct. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, all right. I just want to make sure, because I know you told me to remind you.
Yes, thank you very much, Commissioner.
All right, thank you.
Any other items that come before us today? If not, we are adjourned without objection. Thank you very much.